on YouTube, and I think it's working now. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today. It's a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, and I hope you are having a great one. So please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. If you're on YouTube or your Facebook, please share the live with your friends. So that we can get more people in here. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the music. If you were on TikTok, I hope you enjoyed the music. Please share the live with your contacts. Good afternoon, Mr. Latunji. It's 1:49 p.m. in the UK. Yes, it's 1:49 p.m. Like I say, our time don't match now, but there was a time when you guys were 1 hour behind Nigeria. Sorry. That I'm going to have to do something about this cable. The time resetting happened on Monday. Oh, okay. So we are all on the same plane now. Welcome to real life. Nigeria time is the real time. Your Greenwich, whatever, is learning from Nigeria. So thank you. Welcome to real life. All right. Please power tab, share the live. Has anybody here seen some of the videos on YouTube? I hope you check the videos on YouTube. Okay. Has anybody here seen some of the videos on YouTube? I hope you check the videos on YouTube. Please do and subscribe. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Please do that because that's 1 second. Sorry. Because that's how to actually help, grow the channel. So please subscribe, share the videos, and all that good stuff. What I'm excited about today, I found some interesting things in some books. Some of them I've had before. Welcome, Prince 577 the Cabo. Mr. Vitoye, thank you so much for liking the live. I realized I could stand up. There's my pen. I didn't bring my. It's in the room. So just give me. No, it's in the library. Just give me 1 second. Let me quickly get the pen, please. Please power tap or I beg, Actually. All right. Thank you very much for staying tuned. Please just power tap. Good afternoon, Prince. Cabo, good to see you, sir. All right. So I was reading some books this morning, and I found something interesting. I'm going to share with you. Again, this is one of the things you're going to get from that book is something I'm always saying. It's important to have more than one source for historical accounts, so you're able to actually arrive at the right conclusion. People have different ways of saying stuff, but you're going to have to now, sit down and ask yourself, what do I really work with based on all the things that I have available to me? That's the best way to actually study history. All right. We're going to get into that today. Today we're discussing what happened in Ibadan, Lagos, Kaduna, and Enugu. I think we talked about Lagos yesterday. So we'll be doing Ibadan, Kaduna, Enugu later today. But please, let's power tap. Also, as a material I was looking for yesterday, the interview that Azikiwe had on January 16th, 1966 in London. Well, Molayo Atinududu that's of Onyiwepe. Not only have I found the text, I also found the video. So at some point into this conversation, I'm going to play the video so that you can also take a listen. It's even better because at least that way you actually hear what he has to say. All right. I'm still waiting for so on 3.9k. And please, if you're new on TikTok, somebody asked me yesterday, what does power tapping mean? The person sent it to me in my DM, apparently because maybe I think they're not so conversant with what happens here on TikTok. So if you don't know what it means, it just means you tap on your screen repeatedly. All right, that's what power tapping means. As a matter of fact, once you tap on it, you're liking it. So when you type, power tapping is like you're tapping repeatedly. We do all of that because it's the way the network knows that, the app knows that people are engaging. That's how this TikTok is. It's a bit different from the others. Let me check our folks on YouTube just to be sure we're good, because we're going to have a fantastic time today. I saw it. Oh, we're good. Okay, I see people on TikTok, on YouTube. Thank you for joining. Hello, everyone. Thank you. All right. Please share the live. Oh, there's someone here on TikTok, on YouTube. Is that Steve? Okay, he's on TikTok. Steve. Thank you. Like I said, this light don't too bright though. I beg, wait, may I reduce now? As I don't get technical, my engineer is coming. What name do I use on YouTube? The same name, Busui Oris. 1 second. Don't worry. My engineer is coming. Just sit down and be having conversations, right? But since we are here, please pardon my going up and down. It's got to level with in there. Once we move to the next stage, I won't have to do that. But thank you for your understanding. Rod Todd. Somehow we've been able to attract clowns on YouTube as well. Is this YouTube or on TikTok? One second. I think it's on YouTube. Oh. I think a lot of people are getting very angry. Mr. Lasunji, I can see you on YouTube. Thank you. People are getting very angry. People are getting very angry, insulting. Don't worry, you guys will be okay. You'll be fine. This happens when you're hearing the truth. You know, I went to the bookshop this morning, and the what was the name? Sorry, like I say, we have to. All right. Sorry, I'm just. This is the challenge with using different devices or streaming on multiple platforms. Um, why muted? A. I found Waldo. Okay. Don't worry. Once I'm done with this, I won't have to even. I won't even bother about it. All right. Good to be here. Much is welcome. Well, I don't know why people are really angry and insulting like this. So I went to the bookshop. The person had seen the video and talked about, so he sent it to me and said, "Are you the one?" So I was like, "Ah, it's me." So I was like, "Ah, that's good." So I was at the bookshop and it was like, "Oh, I've added you to a group." So I was like, "Are there Igbos there?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay." I said, the things, the way we discuss history, certain people don't like me. Then he asked me one very, very important question. He said, "Is it that they don't like you or they don't like the truth?" I was like, "Oh, never saw it that way." Well, I saw it that way, but I didn't know to say it the way he did. So I was like, I think that's the issue. I'm not the problem. I'm not your problem. Your problem is the truth. Um, in order to get this truth out, you're going to have to go into all the libraries in the world, bring out all the books and burn them. That's the only way we will not know what happened. As long as you're not able to burn out the books, we know what happened. So, more just chill out. But there's so many things we're going to cover today. Some things I didn't get into because of of the way we ran yesterday's session. But I'm glad that I found some things that you're going to like today. So please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Um, let's get more people in here. All right. So let's get into the news. What happened? What has happened in the last 24 to 48 hours? We'll start there. We'll spend some time there, bring people up, and then we will um, get into the topic. The conversation for today proper. You. All right. So I noticed that we're also getting traction on Twitter, and I'm really happy about that. Thanks to everyone who has been sharing the stuff on Twitter. Thank you very much. So the links to our videos on Twitter, you can always, check them out. And then you can also get to YouTube via Twitter. So thank you if you're one of those people. I've noticed a spike in my followers on Twitter, and also the content we put there, people are actually engaging, and I'm really, really happy. I just want to say thank you to you guys. Thank you very, very much. Now let's get into the news. Things have happened in the last 24 hours. Let's start with NAFDAC flags VDM for inciting Onitsha traders over drug raids. So I saw the video of the young man where he was saying they should open up, the shops where there is no. You know what? Let me play you 1 second. Let me play you the video. What's with the art? This is how I dress. Rat fat. So enjoy it. I'm Yoruba. So this is how I choose to dress. Okay. Let me play you something from VDM himself. and then we'll read the article in Vanguard. So here's something from VDM. Umbo.
And I expect well-meaning Nigerians, Professor Moji Christiana Adeyeye, it's possible that you might be the next person to kidnap me, because you know Nigeria now, if you talk, they kidnap you. Do you understand? But madam, this is what is happening now with your office. I can't keep quiet. You people have turned extortionists and you people have turned criminals in this our Nigeria. Do you understand? And I expect well-meaning Nigerians to also put mouth in this matter. Because very, very soon, if you not keep quiet, you will buy Panadol for 15,000 naira. I promise you. I promise you. NAFDAC have turned extortionists and thieves overnight. And I don't know why. If you want to generate money for the government, we have oil. We have a lot of mineral resources. Go and bring them out and use it to make money.
Okay, 1 second. I mean, this is one of the videos, but that's not the one I want to play. Just give me... Umbo. The one that actually has to do with... Let me play the one that has to do with the Vanguard article. This is actually, as far as I'm concerned, just someone constituting a nuisance. And this, I mean, must be a good person, but this particular thing is doing absolutely no sense in it. But let me just play it for you guys.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now you see the problem I have. I don't like to play tribal card, but I'll play it now. What is the tribal card? For north, where I stay, there are killings. Allegedly by the headsmen. You never ever go wrong when they say cow. This was the self-drugs. I believe, yes, me self I believe. So there's no way you will not see people that sell fake drugs. But it will not be all of them that sell fake drugs. Do you understand? So I'm calling on the authorities, and I'm calling on NAFDAC. Open their shops for them. Else, there'll be a protest that will break all the doors. Will break all the doors. If not, we go do the protest around you, Anambra. This is my first time in Anambra. I'm supposed to come by the way. If you do 2 days, if you don't do this in 2 days, listen to me, nobody should pay again. Wait. You will not come back now. You will arrest everybody. All of us better say. That's the end. Now let's go around the front. Let's see.
Messiah.
Easiest part. How many Yorubas?
I don't want to go to the Yoruba thing, because again, that's not the purpose. So let me read. I haven't listened to what he went to do in the southeast. I'm just going to read what NAFDAC is saying here. So this is from Vanguard, May 26th. That's yesterday. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, on Monday accused a social media influencer, Very Dark Man VDM, of inciting traders at the Onitsha Bridgehead Market to defy federal regulatory measures following recent raids on open drug markets in Nigeria. A viral video of influencer Martin Soshe, popularly known as Very Dark Man, had allegedly that NAFDAC demanded 700,000 naira from shop owners to reopen their shops. Reacting, the Director General of the agency, Professor Christiana Adeyeye, in a press statement, warned that the influencer's actions, which include sharing videos allegedly encouraging non-compliance with NAFDAC's directives, should constitute a breach of the Cybercrime Act. However, NAFDAC did not directly address Very Dark Man's specific claim, but stressed that traders who complied with regulatory requirements have been permitted to resume business. The agency said over 2,500 traders in 3,500 shops have started operations since March 9. Adeyeye further called for public vigilance and urged security agencies to investigate the matter. NAFDAC recently conducted extensive enforcement operations across major open drug markets in Idumota, Aba, and Onitsha, removing and destroying banned, expired, and substandard narcotics valued at over ₦1 trillion. Money na water. Money na water. All right, the raids conducted between February and March 2025 exposed significant violations of storage and distribution regulations. This is the part I actually like in the whole thing. These markets lacked basic registration and compliance with good storage and distribution practices, posing a grave risk to public health, she stated. So I'm wondering how people are against the government doing this. Like, all of us want the better climb, have we? Better climb. Right, this is how you get the better climb regulation, right? So I mean, I hope people actually understand how this thing works. I don't just go around shouting and saying the government should not do what they're supposed to do. It's important that people obey laws in Nigeria if we want our country to develop, and that's a lot better than just making fake drugs with nobody to question you. And when you say, oh, there are people around that, you know, are not making fake drugs, well, NAFDAC is saying that about 2,500 traders have resumed, have opened their shops since March. So this, by the way, is not wise. Saying that you give government 2 days or you break down the place. Who raised these people? It's sad. It's very sad. All right, away from that, there's a video that I saw yesterday. I didn't talk about it, but there's a video of Cubana Praise and Ubi Franklin meeting with the president, of course, with Davido, and it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting because I didn't hear pim from anyone castigating him or insulting him or saying it was the reason for the, what's that thing they called it? Can you come of what's that thing they called PDP that time? Structure of criminality. I don't hear anybody saying that the young man is now part of the culture of criminality. That's why I always say that if you're Yoruba and you're an obedient movement, you really need to sit down and think very long and hard. Your people want a person. They are the ones responsible for, you are destroying, they are destroying your future. They're the ones destroying your children's future. But another person from another group that's always castigating your own people, they are meeting the president, and there's nothing wrong with it. Let me tell you this. This guy is a citizen of Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with him meeting the president. But if you belong to obedient movement that only criticize Yoruba people, let's make it clear, it's very tribal. Criticize Yoruba people. Why do you want Tinubu? Why would you, sell him to us? Why are you supporting him? You are a criminal. Until reporting our stuff to Netflix, trying to pull down our videos, going after our livelihood. I'm talking about Tony Abraham. And you're Yoruba, you were there just opening your mouth, looking like Lucozade. You did nothing. You were okay with it because that's the person that will destroy your future, so you have to do something about her. Abi? But this one will wear logo, Infinity logo cap, Tinubu's logo. Nobody will say anything. It would go and kneel down. The other day was a picture of him kneeling down before Shetima. Nobody has any problem with it. Now he's kneeling down in front of Tinubu. There's no problem with it. I'm not blaming him, and I'm not blaming his ethnic group. I'm asking the Yoruba people in obedient movement, do you guys think? Do you use your brains? Like, do you not see what's happening? The people that are, happy that this thing is happening, are the ones castigating your own for doing nothing even remotely, not even reach this one. Please think. Again, history has taught us that people like you are usually going to be used and dumped. But it doesn't have to be your story. It doesn't have to be your story. So please do better. All right, this is something from from Labour Party. The statement that was released by the Labour Party. Labour Party 2027, Labour Party not celebrating Obi's declaration, declares presidential ticket open. Obi's coalition project an affront to party leadership. The attention, please, let's not stop our tapping. We're on 7.9. Let's try and get this to 20K, please, on TikTok. On YouTube, thank you for joining. Hope you're enjoying the live. We're going to get to the conversation very soon. For now, we're just discussing the news, and then we're going to bring people up later, and then we'll get into the conversation proper. Thank you for joining us. The attention of the leadership of the Labour Party has been drawn to the news trending in the media that the party is celebrating that its candidate in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, has declared his intention to run on the platform of the party in 2027. Kola Venture, good to see you, sir. I want to state emphatically that I was quoted out of context, and therefore the impression conveyed by the news was erroneous. Was erroneous, inaccurate, and does not in any way reflect the position and mood in the party. First, while we are not opposed to anybody running under the platform of the Labour Party in the 2027 general election, we need to make it categorically clear that the party has a long-standing rule on how its candidates shall emerge, and automatic ticket is not one of the routes. Recall that at the party's national convention in 2024, the party had erroneously granted automatic tickets to our former presidential candidate and the only governor of the party. However, that decision has since been rescinded and reversed after consulting the statute books. Now, them start once you decide, it happened to me before, not political party, but once you relax your rules for somebody, that's it. That's it. They'll just be doing that, because on a normal day, he wasn't supposed to be the presidential candidate in 2023. Second, His Excellency Peter Obi, hours after he spoke of his intention to run under the Labour Party, was on Sunday seen in a meeting of a pro-coalition group in Abuja without the permission and consent of the Labour Party leadership. This to us is really confusing, and we think that Peter Obi has not come to terms with his intentions for the 2027 presidential race. We have consistently said that Labour Party will not go into any coalition or merger of any sort ahead of 2027 general election. Therefore, Obi's continued association with the coalition is not only distasteful, but unacceptable to the party. It is also an affront to the party leadership, and we view his opposition as a total disregard to the party's rights to make decisions beating its affairs. We are therefore by this statement letting Nigerians know that the presidency for 2027 is open to anyone who wants to run under the platform of the party. Signed, Obiora Ifo, National Publicity Secretary, Labour Party, 25th of May, 2025. So, you're in a party, but you don't really care about the rules of the party. You join a coalition, but you still want to be the presidential candidate of a party because of it, they're open up. Why not just form your own party and be the boss of everyone? Anyway, that's Labour Party. I hope they settle whatever it is that's happening to them. They will be fine. Meanwhile, good news: if you have kids who play computer games or Xbox, for instance, there's a game on Xbox right now. It's called Legends of Orisha, Blood and Water. All this is what I do for people for free. Don't worry, very soon we'll be collecting money because the ministry has to move. But I mean, on a serious note, it's important to promote things that are ours. So this is by Dimension 11 Studios. It's Legends of Orisha, Blood and Water. It's on Xbox. I don't. If I play it now, just be hearing audio, you won't be able to see it. But yeah, please check it out. Or you can also check them out on Instagram, Dimension 11 Studios. I like what they're doing. It's a game, but it's based on Yoruba traditional concepts. So this is beautiful, and I'm really happy about that. So please check it out on social media. And if you are a gamer, or if you have, Xbox, PlayStation. No, Xbox, not possible, not PlayStation. So if you or your kids, like to do that, let's celebrate our own. All right, moving on. For some reason, this video about the 811 people that were that were employed in the federal government parastatal in Anambra just resurfaced, but I don't want to play it now because it has nothing to do with the conversation that we're having today. Anyway, let's go to something else. Ministry of Police Affairs have released a report of states with the highest crime recorded in 2023. Number of major crimes recorded across the nation. Top 12 states. Number 1 is Kaduna, 563. Number 2 is Plateau, 433. Number 3 is Taraba, 392. Number 4, FCT, 311. Number 5, Zamfara, 283. Number 6, Katsina, 258. Number 7, Edo, 253 crimes. Number 8, Enugu, 246 crimes. Number 9, Borno, 244. Number 10, Kebbi, 213. Number 11, Lagos, 177. Number 12, Oyo, 175. These are the top 12 states in terms of crimes recorded across Nigeria, and I'm really hoping that reduces, especially for the southwest. Instead of having 177 in Lagos, we should be having 1 or 2, and that should be the experience in Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti, Osun, Kwara, Kogi, the Warri side, the Yoruba side of Edo State, and then of course the rest of Nigeria, that crime will reduce. That's my prayer, but of course first for my home and then for the rest of the country. All right. Something interesting is also happening in Osun State, just like it happened in Delta State. The governor of Osun State, Governor Adeleke, is set to dump PDP for APC, begs Tinubu for 2026 ticket. That's by Ahmed Agbabiaka. In a dramatic twist that could shake Osun politics to its core, Governor Ademola Adeleke is allegedly making desperate moves to abandon the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and pitch his tent with the All Progressives Congress, APC, all in a frantic bid to secure his second term. Multiple insider sources confirm that earlier this month, Adeleke held a secret late-night meeting with his elder brother, billionaire Dr. Deji Adeleke, and some powerful APC chieftains. The burning topic: how to jump ship and get the APC governorship ticket in 2026. At the closed-door meeting, the governor reportedly admitted that his chances in PDP are hanging by a thread. The reasons: angry party members have turned against him, accusing him of sidelining loyal PDP foot soldiers, reserving plum appointments for his cronies from Ede, and allegedly funneling over 60% of the state's infrastructure budget into his hometown alone. He is also concerned about the formidability of the opposition to wrestle power from him, given the leap in their popularity in recent times. Now, in what appears to be a complete betrayal of his party, Adeleke is said to be ready to trade Osun PDP for personal ambition. Sources say he is prepared to hand over the entire PDP structure in Osun just to secure the APC ticket. Even more shocking, the governor has allegedly promised to endorse President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for second term as a way of proving loyalty to the APC. He said he's ready to sign a written agreement and do anything it takes, the source said. He doesn't care what happens to PDP anymore. The arrangement is that he would pick the governorship ticket while his party would sacrifice 2 of its senators in the 2027 elections. Its party will also concede half of its House of Representatives and State Assembly seats to APC. Also in the arrangement, APC will produce the deputy governor. The move, if confirmed, would mark one of the boldest political defections in recent history and could signal the total collapse of PDP in Osun. Osun PDP insiders are rattled, but for Adeleke it is clear the only thing that matters now is power, even if it means switching sides and starting a political war he may not be able to control. All right, there's an image of this is Osun State because they have a seal of the Osun State government there. What do you think about the Davido visit to Tinubu was about? We'll see how it plays out, but that's quite interesting. Again, if you fight over politicians, you are not thinking straight. Amen, Princess. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're not thinking straight. You just M. Bravo, good to see you. Otojo Meta. Welcome, sir. Please let's power tap. Let's power tap. Let's power tap. On 10.3, let's try and get this thing to 20 and then scale. Please, let's power tap. Don't fight over politicians or politics. They are politicians for a reason. Okay, there's no messiah anywhere. Which is, I didn't want to say it, but let me say it now. You notice how they were thinking when VDM was there. If that guy declares for them now, they will say yes. Everybody's looking for messiah. Relax. Stop destroying relationships because of politicians. Tomorrow they're going to, the person who says PDP was culture of criminality, are they on the same coalition? Did you not see them on Sunday? Peter Obi and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Meanwhile, you have destroyed your relationships. You have broken relationships because of Peter Obi or because of Atiku Abubakar. Both of them are now having meetings to start a coalition. Okay. I don't even know. Some of you just got into politics in 2022. They won't let us rest. You just say anything wrong, they start insulting you. Oga, they are okay. If you destroy relationships and you spoil opportunities because of politicians, that's your business. None of them is worth it. And the reason I say that is because I don't even, ask me now, what's the ideology of this person? Let me not lie. In this Nigerian politics, let me see. I probably know one or two people. That's who I know. Maybe there are more. But I know maybe one or two people who are ideological in Nigerian politics. And the one I can mention right now, you're not even going to believe it. But the reason you don't see his ideology is that he plays game by J. But people don't get it. Everybody's just angry. So, if you fight over a politician, see now, I see them on Twitter say, oh, we are conservatives. How would Tinubu receive Davido? Me, I'll just like, Tinubu receive Davido. Why would he receive him? Oh, he is always insulting APC. Politics. You can insult a person's mother. Tomorrow, you're in a coalition party with that same person. Politics, yeah, where they go. People should be careful. Don't go and destroy a relationship because of somebody you don't even know. You don't know where they meet. You don't know what they do. You're just angry for nothing. Basically, thank you. Every time you do this, I remember. Please click, if you're on TikTok, please click on the icon above my head here, just beside Busuyo Oris. Click on it, join the team. If you're already in the team, please just get in there and drop a heart, me, a coin, whatever gift. Do that because these things help the life. If you're trying to come up, I'm going to bring you up very soon. I just want to read all the news and then we'll bring everybody up. All right, please bear with me. All right, moving on from politicians being politicians. This is something from Vanguard. Tinubu pauses weakest property revocations, grants 14-day grace to PDP. Did you see the news yesterday, guys? Did you see it? I saw it yesterday. They shut down Wadata Plaza in Abuja, in Zone 5. Shut down Wadata. Meanwhile, when will PDP move to the secretariat they've been building since God knows when? This wicked man, let me say man, is a different kettle of fish. Shut down PDP secretariat, shut down FIRS, just on a shutting down spree. Anyway, now they are doing a good cop, bad cop. So President Bola Tinubu has intervened in the ongoing sealing of properties belonging to ground rent defaulters in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, granting a 14-day grace period for them to settle their outstanding obligations and regularize their documents. This was announced by Mr. Chijioke Nwakweze, Director of Land Administration in the FCT, during a briefing on Monday night in Abuja. He stated on May 26, 2025, enforcement began on 4,794 properties revoked for non-payment of ground rent, spanning 10 to 43 years. Wow. Properties affected include those owned by government. I even think I saw Access Bank was also shut down or something like that, or sealed. This enforcement reflects the FCT administration's commitment to executing its duties without fear or favor. Excuse me. However, by the intervention of President His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, holders of the affected properties have been granted 14 days, 2 weeks, to settle their outstanding ground rents, including applicable penalties. For properties in the central area, defaulters are required to pay a penalty of 5 million naira in addition to the ground rent owed. Those in Maitama, Asokoro, Wusetu, and Guzape district will pay 3 million naira as penalty alongside the ground rent arrears. Defaulters in Wuse 1, Gariki 1, and Gariki 2. I just feel like I'm back home. Anyway, will pay a penalty of 2 million naira in addition to the outstanding ground rent. All right. Additionally, all individuals who purchase properties from others have yet to register their interest by obtaining the mandatory minister's consent and registering the deeds of assignment have 14 days to do so at the FCT Department of Land Administration. So I like what's happening. These guys are playing the game. Playing the game. Why do you think? Let me tell you what I think. I won't say everything, sir. I think this thing was about PDP. Baba is just everybody is calling for equal agbon. Not for equal agbon. It's really about that party. Yeah, Wiki is just an interesting person. All right. Somebody asked a question in the comment section about Alhaji Aregbesola. So I saw a video of a group of people praying at his residence. I think he just clocked 70. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. I saw the video and I was like, could it be that, in some cases you get to a particular point in life where you're like, at this point I want to also be my own man. I was just wondering, like, could it be the reason for the whole thing? I really wish they didn't break up, because I listened to an interview with Senator Adeyeye a while back where he was talking about how close Aregbesola was to President Tinubu. So I really hope they settle it. I was actually sad to see him as part of the coalition. I don't know, but again, politics yank on me. They can tomorrow now just cover that is the one spearheading Tinubu's campaign. You'll be. I mean, anything can happen. That's the truth of the matter. Okay, I think we've gone through enough. There's still more, but let me just bring people up. We'll have people share their thoughts. What if we plant him there, Obalufon? It's not impossible. It is not impossible. It is not It is not impossible. We're doing this stuff for him within. People are outside getting angry. I'm going to bring some people up. While they're talking, I'll read a few more news items and then we'll get on with the conversation. Thank you very much for joining us. Please don't stop power tapping. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, please share the live session with your friends. We're going to discuss what happened in Lagos, Ibadan, Enugu, and Kaduna in 1966. However, before we get deep into it, I found something very, very interesting. Reading a book written by Frederick Forsyth. I have a couple of his books. I was reading one this morning and I saw something I thought I would share with you, just to let you know how propaganda works and how certain people have been damaged with lies and propaganda from the Southeast. We're going to get into all of those things much later today, but for now, we're just going to discuss the news. So if you're coming up, please let's just talk about what we've read so far. Take 2 minutes and then we'll move on. Thank you very much for being here. So let's bring up some people. Please, as soon as you come up, please mute. Please. Thank you very, very much. I begged you now. Please now. I begged. I begged. Thank you. Thank you. I begged now. Please mute. Let's have apologies first, please. Bàbá mi.
Ẹ káàsán o.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ o. Ẹ káàsán ṣé wà?
Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Hello. Okay. Yes. Adúpẹ́ o. Ṣé rí àtàná yẹn mo ti ń rẹ́rìn. Ẹ̀rín tí mo dẹ̀ ń rín kì í ṣe pé kò yé mi tẹ́lẹ̀, but mo kàn ń fi àwọn Yorùbá bot ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ tó pọ̀ ni. Imagine what has been happening, and they could see the series of such events that the so-called obedience who happen from the other tribe will go and see people in APC, even leaning down, they won't say anything. But the Yoruba bots will now join them to bring down their own people. Ṣèyí lọ ọkùnrin ní Ṣèyí lọ, ojú ẹ̀ ti rí lọ́wọ́ Yorùbá bot. Tí àwọn other side yẹn ò dùn mí, Yorùbá bot ló ń dùn mí jù. Àwọn ló máa ń drag Ṣèyí lọ bí wọ́n máa ń drag ẹ̀ bí tiger generator ni. And tó bá dìgbà tí wọn a ṣe mẹ́rẹ́ bí pé wọn ò rí wọn, and social media máa quiet as if nothing is happening. Ṣèyí lọ tí lọ kúnlẹ̀ níwájú anybody o. Kò lọ kúnlẹ̀, tó bá yẹ pé Yorùbá ni wọ́n á ní pé Fúlàní slave, Kanuri slave. Àwọn bíbí ẹ̀mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe, àwọn àmọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe o, àbí kí n sọ pé some of us àmọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe àtọ̀ àmọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe.
Thank you very much.
And another video, mi mọ̀ bí ẹ rí video yẹn, so one of this video, ṣé ẹ rí video kan báyìí, video tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ náà ní Abia State tí ọ̀nà tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe tí ó ti kó ṣubí mélòó kan tí more than mo lè ṣe the video yẹn sí. So àgbàrá ti gbé lọ, wọ́n dákẹ́, and the entire place lórùn o, and it's only Lagos is smelling, tí ibẹ̀yẹn ò ní rùn, ibẹ̀yẹn ò rùn. Wọ́n mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe, àwọn dákẹ́. Imagine kó jẹ́ pé oògùn àbọ̀yọ̀ náà ti ṣe irú ọ̀nà yẹn tí àgbàrá láàrin oṣù mélòó kan tágbàrá ti gbé lọ, social media ò ní gbádùn. Ẹ ṣe.
Thank you very much.
Máa bá sọ̀rọ̀ ṣá.
Ọlọ́run àjẹ́ kan gbọ́. Ẹ ṣé o, thank you very much for your submission. A few more things and I'll bring more people up. All right. Nigeria is to open $800 million Chinese funded lithium processing factories this year. So in 2025, the federal government is working with Chinese organizations, Chinese companies to establish lithium processing factories. Of course, we know lithium is a very important resource in the creation of batteries. Whether it's the one for solar or electric cars. So even our phones. So I'm trusting that this would, provide opportunities for people in Nigeria. Things are working in the country apparently. So this night, I'm not reading the news. I just read headlines. I think somebody wants to come up. Okay. Operatives of the Osun State Security Network Agency, Amotekun, have rescued 8 kidnapped passengers in the Akoko North axis of the state. All right, so that's good news. Governor Zulum vows to protect Borno local government areas from Boko Haram and ISWAP. Are we doing enough? Oh, I don't want to read long. Are we doing enough? UBEC Executive Secretary Aisha M. Garba didn't come to Makurdi for another round of routine talk. At the 26th quarterly review meeting, she issued a bold call to action. Unutilized education funds must not continue to shortchange Nigerian children. Every policy, every fund, every delay comes back to them, she says. Now with a new access template on the table, states have no excuse. It is time to turn budgets into blackboards and potential into progress. They should please stop using blackboard. They should make it white. Gombe State government has rescued a 14-year-old girl who was married off to an old man as his third wife. Good news for her. Thank God for her. Libya authorities have arrested 5 Nigerians for allegedly stealing electrical equipment from a farm. Okay. A kidnapper was arrested. Thank you for the gift. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. A kidnapper was arrested and he says he planned to travel abroad with ransom money. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen is reportedly close to securing his next move to Saudi Arabia as he closes in on personal arrangement with Al Hilal. President Tinubu has condemned child bullying and has promised to create a better and more secure environment for Nigerian children. This one is sad. Peter Obi tells NAFDAC that they are adding burdens to Onitsha traders at this time and says it is simply unjust. That's your president. Peter Obi has condemned NAFDAC's demand for 700,000 naira. It's a rumor. It has condemned NAFDAC's demand for 700,000 naira from each shop owner at Onitsha's Headbridge Market as a condition to reopen. He labeled the fee economic sabotage and disturbing, urging authorities to prioritize compassion and economic recovery over punitive measures that further burden struggling small businesses. It's crazy. I think everybody just they open their shop, they do free fake drug. I mean, have compassion. That's how compassion is weaponized in Nigeria. The Nigerian Customs Service has handed over 431,000 seized parcels of tramadol tablets worth over 150 million naira to the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. That's good. Federal government has cleared over 200,000 passport backlogs and 28 billion naira legacy debts. That's from Minister Tunji Ojo. I think he's one of the most active ministers in the federal government. Like, he's fantastic. Governor Alex Otti has signed the Abia State Senior Citizens Bill into law together with 17 other laws. I'd like to know the details of that law, but it's not today's session. But let me just see if I can get you a bit more detail. The Abia State Senior Citizens Bill, signed into law by Governor Alex Otti on May 27, 2025, aims to establish a center for residents aged 60 and above. It focuses on their healthcare, welfare, and social needs. Special provisions are unclear, but it likely includes services like medical care and social programs. The bill is seen as a positive step, though its success depends on funding and implementation. I mean, that's good news from Abia, Rwanda, like somebody used to call it on Twitter. Not bad. The Nigerian Ports Authority and Dangote Industries Limited have concluded plans to develop the nation's marine and blue economy sector, with plans to ensure expansion of export operations. And of course, PDP has resumed the second day of National Caucus meeting in Abuja. I can see Jerry Ghana. I can see the governor of Osun State. I can see Chief Bode George, former deputy governor of Oyo State, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so they're having a National Caucus meeting. Then lastly, this one is quite sad. 75-year-old Edo pilgrim dies during Hajj in Saudi Arabia. May God rest her soul and take care of her family. All right, we're about to get into today's session proper. Does anybody want to say anything? We have like a few minutes to, chit chat before we get into the books. So if you'd like to come up, please feel free to come up now. What about the Abia man who died in Hajj? I didn't read about him. 1 second, please. I need to do something to my back. May I put something here? 1 second. Please, if you want to come up, please send your request. I'll bring you up in Jiffy. One more. Okay, I'll bring you up now, but please, as soon as you get up, please mute. God bless you. Yeah, please send your request. I'll bring you up. So let's start with my battlefield. Good afternoon, my battlefield. Educated stream, I can't see you again, no?
Yeah,
afternoon,
good afternoon. Sir. It's been a while, actually. Thanks so much for this session today. I like the way you started current affairs, so we don't actually lose sight of what is current. Okay, I've listened to you regarding the EFCC. I watched the interview with EFCC chairman just yesterday, and he mentioned VDM and what is happening. And I think what VDM is trying to do now, he wants to stampede the agency, EFCC and NAFDAC. He wants to stampede them to making some decision that is prematurely, so he can have his troops out in the street again. And I think those people, they are playing the waiting game with him. Yeah? They are playing the waiting game, which is very commendable. If they are arrested him, because what he's doing, he can never do it in the normal crime. They will have arrested him. They will have arrested him, and Peter will be again going everywhere. I just don't know. Maybe he's forgotten that. Maybe Peter will be as. Let me wait for you to finish.
Mr. Battlefield, I can't hear my Battlefield. I can't hear you. Please continue.
I thought you were busy. I didn't want to distract you.
No. Please continue. Continue. I'm listening to you.
Okay. In a normal class, I did be interpreting in the UK. We've done it before here in the UK. When you go somewhere and they are selling fake things like that, that place is considered a crime scene. They won't even wait for you. That place will be considered as a crime scene. They will lock that place up for months, if not for years, or even demolish the whole place. I don't know when NAFDAC is actually opening that market. That market should have been demolished. Everybody there will have been confiscated. All their wares will have been confiscated, and they have their day in court. And for Obi to be gaslighting them, Obi will have been giving warnings, written warnings several times. In fact, he will have been investigated as an accomplice. So I don't know what NAFDAC and NAFDAC, I don't know what they are waiting for. This person is always want to interfere in your work. Yeah, in UK, they will regard it as interference, and they will have arrested Obi and charge him to court for interfering in their work. Honestly, but I don't know what's happening in Nigeria because of the political environment. They're actually taking a back seat and enduring his gaslighting and his whatever he's doing. It is not right for the agencies to wait on to sit on their hands and wait for things to degenerate before taking actions. Are they being here?
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Battlefield.
They will have arrested VDM. If they have been arrested, Obi will have been arrested for interference and charged accordingly. But everything goes in Nigeria. Obi will never discuss anything that happens in his backyard in Nnewi of Anambra State. Yeah, but anything else he will talk about it. And I've watched Alice TV. They will never green Obi for anything that he will accomplish. He will make him look so stupid. They have never greened this guy.
Are you sure? Have you seen his last interview? Oh boy, let me not talk.
the last interview I watched with Arise TV was when they're asking what would have done with the economy. He said, "Oh, he would have borrowed money." He would say he would have borrowed money, and Oseni was trying to nudge him. Hey, don't say that. We're trying to nudge him, but he wasn't looking. He was just blabbing. He said he would have done exactly what Tinubu is doing. Even worse, he would have borrowed to pay for subsidy. He said, "Will I pay for?" I couldn't even believe it. This guy has no.
Thank you, my Battlefield.
Has no intelligence of numeracy. He has no numeracy skill.
Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you. It's okay, sir. We have to stop. We have to stop now.
Yeah,
just 5 seconds, but we have to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have to start timing people because of time. But really, thank you very much for that submission. So let's go to sort out, please. You have 2 minutes, please. Hello, sort out. Are you there? Hello? Is sort out there? Okay, maybe not. D1, please go on. I'm going to add to your time.
Oh, thank you. Madam. Sọ fún wọn kó àwọn audience ń kí wọn.
Wọ́n sì ń lé bọ̀ wọ́n á gbọ́.
Ta ló wá ń
Àwọn
distract bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, Mr. Busuyi?
bọ̀dá ló ń distract me, it's my son.
Okay, ẹ bá wa
It's
kí ẹ̀gbọ́n náà, ẹ bá wa kí ẹ̀gbọ́n náà.
ẹ̀gbọ́n wa ló ń distract me.
Okay,
Ẹ̀ṣẹ̀
ẹ
má
bá wa
bínú.
kí ẹ̀gbọ́n náà.
Ó mú ròyìn ayọ̀ wálé ni, and I'm so happy to. I
Oh,
couldn't
that's
just.
good.
I wanted to stand up. Kékeré ló kù kí n dìde, but yeah. So
Okay,
it's
no,
my
we can give
eldest
time.
son.
Hello, attend sí wọn.
No, don't worry. Mo ti àti sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay,
sọ̀rọ̀.
when I get more jumping late, but let me speak English. I jumped in quite late, but I heard something about VDM. My own point, I'm not saying what he's doing is good or bad. My problem now, you want to call out NAFDAC. NAFDAC has done something bad, right? Why would you jump from NAFDAC to go and be calling, Tinubu, if this is in the north, you will not do this. If this is, it doesn't. After NAFDAC, you have Ministry of Health. After Ministry of Health, you still have other people you can call and address before you get to president. Why are you calling President Tinubu for NAFDAC shutting down market? Now they say the PDP secretariat was shut down by government. Even when they ask Obi, can you resolve Labour Party's issues? He said it's done by the presidency. How can you just keep doing that? Why is everybody should gaslight the office of the presidency? There are institutions you can call to check NAFDAC. Why will you say the people carrying cow, you did not close their cow market, but here you close down? Those guys are killing the economy. Apart from that, they are selling fake drugs, fake products. They are sending, they're chasing away these companies that produce the real things. So you should continue whatever he finds. I don't wish him bad, but you should just be careful there.
He should continue on this path of destruction.
And whatever he finds,
because there's nothing good at the end of the tunnel.
There's nothing good about what he's doing. If you cannot do it in the proper way, call out NAFDAC, call out Ministry of Health to check them, call out other people. Don't just go and stay. I don't play the ethnicity card. Imagine,
and then went on to play it.
And you are playing it, so it don't make sense. I don't care. So I'll still listen. I think my time is up. Thank you.
Very much, Dewan. Thank you very much for that brilliant submission. Let's go to Sort Out. Are you ready to speak now, or should we go to Dark Poet? Okay, I don't think he's available. Dark Poet, please. Good afternoon. Oh, you're good. Okay. All right. Good.
How you guys doing?
Very well, thank you. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. You guys are talking about Ibrahim Traore?
No.
I sort of missed your conversation.
Okay. No, we're not talking about Traore here. No. We're talking about Nigerian issues. Nigerian issues.
Well, I know about a lot of Nigerian issues. But anyway,
the ones we discussed this morning is what we are talking about right now. It's not an open conversation. It's very close. Based on, maybe you should listen for a bit and then you can contribute later. How about that?
Well, I did have something I wanted to ask, if you don't mind.
Okay, let's see.
I saw a video this morning, and it was of a guy. He seemed to be really upset and disturbed, and he's over in Haiti, and he's saying that I guess the French are trying to get them.
Sort out. That's not part of what we're discussing today. We have to really move on. Like, that's not today's topic at all. Like, it has nothing to do with the conversation. If you don't mind, we're gonna have to move on, please. Right? Is that okay?
I will move on, and thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Dark Poet, are you there?
Good afternoon, Musui.
Good afternoon. You have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. I think for me about VDM, I've always been somebody that is in a like and dislike relationship with him. There are some little things I feel he has done that I feel, okay, yes, you are giving it a try, but his method are most times unorthodox and it doesn't add up for me. Yes, you want to do good, but there are better methods and better ways you can do it. Like the last person actually said, you jump from, okay, NAFDAC, you jump to the president. There's hierarchy in government. There's a way this thing are set up. And you always point out to, oh, Tinubu this, Tinubu that. You never criticize the opposition for once, even though what they do, they are doing the most. That's why me, I see him as part and somebody that is part of the obedient movement, but he doesn't want to come out just to save his NGO that, okay, I'm not supporting A or I'm not supporting B. This is what I just want to do. And I can call out the government because he is my president, he is my government. If I don't call him out, who will? That's how I've always seen him as. But I see him as he's a smoke screen. It's somebody that this is what he wants to do, is just hiding behind this activism of a thing. So if he wants people to take him serious, to believe him, let him do what he's supposed to do in the right way, not hiding behind, oh, I want to call out the president for this, for that. If you call out the president from now till the end of the world, if you don't go through the right channel, and if he doesn't want to do it, nothing you will do. You are not the first activism. We have people like our father Gani Adams, Fela, and like who have done great deal than you. Yes, Gani Fawemi, yes. Everybody know that this man is a staunch activist. No bribe, nothing. He will do what he wants to do in the midst of military regime, fear, and everything. But you are just starting. Fine, you might have done some few things that I agree with. Maybe in a civil case, you help people to collect their money if they've been defrauded. Fine, I agree with that. But in this government of a thing, he is really, really messing, and he feels that everything is about being stubborn to the authority of the day. And on the long run, it will be a disaster for him if he doesn't take care and if he doesn't retrace his step. So that's my own part on him. And I've always enjoyed your show about how you deal with the books or relating to the Biafra story, because I've also read quite a few. They were like the one you mentioned yesterday, Why We Struck. I think I read Why We Struck a long time ago. I saw it in my late dad's collection, and I'm somebody that like reading. So I read like 5 or 6 versions of the Biafran War.
30 more seconds, please.
I thought, yes, I told people, I said, see, the two worst part of the story was the one written by Chimamanda and by this Igbo scholar that they compare with Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe. I said it is very, very biased, those two. I read Alexander Madebo, the Biafra and the Nigerian Civil War. At the end, he himself blamed Ojukwu for the war, that the war should have been avoided. That he just killed his own people for his own selfish reason. But when you talk to people, they feel, oh, you are anti this, anti that. But I enjoy this show. I always tune in. Most times I might not come up due to work, but I always enjoy your submission most. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much for your kind words. I really do appreciate that. Let's have a Panther 7, and then I'm going to take everybody down and we'll take a deep dive into the conversation for today. So let's have Panther. Please, let's keep our tapping, and if you're on YouTube or Facebook, please share. Jeez, what's happening? If you're on Facebook or YouTube, please share the live. If you're here on TikTok as well, please share the live. Please power tap, engage the live. Please click on the heart icon beside Busioris and join the team. Drop a heart me, drop a gift. I like gifts, but beyond the fact that I like gifts actually help with engagement or interactions on TikTok. So please get generous. Click on the heart me, please. Thank you very much. All right, so let's have Panther 7 now. Hope you can speak. Hello? Hello? Okay, I don't think it's available. All right, so I'm going to get everybody down. Thank you very much for coming up. I really appreciate your presence.
Before you go, please,
yes,
I'd like to give you this compliment. I think this your platform is by far the most educative platform on TikTok. I can give you that. I'm an organized award for you, and I'm serious. This is true. I'm serious because Cherry Beshi trash issue Biafra war and many of these issues that you have trashed. In fact, I can go and write exam on that course and I'll pass, because you have really impacted a lot of knowledge in us about this thing, this matter that is very, very, very scary to talk about in Nigerian society. You know, you have done it in a very subtle manner that nobody can even say you are being tribalistic the way you do it. It's just educative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you
very
very much.
educative. Thank you.
Amen. 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 Eshio,
God
thank you
bless you.
so much for.
You're welcome.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate that. Coming from people like you, thank you so very much. All right. It's going to be a beautiful ride today. We're going to have a fantastic time discussing history again. So, like someone said earlier, the first portion, the first section of the program, we talk about current affairs, news, and stuff, so that we all, we keep abreast of what's happening, and then we'll move into the historical bit of it. So I'm going to take everyone down now. Thank you very much for coming up. After the session, I'm going to bring everybody back up. So if you want to speak, please feel free to come back much later. Thank you very much for being here. Eshio, I really do appreciate your presence. Again, please let's power tap. I told you I found something quite interesting today. So I was watching a show and somebody mentioned a book. So I looked through my library and I found the book and mentioned the page. I went there and I saw something and I was like, how? It was a blatant lie. But it's one of those things that people talk about. That's one. Number two, I read another. So I read a number of things this morning. I'm not telling you this so that you know that I read books. I'm just telling you because I want to share what I found with you. So it's not about, oh, what did you read? It's talking about books that I read. Trust me, I don't talk about most of the things I read. But I just think that I would like to share this. Maybe once we're done with this book, while we struck, there's a document I found. It was a speech that was given by Odia Ofemom. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but it was one of the secretaries to Papa. By the way, every time I say Papa, you know the person I'm talking about. It's very difficult for me to call him by name. And also, Papa just makes sense, you know. I had to explain what I just said. I had to explain to somebody in this country who reached out to me, and if I mention the name, you will know the person, but there's no need to drop anybody's name. And she was asking, why do you call him Papa? And there's a way you say it, but the truth is, it's just natural to me, like it's Papa. Anyway, it was the secretary to Papa Awo, and he mentioned certain things in a speech. And when I read it today, and then to make it very interesting, he was also quoting several books. So I was trying to check, and then he also quoted some of the books I already have, thankfully. And it just shows how people believe what they believe. They don't believe it because they've ever checked it. They believe it because their Lord and Messiah said it. Let me say it this way. If you're a religious person, whatever you believe in, most likely whatever your leader says or the religious figure says, I'm not talking about your pastor, I'm talking about, say, Jesus or Muhammad or whoever, or Buddha or whoever you believe in. You tend to take what they say very seriously. Nigeria history, there is no religion here. When we're talking about what happened in the coup or the war, it's just history. And so people have to be very careful about just believing things without questioning it, because as if it's a religious belief. It's not. It's just, it's history. You can question certain things. And having said that, let me read, where do we begin? It's gonna be a brighter day. Who knows that song? I never knew that this is the happy. I think it's Kirk Franklin, Abby. I never knew I could have such joy because of your love. This is a book that was quoted this morning. And today I'm so glad that I have this book. Why? Let me first tell you that this book was written by a propagandist who I don't think anything Ojukwu did was ever wrong to him. But then he made some claims I thought I would just get into before we get into the conversation today. Please stay with me. It's going to be could be bumpy at some point, but it's going to be a nice ride. You're going to enjoy the ride. So if it gets bumpy, just stay with me. Stay with me. You're all I need. Umbo, I want to open as many things as I can before we even get into it. Okay, we're good. So here's a book I picked up this morning. Well, I've always had it, but I read some parts of it today. Please let's power tap. Let's share the live. Wherever you are, Facebook, Twitter. Why do I keep saying Twitter? Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Let's share the live. All right, here goes. During 1964, Emeka, of course, is Chukwu Emeka. By the way, this is not today's topic. It's just something I want to share. It ties in with what we've been discussing for a while now. So it says here, during 1964, Emeka, who is Emeka? Chukwu Emeka Odumegu Ojukwu. Fasten your seatbelt. Yes, it's the one. Chukwu Emeka Odumegu Ojukwu. Hello, Dakpo. Good to see you. Welcome. Deep breath. During 1964, Emeka also found the time to get married to Njide Onyekwelu from the eastern town of Nofia, and soon after that learned that he was going to become a father. In autumn of 1964, an incident occurred which threw light on what was to happen much later, though no one realized it at the time. Please listen. Those who recall the autumn of 1964 will remember that severe cracks had begun to appear in the stability of the political structure that ruled Nigeria in those days. Most notably, the elections of that year, law and order began to break down in the West, and there were rumors of the possibility of a pending constitutional clash, which could not help but involve the army in a conflict of loyalties. You know what? Please note these words. We are going to come back to those words, so I'm going to just repeat some things. 1 second. I need to open another book, so it's easy for me to move from one book to the other. So just give me 1 second. There's a special branch report. So we're going to be reading from special branch report. We're going to read from Bengule's book, Nigeria's 5 Majors, and then we're going to read from Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, and then The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. All right, so please listen attentively. It's going to be very interesting, but you have to listen because everything matters. So it says here, most notably, the elections of that year. Then go back just a little bit. Those who recall the autumn of 1967 will remember that severe cracks had begun to appear in the stability of the political structure that ruled Nigeria in those days. Most notably, following the elections of that year, law and order began to break down in the West, and there were rumors of the possibility of a pending constitutional clash, which could not help but involve the army in a conflict of loyalties. So this is that last line I mentioned. I'm going to repeat it so that you remember. So it says a pending constitutional crisis, which could not help but involve the army in a conflict of loyalties. Remember that statement, involving the army in a conflict of loyalties. When was this? 1964. Stay with me. Emeka realized, as he had foreseen long before, that the unity of the army was absolutely crucial to the unity of the country. The politicians were already split, with 3 major parties concentrated in the north, the west, and the east. The civil servants were disunited under the rule of regionalism. Commerce and industry were out of their own profits. Only the army, and above all, the officer corps, was truly Nigerian in a national sense. If they split, all would be lost. In autumn of 1967, Emeka called a meeting of the Nigerian staff officers in Lagos and put to them a question. No British officers were asked to attend. The question was this. Listen, please. Nigeria's president was by then an Easterner of the NCNC party. Although a non-executive president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was also holder of the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But the democratically elected government was of the NPC party, headed by Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, at least at the federal level, under whom the defense minister was Alhaji Ribadu. In the event, Ribadu, the same Ribadu, that family. In the event of a political crisis and in the event of conflicting orders from president and premier, whom should the army obey? Let me read that slowly. Ojukwu is saying in 1964, he called certain people together, staff officers who were Nigerians, no British, no Oyinbo, just Nigerians, put them together and said, listen, we have the president of Nigeria who is Nnamdi Azikiwe, of course, is Igbo, and then we have the prime minister who is Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, who of course is from the north. So guys, wait though. Let's say there's a political crisis and we have conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister. Who should we obey? My question to you is this: what will make you ask that question? Forget the question for a second. What prompted you to ask the question? Why would you think that there will be conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister? We're going somewhere with this. No one knew the answer to the question. No one had the faintest idea. No one had ever thought of it before. They agreed that Emeka should find out exactly where they all stood and as quickly as possible. He resolved to consult the British officer commanding, General Welby Everard. But before he could do so, what if you rush on people here? But before he could do so, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, who had attended the meeting and said nothing, eager as ever to seek favor with the British, something that still continues today, had run to General Welby Everard with a tale that Emeka was quote-unquote holding political meetings. The general summoned Emeka and asked him what he was up to. Emeka replied that he would be delighted to explain, but that he wanted the same group of officers he had already spoken to be present at the meeting. The general agreed, and the officers were summoned. Emeka went through it all again. When he had finished, General Welby Everard was lost in thought. "You are quite right," he said at length. "I don't know the answer. It never occurred to me. Why didn't you come to me first?" "Because," replied Emeka, "this is a Nigerian affair and you are a British officer first. If the worst comes to the worst, the British High Commission may order you to stand aside. That will leave us not knowing which way to go. We have to know." Welby admitted that if ordered to stand aside, he would obey his British orders and do so. He promised the officers he would consult the country's senior legal officer, the Attorney General, for a ruling. Then he rounded on Gowon and ticked him off for spreading alarmist rumors. As they left the meeting, Emeka asked Gowon why he had considered it fit to go running to the general with his tales. Gowon mumbled that he was sorry, but he had not understood what Emeka was talking about. "Jack," said Emeka madly, "the next time I say something that you don't understand, would you mind coming to me to ask me first? Or would you mind coming to me to ask first?" The general consulted the Attorney General and got the ruling. It was clear. In the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected political leader of the country, the Prime Minister, or his subordinate, the Defense Minister. Please listen, I'm going to explain everything again. The worst did not come to pass that winter of 1964, but it did 14 months later, in January 1966, with the president out of the country, the Prime Minister dead, but his body not discovered, and the Defense Minister unable to be found. General Rossi in those days followed the ruling of 1964. I'll explain. This is painful, but I'll explain. General Rossi, in those confused days, followed the ruling of 1964 by consulting the most senior ranking minister, Alhaji Dipcharima. If you see my book here, I wrote a lie there. Then I explained why it's a lie and where to consult, just in case my kids pick up this book to read one day. At the end of the year, Emeka's tenure of office as quartermaster ended. In fact, let me just stop there for a second and just breathe in, because this is nonsense. This book, what they just wrote here, is nonsense. I don't care who wrote it or how old they are. It's rubbish, and I'll explain. So, this man wants us to believe that Chukwemeka Ojukwu called a meeting of police soldiers, of army officers, and asked them, guys, what would happen if we have conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister? Who should we follow? Like I said earlier, the question I would ask you as a person is that why are you thinking that way? Who is telling you that there will be conflicting orders from two different people? Why do you think that would happen? That should be the very first question you ask that person. That's one. Number two, he now said here that, oh, Gowon quickly went to talk to this person, and it was the person that you say, Kilo Sono, eager as ever to seek favor with the British, something that still continues today. In other words, Gowon is always eager to please the British, according to this book. But here's the issue. The issue is there are some things missing in this conversation. What it made you look like, oh, he just asked a question, and then and Welby Everett, by the way, Welby Everett was the GOC. It was the last British GOC before Ironsi. By the way, Ironsi was not supposed to be the GOC. It was supposed to be either Ademulegun or Ogundikpe. We'll have that session on that day. Ironsi, Malari was the number three. Ironsi was number. It was Ademulegun, Malari, and Ironsi, in that order. Ironsi was actually the most preferred. Ademulegun was the most preferred. What made Ironsi, become GOC was politics. Which is why, when people were saying things like, let's boycott elections and just, want Yoruba space, I was like, you've got to be involved in the politics of the space. The reason we lost out was because we were not in power as the West in 1959 to 1960. And that was why when Welby was leaving, it went on to Ironsi. It should have gone to Ademulegun. If Action Group, for instance, was at the center, because that was a recommendation of the outgoing GOC. But here's the point. So he mentioned here that, went to meet Welby, and the Welby says, it's not a problem, I've gone to consult. So there are two things in my head happening at the same time right now. Let me start with this first one. Number one, David Edger said something in an interview. He said that this guy actually planned a coup. That Frederick Forsyth wants us to believe that he just asked questions. But in case you don't believe, let me read something from David Edger. But before I read that, I'll first read the report from the Nigerian Civil War by Felix. We have the benefit of learning from the experience. Absolutely, I agree. But we cannot, the way to learn is not to deny the past, which is the problem with certain people in Nigeria. Oh, it didn't happen. How do you learn if you are denying it? It happened. Learn the lessons. Thank you for the gift, Gorilla Boys. I really appreciate it. First, let me read something to you from the Nigerian Special Branch. This is from the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. Please keep our tapping, keep liking, keep sharing the live. Thank you very much. So he says here, the concept of a coup in Nigeria was not new. In the constitutional crisis of December 1964, several lieutenant colonels, mainly Igbos and including Ojukwu, had talked of military intervention, but nothing had come of it, and the army, true to its British traditions, had kept out of politics. Let's pause for a second. When you read this book, what are you left with? It just asks a question. When you read this one, what do you see? They are talking about military intervention. There's one more source. This will piece everything together. This is the interview that David Edger granted in 2019, I believe. Sorry, in 2016. 2019. So I'll read from Mbo. It's gonna be a brighter day. Okay. Listen now. This is David Edger, the first premier military administrator, as it were. Not premier. Premier was Osadebe. The first military administrator of the Midwest. He says, first of all, let me tell you this. When the British were here, we were the last Nigerian officers to be commanded by the British soldiers. He called for a picture hung on the wall of a sitting room to be brought down to show the first set of Nigerian military officers at that period. The senior person to me in Nigeria was Bassi. The second was Agui Ironsi. The Igbos wanted to rule. Why they wanted to rule was that Nnamdi Azikiwe was the then Governor General President, or more or less head of state. The constitution did not give any power to Azikiwe. What does that mean? Let's go back to this book. We're coming back to the interview just to understand what we are reading. It says that the general consulted the Attorney General. The general here is talking about Welby Everett, the last British GOC. The general consulted the Attorney General of Nigeria, apparently, and got the ruling. It was clear. What was clear? In the event of conflict, the officer called should obey the for a moment. For a moment. I have to upgrade this thing because it should not even be going off at all. But please try and understand where it gets better. Okay. I know you can hear me. I just want to, by the way, I have to also switch the Mumbo. 1 second, please. Check if it switched to NEPA or to Gen. Did it switch to Gen or are we? Am I? Eh? It didn't switch to Gen. One second, guys. 1 second. Oh, sorry. I was trying to switch between Gen and all of that. Again, Nigeria we did, but I'm working on something. Hopefully, once we are done with that, we'll be able to. We won't have any interruption. Oh, sorry. I was trying to switch between Gen and all of that. Again, Nigeria we did, but I'm working on something. Hopefully, once we are done with that, we'll be able to. We won't have any interruptions anymore. But now I have to also switch internet source. Oh shoot. No, I have. 1 second, please. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry about that. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry about that. I apologize. Apparently, the source of light is not strong enough to keep us for the whole session, but we're good. The gen is on, so we're good. All right. Where were we? Man, Timothy Sorolo. All right. Let's get back to this. Thank you. Thank you for staying tuned. Please for our tab, share the live. Thank you. Thank you for staying tuned. Please for our tab, share the live. This person who called me, what? Let me not mention it. Can you all hear me, please? I just want to be sure before I get back into it. Can you all hear me? Is it okay? Is everything fine? Sorry about that. All right, great. Esheo, thank you very much. So let's get back into the book. Where was I? I was talking about Welby Everard, who was the last British GOC in Nigeria before we had Aguiyi-Ironsi. And I was saying that when you look at this book, by the way, again, this book is a product of a propagandist who would never say anything wrong with Chukwuemeka Ojukwu or Biafra. Two of his books that I think everybody should read just to understand, not to believe what he's saying, just to understand where they're coming from, is this book, Emeka and the Biafran Story by the same author. And I'll say this respectfully, I think that this doesn't help anybody, if they believe everything written in it, which is unfair. It's unfair to the writer, it's unfair to the people who also have to read it. However, I think it's important for Nigerians to read from all angles, so that even if it's unfair, at least you would understand why people behave the way they do. All right, so back to what I was saying. When you read this book, you get this idea that, there's going to be a possibility of a constitutional clash. And because of that possibility of a constitutional clash, Ojukwu then woke up and said, listen, what if the president gives us an order and then the prime minister gives us an order? Who are we going to follow? Now, when you read this interview, by David Edger, or that David Edger, was conducted for him, he says here, the senior person to me in Nigeria was Bassey. Who is Bassey? You're going to hear about him, a bit very soon. I'm going to tell you a bit about him and what happened in the very first coup, when the coup that was planned in 1964. So he says, the senior person to me in Nigeria was Bassey. The second was Aguiyi-Ironsi. The Igbos wanted to rule. Why they wanted to rule was that Nnamdi Azikiwe was the then Governor General or President and more or less head of state. The constitution did not give any power to Azikiwe. So this annoyed the Igbo people, and they used to say, how can we run a constitution in which the head of state cannot advise the government cannot contact the head of state for any advice? So the answer was, well, to take over, since they were already leading and yet they had no control over the government. Wait, what does that really mean? Now go back to the book by Forsyth. So it says here, the general, that is Welby, consulted Attorney General of the Federation and got the ruling. It was clear. What was clear? In the event of conflict, let's say the president says something, Azikiwe says do this, and then Tafawa Balewa says do that. Who should you listen to? Then it says here, in the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected political leader of the country, the prime minister, or his subordinate, the defense minister. So if the president gives any orders, you are not listening. You are listening to the prime minister or the defense minister, which confirms what Ejo is saying here, that yes, Azikiwe was the head of government, but he had no political powers. Which then tells you why Mbadiwe wanted to become, or why NCNC and Azikiwe himself and Nwafo Orizu and the rest of NCNC Eastern people wanted Mbadiwe to be the prime minister in 1966. And then it says here, again, back to the book, Emeka, it says, the worst did not come to pass that winter of 1964. Now, again, he made it look like he just asked a question and that was the end of it. He didn't just ask a question. He actually planned a coup. How do I know he planned a coup? Let's go back to this. It says, it says here, the constitution did not give any power to Azikiwe. So this annoyed the Igbo people, and they used to say, how can we run a constitution in which the head of state cannot advise the government cannot contact the head of state for any advice? So the answer was, well, to take over, since they were already leading, and yet they had no control over the government. That was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup. But at that time, there were 4 major leading officers, which included me, David Ejo, Yakubu Gowon, Basi, and Ojukwu. Igbo people relied on Ojukwu for the coup, and they were able to convince the Yoruba. Who is Yoruba? Victor Banjo. Ojukwu and Banjo now contacted me and Gowon for a coup, but we refused. Then the question, how many of you refused to participate in the planned coup then? Answer, Gowon and I refused and they went on their own. But we then reported to that European officer, General Foster. I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. He called all of us, the Nigerian army officers, and advised us not to organize any military coup. When Ojukwu's father heard about this, he put a memo in the House of Assembly that all Europeans should leave the army. It was that year that all Europeans in the army were sent back to the country. Now let me show you something. So what have we seen so far? We've seen that Ojukwu did not just ask the question. Welcome, Just Becoming. Ojukwu did not just ask a question. He actually went ahead to plot a coup. Just that they didn't bother to execute it. I said I was going to tell you something about Welby Everard. I'll do it later. Let me not change the direction of the conversation. So what you see here basically is that this man wanted something. So from the very first thing that we read this morning, he was putting out feelers. Who would you follow? If Azikiwe says something and Balewa says something, who would you follow? Oh, we don't know what the Constitution says. Who should we follow? Then later on they said, you cannot follow Azikiwe, you have to follow Balewa because he is the highest politically elected member of government or person in government. And that changed the dynamics. I believe that it was at this point that everything that happened in 1966 began to be planned. And when we are done with all of this thing, we're going to read that document. It's called, the speech by Odia Ofemom is called The Forgotten Document. We're going to have a session on it. And you'll see that, yes, there was actually an altercation. You know what? Maybe I should read part of it during the course of this conversation. There was an issue between Azikiwe on one hand and Tafawa Balewa on the other hand. And it's possible, according to him, that some of those events that happened amongst them or between them would affect the way they dealt, with each other. Let me read something to you from The Forgotten Document of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemom. It's a very long stuff, but we're going to have a full session just discussing that because I think there are some answers that we'll find in that book. Let me read something to you from that. Okay. So he says, oh boy, this thing is long. I can't read this thing without reading something that comes before and then it's about Chinua Achebe and it's just being Chinua Achebe. So that, let's do it this way. Let's go back just a little bit. There are reasons to believe that the Citadel encounter, we'll talk about it when we have the full session. It was not the first time in which Chinua Achebe was rejecting the document. The relationship my God, I have to go back. You know what? Let's just stick to let's just stick to what happened between Azikiwe and Balewa. It says there is no way of knowing until their memoirs whether either of them was aware of the rumor, soon entrenched by later events, that Nnamdi Azikiwe had been sounded out by Igbo officers, Ojukwu especially, on carrying out a coup during the 1964 election crisis. Am I a Christian? Go and ask Jesus. Because I'm wondering what that has to do with the conversation. It is when people start hearing the truth, they start saying, are you a Christian? A Christian should not be talking. A Christian should be quiet and... Don't ask me that question. Please listen to this, though. Nnamdi Azikiwe had been sounded out by Igbo officers, Ojukwu specifically, on carrying out a coup during the 1964 election crisis. Azikiwe had refused. That rumor is in the same class as the one that tipped off by Ifa Juna before the January 15, 1966 coup. Zik went on a health cruise in the Caribbean under the auspices of 80s Papa Doc, an old schoolmate. All the same, if Chinua Achebe did not know about the rumor, he certainly was well placed enough to have known that Nnamdi Azikiwe had refused to call on Balewa to form a government in 1964 because the election was rigged. Azikiwe had written a long speech published in an early edition of his newspaper, The West African Pilot, explaining why he would not call on the Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, to form a government. And then another emergency edition was published later in the day, in which he wrote another speech calling on the Prime Minister to form a government. Naturally, the great Zik had virtually been put under house arrest by the British commander of the Nigerian army, Welby Everard, the same person in this book. Discovering that the army would not obey their commander-in-chief, Zik capitulated. His capitulation was facilitated by the whispering campaign that it was only two medical opinions that were required to prove him unfit to take a decision. As Dudley footnoted in his introduction to Nigerian politics, the president gave way when he realized there was a move to declare him medically incapable of continuing in office. All right, I'm going to stop here and just go back to this. The point you find, we're going to have a full session on this, on the forgotten documents of the Civil War. But what you discover essentially is that this whole thing about making Ojukwu look like some wise man who just said, what's going to happen, or let's do like this. Nobody like that happened. He was trying to actually organize a coup to the point where there were rumors at the time that he had even gone ahead to contact Azikiwe and ask him. And Azikiwe actually refused. This was in 64. I can tell you that didn't happen in 65. 65 gave us a different thing. I identify as a Christian. Well, why are you even talking to this one? Who cares what you identify as? I need to. Why don't you organize against the Fulani? I know that's where you're going. You're a very daft person. Where was I? You discuss history, it's Fulani. You discuss policies, go and meet Fulani. And you guys are twins, actually, because you have to learn age. It's just that one has conquered people, the other one has been constantly conquered in history. That's the only difference between you and, well, there are more differences. They understand statecraft, you don't. Where was I? So he says here, in the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected political leader of the country, the prime minister, or his subordinate, the defense minister. The worst did not come to pass that winter of 1964, but it did 14 months later. Please listen, oh. Hey, where is Tiwa? Always trying to use religion as wedge when the truth is told to them. Yes, they're not different from the other one that's saying, yes, daddy. I should support the independence of Biafra. What's my business with your Biafra? If you want to do Biafra, go and do it now. Why do you need my support? You can do all things through EPA that strengthens you. Where was I? It says here, the worst did not come to pass that winter of 1964, but it did 14 months later in January 1966. With the president out of the country, please listen to this thing I'm about to read though. With the president out of the country, the prime minister dead, but his body not discovered, and the defense minister unable to be found. General Ironsi in those confused days followed the ruling of 1964 by consulting the most senior ranking minister, Alhaji Dipcharima. That is a lie. Oh God, I need somebody to. Where is Tiwa? You are there. Like the asylum was open. HRH, I'm going to make you a mod. The asylum was open and they just let mad people, you know, like this guy used to say, mad people everywhere. What was his name, Zef? Kanu. Say mad people everywhere. These guys are mad people everywhere. Guys, you're going to enjoy this session. I need to make HRH. Why can't I make you a moderator? Okay. All right. Yeah, mod now, HRH. Thank you. So he's saying that, listen to everybody. When the Prime Minister was said to have died, when the Prime Minister died, wait, by the way, who was the Defense Minister in 1966? Does anybody know? Mumbo, let's look for who was the Defense Minister. That's why this book and all the Ribadu, I mentioned his name earlier. Thank you, my battlefield. I just remembered. Thank you for reminding me. Ribadu. It was Ribadu. I haven't read it earlier. Too many things. Alhaji Muhammadu Ribadu. And then, of course, he died in May of 1965. So he wasn't part of the people that they were alive during the coup. He had died before then. But here's the point. As of January 1966, the position of defense minister was empty. There was a vacuum, right? The prime minister was dead. So who was the next thing? Who was the next person that would issue orders that you have to obey as an officer? The next person is not Aguiyi Rossi. The next person should be whoever the prime minister, the acting prime minister was at the time. But here's where it gets mad, where it gets crazy. They are saying here that based on what was said in 64, Ironsi did not have any other person. No, it wasn't Inouye. Inouye was not the defense minister in January. There was no... Are you sure? No, not any president, though. Oh, you are right. Adekunle Adeyemo, you are right. Thank you. So Ribadu died in 65. Inouye became... Oh, no wonder they wrote his name down. They were going to kill him as well. You find that in the special branch report. Inouye was supposed to be killed in that coup. Oh my God. This thing has Igbo written all over it. This thing was a planned work. And you know the funny thing, it's deeper than we even thought. No wonder those babas just they look. Because if they say things, even myself, the things I can say, I'm just more corona. If they say things, people just shut up in this country. Wow. Can anybody please everything? I want to see if somebody else can explain everything that's happened. You know what? So that it doesn't look like I'm just talking. Let me read something to you from the report. Jesus is Lord. I know. We know what gave everything away. This paragraph. This paragraph gave everything away. Let me read something to you from the special branch report. Wow. And thank you, by the way, for telling us about the other person. Wow. Additional personalities scheduled to be arrested in Lagos. We already know that everybody they scheduled to arrest, they already killed them. They had Keon Badiwe, Ayorosiji, Jajawachukwu, Emimajakodumi. Sorry, Keon Badiwe, Jajawachukwu, Inua Wada, Sheo Shagari, Tio Elias, Ayorosiji, Emimajakodumi, Matthew Umbu, Areo Akinjide, Aziri Ibrahim. So you know what that was on the list. Was the Minister of Defense at the time. Should we create everything? Should we recreate everything that really happened? Because this is insane. Let me attempt. I'll omit some details for the sake of peace, but we have to speak for the sake of truth. So here's what happened. Constitutional crisis in 1964 was between Zik and Tafawa Balewa. There was a rumor at the time that Ojukwu had gone to talk to Azikiwe about the possibility of a coup. Where did I find that? I find that in the book, in the document, in the speech by Odia Ofemom, is called "The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian of the." Wait, I don't want to misquote. 1 second, let me look for the title very well. I don't want to talk. Waiting, not correct. The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. It says here that Ojukwu had spoken to Azikiwe about the possibility of a coup, but Azikiwe said no. This was in 64. Then you read, then Ojukwu now went to talk to the guys. Who should we, in fact, he talked to the guys before meeting Azikiwe, said to the guy, who should we follow? Should we follow, after it's as bad as lies, bro. Jay, is everything okay with you, with your people at home? I'm piecing together books. You have not read anything in your life apart from receipts. You are the one that will tell me about truth and lies. Please listen and be blessed, or go back to your spare part dealer shop and just be selling whatever you're selling, and God bless you and increase your business, and you'll do well in Jesus' name. But don't come here with that nonsense. I'm going to start all over again. HRH, please, you can block people, you can mute people. Thank you. So let's get back into this. Ojukwu saw what was going on. It wasn't his fault. I mean, we had political crisis in Nigeria. And so he said, you know what, guys, what if the president gives us a command and then the prime minister gives us a different command, a conflicting command? Who should we listen to? They were talking amongst themselves. And they're like, we've never thought of this. What are we going to do about it? You go think about it. And then according to Frederick Forsyth, Yakubu Gowon went to meet Welby Everard and told him what was going on. And eventually, Everard asked a question and got the answer. I was responding to what you said about saying some things. Jesus. God bless you. Jay, meanings get lost in translation when you type it. So please, you have to be a bit fuller. You can't just drop things. I'm thinking many things at the same time. So please try and understand. Where was I? God bless everybody. Please, they just calm down. Me, I'm talking to myself right now. I need to calm down. I'm reading, I'm thinking of the books. If you want to add anything to the conversation, please make it plain. Remember, it's not a text message. Make it plain so that I understand. If anything that comes across as insults, now collect, God bless you. Back to the point. So he asked the guys, if the prime minister gives us an order and the commander-in-chief gives us another order, who are we going to follow? Then Welby went to speak to please, that's also your browser and everything. Okay, Jay. Thank you, Jay. I understand now. Welby went to speak to the Attorney General, and then they said, listen, if there's any conflict if you have conflicting orders, you have to listen to the Prime Minister. Okay. Around that time, this is what I believe. I'm reconstructing everything with the books, different books. Ojukwu approaches Azikiwe with an idea to have a coup. Azikiwe said no. However, Ojukwu had planned to have that coup with Basi, Victor Banjo, and they were trying to get David Ejo and Yakubu Gowon. David Ejo and Yakubu Gowon went to report to General Foster, who was their own head at the time. And then, of course, they let it go, so there was no coup. Now, what I just said right now, you will find it in the Forgotten Documents of Nigerian Civil War. You will find it in this book, Emeka. You will find it in the Nigerian Civil War, and you will find it in David Ejo's interview. When you piece it together, you can at least understand what happened in 1964, that originally Ojukwu was going to plan a coup. Now, fast forward in 66, they are going to use what Welby said, the Attorney General said in 1964, as an excuse for what Ironsi did, which is why I tell people this thing was planned work. Ironsi did not stop any coup. Ironsi just took advantage of it because he knew everything from the word go. Now, let's see what they said Ironsi did. The worst, by the way, this book again represents the East, because everything the East does is correct as far as this guy is concerned. So So it says the worst did not come to pass that winter of 1964, but it did 14 months later in January 1966. Listen, oh, with the president out of the country, conveniently, I might add, the prime minister dead, that's Tafawa Balewa, but his body not discovered, and the defense minister, that's Unawada, unable to be found. General Ironsi in those confused days followed the ruling of 64. In other words, we are going to use the law against Nigeria by saying that what Ironsi did was following the ruling of 64 by consulting the most senior ranking minister, Alhaji Dipcharima. This did not happen. How do I know? Because there are people in the room. This writer was not in the room. Who was in the room? The man who became our president in 1979. His name is Shehu Shagari. He wrote a book. The book is called Beckoned to Serve. And in that book, he said something very interesting. So let me read excerpts from that book to you. At about 7 a.m., I returned to Dipcharima's residence to meet with some NPC ministers who had gathered there. Dipcharima was then the most senior NPC minister available. We received the latest reports on the situation, first from Alhaji Maitama Sule, Minister of Mines and Power, who had visited the PM's residence by bicycle. We then heard from Alhaji Ibrahim Tako Galadima, the acting Minister of Defense, who had brought along with him Chief Fani Kayode. Chief Fani Kayode said he had been fetched from Ibadan early that morning by rebels and locked up at the Federal Guard Officers' Mess in Dodam Barracks, where the mutineers initially made their headquarters. Disguised in army uniform, loyal troops handed him over to Alhaji Galadima, who had called in at the barracks, which was a stone's throw of his residence. The acting Minister of Defense assured us that Major General Rossi was doing his best to arrest the situation. Maitama Sule and I were separately detailed to explore with our absent NPC and NCNC colleagues the possibility of naming someone to stand in for the PM, the same one they can't find or they couldn't find. I was consulting with the NCNC ministers at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence. Remember that name? Ozumba Mbadiwe. That's the one, the road in Lagos, VI. So they were at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence when we heard that the northern and western premiers, Sir Ahmadu Bello and Chief Akintola, respectively, had been assassinated. Hence, I rushed back to Dipcharima's residence when I found my colleagues in a state of shock and desperation. However, it gets interesting though. However, we decided to recognize Dipcharima, a Kanuri from Borno, as our interim leader, and to ask the acting president, Dr. Orizu, since President Azikiwe was away on leave, the Senate president became the acting president, and to ask the acting president, Dr. Orizu, to appoint Dipcharima acting prime minister. Why did this man bring up the name Dipcharima? Because he knew that it was the choice of who was meant to be the acting prime minister. But the question is, did he ever have a conversation with Ironsi? The answer is no. How do we know? Let's stay with Beckon to Serve for a second. It says here, while at Dipcharima's, we decided to recognize Dipcharima, a Kanuri from Borno, as our interim leader, and to ask the acting president, Dr. Orizu, that's one for Orizu, to appoint Dipcharima acting prime minister. We also summoned Major General Ironsi and gave him full authority to use every force at his disposal to suppress the rebellion. He moved his headquarters temporarily to the police headquarters at Moloney Street to facilitate easy communication with army units in the region. While at Dipcharima's residence, please listen, everyone, and please, Pahata, please share the live, please, right? While at Dipcharima's residence, we contacted the British High Commission and requested for military assistance in the event that our loyal troops should require any. The response was positive, but the British insisted that the request must be written by the PM, that's the Prime Minister, or in his absence by a properly appointed deputy. We therefore drove to the residence of Dr. Orizu and requested him to appoint Dipcharima acting Prime Minister. Dr. Orizu requested to see our NCNC colleagues to confirm whether they supported our proposition, and they joined us soon afterwards. They had apparently been caucusing at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence. He, Mbadiwe, was their choice of acting prime minister. This was naturally unacceptable to us since the NPC was the major governing party. What does all this Turinchi mean? It means that with the absence of the prime minister, the majority, the governing party, which was NPC, decided to choose the most senior member in the parliament, who was Dipcharima, and said, guy, they went to meet Orizu. You are the acting president because the president was away. You know what? I'm going to read something about that him being away because that thing don't make sense. It would never make sense. He ran away for a reason. It's inside that document it's inside that book by Odia Femo, The Forgotten Documents. I'll find it. I'll read it to you. That man was away. So you are around now. Appoint this person as prime minister. You know why? If you appoint him as prime minister, he would be able to command the army. Guys, stay with me. Remember in 1964, Welby told Ojukwu that if the president and the prime minister tells you to do something, you must listen to the prime minister. That was what the attorney general said, right? Now in 66, the prime minister is dead. The president is away. Who should give orders? We have two candidates. The one from the major governing party, which was NPC, and that would be Dipcharima, and the one that the NCNC, in quote, the Igbos would prefer, who was Mbadiwe. So what would have had eventually was that we're going to have Mbadiwe, an Igbo man, as the prime minister of Nigeria. We're going to have Igbo man Azikiwe as the president of Nigeria. We're going to have an Igbo man, Dr. Nwafo Orizu, as the Senate president of Nigeria, fulfilling the dream of Charles Onyema, which is declared in 1945. The Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time. That's what he said. I'm quoting him verbatim. And if Mbadiwe becomes the prime minister, he will then be the one to control the army, going by what Welby told Ojukwu in 64. If Dipcharima becomes the prime minister, that means that Ironsi would have to take orders from him. That is why Frederick Forsyth wrote in his own book when he said, in those confused days, followed the ruling of 1964, General Ironsi consulted the most senior ranking minister. He brought up his name not because he did it. He brought up his name because he knew that in actual fact, the most senior political leader in Nigeria at the time was Dipcharima. But that's not where it gets crazy. We're just getting into it. So stay with me for a second. Let's go back to the book by Shehu Shagari. This is why this Nigerian history are big. No read one book. Read, like compare, because you go find truth somewhere, lie somewhere, shock it together and recreate what really happened. They act the way they do. They know things and they don't talk about it. They know things and they've taught their children those things. How do I know? Because I was at a conference where somebody told us what happens. They know things. And I can assure you, they know what they're going to do to certain people in Nigeria. They know exactly what they will do. You will say it's unfair. You have no idea what has happened in the past. And by the way, it's not just in the past. It's also influencing the actions of certain people from different parts of Nigeria. It's happening today. Let's get back into this. Listen, though. Remember the names. Orizu, Dipcharima, Ironsi, Mbadiwe. Remember those names. Of course, Azikiwe. While at Dipcharima's residence, that's the NPC caucus, contacted the British High Commission. Individual opinions are no issue. Where are Nigerian history? Please let me mute this clown. I beg. I'm angry. I'm angry with stupidity. Say individual account. Who is telling them? Am I telling individual account here? You know what? Just be coming. I'm going to make you a mod. Sorry, guys. Just sorry. 1 second. HRH is not available, I think. So just be coming. I'm going to make you a mod. If I'm not patient, what do you think I'll be doing? I should be patient. I'm patient now. If I'm not patient, what do you think I'll be doing? I'll be yelling now. I'm very patient. Just become me. You're a moderator now, please. I cannot be more patient than this. I cannot be more gentle than this. I think at this point, my being gentle is being taken for granted. So please, just let me mute them, because if I respond to some of the nonsense you guys are writing in the comment section, Mama Bayin Soro, your parents will be hearing at home. So please, just mute them so we won't have wahala. God bless everybody. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Back to the book. While at Dipcharima's residence, we, that's the NPC guys, contacted the British High Commission and requested for military assistance in the event that our loyal troops may require any or should require any. The response was positive, but the British insisted that the request must be written by the Prime Minister or in his absence by a properly appointed deputy. We therefore drove to the residence of Dr. Orizu. So remember, they first went to Mbadiwe's place. Now they went to meet the Oyinbo. They said they need, somebody has to write a letter. They are now going to Orizu's place. Why? Because Orizu was the acting president. This Orizu has his own history separately. We'll talk about it someday. We therefore drove to the residence of Dr. Orizu and requested him to appoint Dipcharima acting prime minister. Dr. Orizu requested to see our NCNC colleagues to confirm whether they supported our proposition, and they joined us soon afterwards. They had apparently been caucusing at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence. He, Mbadiwe, was their choice of acting prime minister. This was naturally unacceptable to us, since the NPC was the major governing party. While we were at Orizu's residence, please guys, if you are doing anything else, stop it. Ejo, listen to this. While we were at Orizu's residence, Major General Ironsi, who had seemingly secured Lagos, came in with some armed escorts. He requested for a tete-a-tete with Orizu. The two had a 40-minute discussion in another room, while we waited anxiously in the sitting room, with the armed soldiers standing and staring at us. When Major General Ironsi finally emerged, he talked to Dipcharima Sotovosi and then drove off with his troops. In other words, this consulting that this guy is mentioning in this book was a short conversation between Ironsi and Dipcharima. There was no consulting anything. The consultation happened between him and Orizu, and I dare say Azikwe was in on it. How do I know? Because of Azikwe's statement after this meeting, and I'm going to, I'm going to play, you're going to hear him say it. I'll play that video today. You hear the audio. I can assure you Azikwe wasn't on this meeting. 40 minutes Orizu and Ironsi were in a room discussing. This one wrote a book and said Ironsi went to consult Dipcharima. How would you consult Dipcharima when you didn't even make him acting prime minister? We're going somewhere. Let me not run ahead of myself. You're going to see exactly what Azikiwe did. This thing was planned to the T. And by the way, I'll say it again. It was a 2FA kind of thing. It was two-factor authentication. It was brilliant. It was the idea that the civilian would do it. If that doesn't work, the military should step in. It was perfected before Azikiwe traveled out of the country. How do I know? You will hear it today. You will hear it. So he requested for a tete-a-tete with Orizu. The two had 40 minutes discussion in another room. That other room, what was happening in that other room? What happened afterwards will tell us what happened in that room. Because there is no way on earth you'll be in the UK. You'll be in the UK and say things that nobody in Nigeria knows before that moment, and you are telling me you're not part of the meeting that happened in Nigeria. Co possible. We'll get to it. The two, that's Ironsi and Orizu, had a 40 minutes discussion in another room while we waited anxiously in the sitting room, with the armed soldiers standing and staring at us. When Major General Ironsi finally emerged, he talked to Dipcharima Sotovosi and then drove off with his troops. Dr. Orizu then joined us, regretted his inability in the circumstances to oblige our request. He suggested we all return to our homes and wait until we were required. All efforts to get any clarification failed. We left in utter desperation. Oh, maybe he's lying. Maybe he's lying. Why should we take what he's saying? I mean, it's just one man, like somebody said, just one man. Maybe he's lying. Maybe. But let's look at another person who was also in NPC, but this time not a Northerner, a Yoruba man. The man's name is Richard Akinjide. Let me read something from what he said in July of 2020. This is Chief Richard Akinjide. By the way, they were also going to arrest him and Shehu Shagari. That's why the work they were supposed to do in Lagos was plenty. They also wouldn't do as much as what they planned. They were going to arrest Akinjide, Shehu Shagari, the rest of them, the lot of them, Hinu Ada, and so on and so forth. So let's listen to Akinjide. It says here, talking on the first coup, when Balewa got missing, we knew Okotiebo had been held. We knew Akintola had been killed. We, the members of the Balewa cabinet, started meeting. But how can you have a cabinet meeting without a prime minister acting or prime minister presiding? So unanimously, we nominated acting prime minister amongst us. Then we continued holding our meetings. Then we got a message that we should assemble at the cabinet office. All the ministers were requested by the GOC of the Nigerian Army. We're going to get to that later. General Ironsi to assemble. What was amazing at that time was that Ironsi was going all over Lagos unarmed. We assembled there. Having nominated Zanadip Charima as our acting prime minister in the absence of the prime minister, whose whereabouts we didn't know, we approached the acting president, Nwafo Orizu, to swear him in because he cannot legitimately act as the prime minister except he is sworn in. Nwafo Orizu refused. He said he needed to contact Zik, who was then in West Indies. This is how I know Zik was contacted. In fact, this is one way to know. There's another way. We're going to go up to that. Nwafo Orizu used his mouth to tell Akinjide that I cannot make Deep Charima the acting prime minister until I have consulted with Azikiwe. Under the law, that is, the Interpretation Act, as acting president, Nwafo Orizu had all the powers of the president. The GOC said he wanted to see all the cabinet members, and so we assembled at the cabinet office. Well, I have read in many books saying that we handed over to the military. We did not hand over. Ironsi told us that, quote, you either hand over as gentlemen or you hand over by force, end quote. Those were his words. Is that voluntary handover? So we did not hand over. We wanted an acting prime minister to be in place, but Ironsi forced us, and I use the word force advisedly, to hand over to him. He was controlling the soldiers. The acting president, Nwafo Orizu, who did not cooperate with us, cooperated with the GOC. Nwafo Orizu did not cooperate with the Balewa cabinet and MPC members, but he cooperated with Ironsi. How do we know that? Well, they had a 40-minute conversation. What do you think they were doing there? Tente? They're not doing Tente now. They were talking. They were planning. And I dare say they were having that conversation with Azikiwe. Why? Because Orizu himself said it here. We have to talk to Azikiwe first. But that's not the only way to know. We'll get to the second one very soon. So it says here, Orizu did not cooperate with us, but he cooperated with the GOC. Dr. Orizu and the please listen to this. Dr. Orizu and the GOC prepared speeches which Nwafo Orizu broadcast, handing over the government of the country to the army. In other words, Dr. Orizu and GOC wrote the speeches that each of them or both of them gave. When did they give that speech? 16th January. It was a Sunday and it was around 11 p.m. You're going to hear about it very soon. Dr. Orizu and the GOC prepared speeches which Nwafo Orizu broadcast, handing over the government of the country to the army. I here state again categorically as a member of that cabinet that we did not hand over voluntarily. It was a coup. I froze. Why did I freeze? What do you hear me say last so I can go back and quickly repeat it? Try not to tag the whole tribe, please. You can say a certain person was a traitor. You don't understand. If you are not, God. I don't know who you are chatting with in the comment section, but I'll tell you something. I will say that when I recognize that you are the exception. I've said it several times on this platform that there were 3 coups that happened that same day. The first one was against two people. The first coup affected two people, Ademuega and Nzogu, because those ones thought that they were doing something for the Lord. Church mind, changing Nigeria. Good people, great nation. Like the blessed Dr. Dora Akunyili used to say. Just becoming, I'm not lagging. The network is fine. I have devices here. I'm monitoring myself. It's fine. There's nothing wrong here. The first coup was against. The first coup that was carried. Okay, let me put it this way. The first coup that was carried out was when they were unaliving people all over the place. And Kaduna and Zogu in the north was killing people in the north. That was the first coup. Excuse me. The second coup was the one where Nzogu and Ademuega were betrayed. We're going to go back to that later today. By 2:30 p.m. on the 15th of January 1966, Major Ifajuna was already in Enugu. 4:30 p.m. of that day, Ademuega was still in Ijebu, not knowing what to do, himself at an Anufuro. That coup was the second one of the day. The third one is the one that Ironsi himself did. See, Ironsi was part of the first one, was part of the second one, was part of the third one. If you don't know it, please know it now. Ironsi knew about everything that happened. He even said it with his own mouth, but they said they would not kill anybody. Two people have, in fact, three people. We have three reports of those who tell us about what Ironsi said on that day. There was David Ejo's account, Hilary Njoku's account, and Yakubu Gowon's account. We talked about those things yesterday. This one that is happening here is the coup that now eventually got him to become the head of state of Nigeria. Do you think that Azikiwe himself wanted to become a PM of Nigeria after the coup? Maybe, I don't know. But what I know is this. There were two options for the Igbos. And I'm saying this as respectfully as I can sound. I cannot lie. There were two options. One was for Mbadiwe to become the prime minister. The second one was for Ironsi to become the head of state. Whichever way you turned, the Igbos would take advantage of what happened. Thank you, UIG. You have to piece it together from several sources to arrive. There is a reason politicians in Nigeria act the way they do. All this, you are marginalizing us. They know what they're doing. I'm not saying it's right, but you have to know why. Don't get carried away by the effect. Look for the causes. The causes show us that, oh boy, certain things were done in this country. How would Zeke not be in the mix when Zeke was literally reading the news, reading a report on 11th of January before, on 16th of January, before 11 p.m. Zeke said exactly what Orizu said in the evening. He said Zeke was not there. You don't know what you're saying. Just listen. Just see. Obina, relax. Don't listen with your fingers. Listen with your ears. Zeke was involved. I'll read what Zeke, in fact, I won't read it. I'll play it. You will hear it. But before we get there, let's go on it. Just say one more thing. So, Akinjide called what happened to the cabinet guys a coup. Now, we've read what Shehu Shagari said happened, the meetings, and how Orizu refused to make Dip Charima the acting prime minister. I mean, if I wanted to be PM, he couldn't be the PM. He was already the president. But we also know that himself, Zeke, and Balewa were already having issues in 1964. And they also had issues even prior to 66. In 65, they had issues as well. As a matter of fact, they've had issues all the way from 62, because there's a document, for instance, where he went to give a speech. Was it in UI on Usuka? He gave a speech talking about wanting to become president of Nigeria. He was still governor general at the time. And that became a problem with the British. And then Tafawa Balewa had to, try to douse the tensions at the time. They've always had issues. But here we go. I was about to break, this is Shehu Shagari now. I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January. Please power tap. We're still on 46.5. It's not good now. People of God. There are people here on YouTube being interesting. Thank you. Please power tap. Let's try and get this thing to 70,000 on TikTok, please. And if you're on YouTube, please share the live. Share the live. Share it on Facebook as well. Thank you very much. So this is Shehu Shagari. I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. He's saying exactly what Akinjide said, but he's fleshing it out. So please listen. I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. The whole premises was surrounded by soldiers in battle order that some of us initially hesitated to enter. In the cabinet chamber were Major General Ironsi, Bukadip Charima, and Ibrahim Tako Galadima. There were no officials present. Major General Ironsi admitted to us that he had been unable to suppress the rebellion, which he said was getting out of hand. He stated that the mutineers were in control of Kaduna, Kano, and Ibadan, and had killed 2 regional premiers, like he didn't know what was happening, Sir Ahmadu Bello and Chief Akintola. They had also murdered a number of his best officers, including Brigadiers Memelari and Samuel Adesujo Ademulegun, the commander of 1st Brigade Headquarters in Kaduna. Ironsi was full of emotion and even shed some tears. It's just crocodile tears. I say that. But it's not his own tears. That's not even the worst. Another one is coming. Watch. When we asked him about the whereabouts of Sir Abubakar and Chief Okotiebo, he said he still did not know, but averred efforts were being made to locate them. Listen to this crazy part. At this stage, Mbadiwe broke down and kept crying. Please, where is the Prime Minister? Oga, yesterday you were trying to become Prime Minister. Today you are crying. Who is... Where is the Prime Minister? Mbadiwe was crying. Where is the Prime Minister? Be like drama. Just read now. Don't have your opinions now. Come and carry the book and read. You think it's easy? I'm not having a boring history class. We are enjoying the session. Now, why we don't like history for school with that? Everybody making look as if it's tough. Got to see, try and experience try and imagine what happened in the room. Because that man was just a very interesting person. They knew what happened. Let me tell you one thing why I laugh about this Mbadiwe person. Let me see if I can find that document for you guys. I'll give you the source. The Biafran Story by Frederick Forsyth. If you read what he said about Mbadiwe, you will just be like, these people must think the rest of us are stupid. It's the same person who wrote this book that wrote that book. Should I read it? Before I come back to this. Should I read it? Let me just tell you what's in the book. He said, on that day, on 15th January, in the middle of the night though, when they were killing everybody, that they were going to kill Mbadiwe as well. But Mbadiwe ran across an open field or open lawn, and he ran and entered into the residence of the president. And that was the only place the coup plotters did not search. You must think we are dumb. You must think we are dumb. That same one who was running Usain Bolt at 3 a.m. is crying at Agome Ololubai at 6:30 p.m. saying, where is the next day, crying the next day and saying, where is the Prime Minister? You know what happened to him. Yeah, that wasn't bad. No, not Mbakwe, Mbadiwe. See, if you want to remember this thing, this is what's going to help you remember. There's a road in VI called Ozumba Mbadiwe. That's the person. Is it Kingsley or Kingsley Ozumba Mbadiwe? Ozumba Mbadiwe. The song by Kiloko Oboye, no? This cool guy. Who remembers the guy? He's a very cool guy. He has a song. Ozumba Mbadewe. Ricardo Banks. Thank you. Yeah. Papa Ansun Ekwe Egbere, with all due respect, Ekwe Egbere ni. Thank you for the gift, because there's no way I would take you seriously. When we reminded Major General Ironsi if he needed to avail himself of the British Pledge of Assistance, he replied it was too late, as the army was pressing him to assume power. He didn't know about the coup. They just handed it over to him. He didn't even know anything. He was just a gentleman. He doesn't even know. It's a lie. The British wanted to even give you soldiers. If you really wanted to quell the coup, you would take advantage of the British army. I mean, they wanted to give you soldiers. So you work with them, and then you quell the coup, and that will be end. And then you will have the Charima become the acting prime minister. So yes, Tafawa Balewa is dead. Maybe he's the worst person to you on earth. Okay. But at least you have taken him off now. The Charima will be the acting prime minister. You are not the revolutionary now. That's what this man was complaining about throughout this book, this one. Even if you read Nzogo's interview, he was also complaining about the same thing, that the person who don't become head of state, you don't get anything revolutionary for him body. You not be revolutionary. You say you know plan coup. Okay. Why you won't become head of state now? Why not just allow the person, the right person, which will be Deep Charima, just make him the prime minister and everybody rest. Like, you can still be there, but you're not going, you just go back to being the GOC. I'll answer your question later. Let's stay with this. When we reminded him, that's Major General Rossi, if he needed to avail himself of the British Pledge of Assistance, he replied it was, how can it be too late for the British to help you? Something happened on 15th. They are telling you on the 16th that, Oga, the British say they want to help us, so you say, no, it's too late. Why is it too late? Because the soldiers are pressing me. The army says the army was pressing him to assume power. How would the army press you to assume power when you say you're not part of the coup? I feel sorry for Ademoyega. Which army was pressing him to assume power since he was not part of the coup? Guys, he was part of everything. And not only him, the civilians as well. How do I know this? Read the special branch report. This was released April of 1966. 200 people were interviewed over the course of 3 months to know exactly what happened. 200, including all the ringleaders of the coup. Ademoyega, Anufuro, Okafo, Owategu, Nzogu, Ifajuna, the lot of them. Chukwuka, everybody, Wobosi, Bengbuli, all of them were interviewed. They interviewed all of them. And they came up with a report. In that report, which I have read, which I also read part of it here yesterday, you will discover they said it there. These guys did it with civilians. Who were those civilians? You will soon see the civilians. Let's go back to this one first. When we reminded Major General Ironsi if he needed to avail himself of the British Pledge of Assistance, he replied it was too late as the army was pressing him to assume power. Indeed, he confessed his personal reluctance to take over because of his ignorance of government. But instead, the boys were adamant and anxiously waiting outside. It reminds me of a scene in the Bible. It's Saul. Who knows that story? They were waiting for Samuel to come. But after waiting for a while, Saul decided to offer the sacrifice. Samuel appears and says, what's happening? You're not supposed to do this. Then he said, it's not me. I wasn't planning to do this. But the people, they were getting angry. They were getting agitated. So I had to do it. The army that did not want to be part of the Guinea are suddenly the ones telling you to go and do it. This is Saul 2.0. I didn't want to do it. It's the people. That's why Samuel he cursed Saul. Samuel cursed Saul. The government has been taken away from you and given to another. And I've said it several times. There are certain parts of Nigeria, the word responsibility or accountability, those two words are kryptonite. It has to be somebody else. No, it's not me. It's the soldiers. It's not me. It's the others. We just have to quickly do this because if you bust, it was an Igbo coup. Indeed, he confessed his personal reluctance to take over because of his ignorance of government, but insisted the boys were, by the way, by the time this guy became head of state, more than 40% of his cabinet were Igbos. All his advisors were Igbo. All. People think Nigerians are stupid. The Brigadier Ogundikwe knew about the coup. How would you know about the coup? He wasn't even in Nigeria. Ogundikwe was outside the country. If he was around, they would have killed him. I can assure you. Adebayo was sorry. Robert Adebayo was away. If he was around, he would have been killed. Let's continue. Again, indeed, he confessed his personal reluctance to take over because of his ignorance of government, but insisted the boys were adamant and anxiously waiting outside. He advised it would be in our interest and that of the country to temporarily cede, that is 66, we temporarily, to temporarily cede power to him to avert disaster. Accordingly, we acceded to his request since we had no better alternative. Ironsi then insisted that the understanding be written. Surprisingly, there was no stationery to write the agreement. Of course, it was a Sunday. And all the offices were locked while no official was around. Alhaji AGF Abdulrazak, the Minister of State for the Railways, former NPC legal advisor, managed to secure a scrap paper on which he drafted a statement, which we endorsed. That was a so-called voluntary handover of power by the Balewa government to Major General Ironsi. It was agreed that the statement would be typed and Deep Charima would sign it on our behalf. We were then advised to return home and await further instructions. I only got to break my Ramadan fast around 9:30 p.m. Oh boy. So that was not voluntary. I mean, all of us, we speak English, ba? We know that's not voluntary, ba? Not voluntary. Thank you very much. That was one. Number two. They had to write something down and then they signed it and then it got power. They couldn't do anything but do that because there were goons and guns outside, so they had to use their brains. Right? We're going to tie everything together now. Later at 11:50 p.m. Please, guys, remember that time because I'm going to refer to it very soon. Later at 11:50 p.m., Dr. Orizu made a terse nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces. Why would you be the one doing that, considering the fact that you're part of the government? You were the Senate president. Why would you be the one to tell people that there was a voluntary handover of power? Are you getting anything from this whole arrangement? Are you or aren't you? You'll soon see what they gained. Dr. Orizu made a terse nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces. Major General Ironsi then made his own broadcast, accepting the invitation. Remember what Akinjide said? Both of them wrote their script at the same time. Later at 11:50 p.m. Okay, so both of them wrote their script at the same time, according to Richard Akinjide. So what you saw here basically was that this one just came to act drama for us. Orizu said, "Oh, we don't voluntarily hand over power to Ironsi." Ironsi also made his own statement, and he says, Major General Ironsi then made his own broadcast, accepting the invitation. He suspended certain parts of the constitution, set up a national military government with the office of military governors in each region. They already have military governor in Nigeria. Okay, maybe they've been thinking about it before then. And briefly outlined the policy intentions of his regime. How would you have policy intentions in one day? Bishop, hold on, I'm going to get there. No, unitary decree came 4 months later. We'll talk about that in that session. UIG, unitary decree was in May of 1964. This is January. In one day, you already have what he called, where is it? Policy intentions in one day. But you were never going to become president. You didn't even know about the coup. This is 66. This happened January. I'm discussing what happened on January 16th, 1966. The coup happened on the 15th. Oga has a policy document in one day, but he doesn't really like all this politics, no. He's a soldier now, he's not really a politician, so he doesn't even trying to be part of all of this thing, So, but in one day he had policy intentions, and you are telling us that he didn't know about the coup. He suspended certain parts of the constitution, set up a national military government with the office of military governors in each region, and briefly outlined the policy intentions of his regime. Nigeria's first democratic experiment was effectively over. And although the mutiny had by then practically collapsed, military rule had arrived. It was a fact. I want to play something. We're going to come back to this book later. There's something I need to play right now. It's from Azikiwe's speech. Now, remember when this speech was made, 11:50. The one by Orizu was 11:50. Please don't forget, though. It was 11:50. I'm going to play the interview interview with Dr. Azikiwe that same day in the daytime. Orizu's stuff was in the evening. 10 minutes to midnight was when Orizu broadcast his voluntary handover whatever speech. This is an interview that was conducted with Azikiwe that day, not in the night. Now, please listen to the things he said, and if you can, listen very attentively, because there's a particular word he used in a particular phrase he used in a particular sentence that if you just get it, you understand how this was all planned work. So, 1 second. You're going to like this one. Azikiwe was not killed during the coup. Azikiwe he went to London, then he said he was going to Caribbean. Azikiwe was just biding time. It was so funny that his doctor who traveled with him left him there and returned home. His aide-de-camp left him and returned home. Azikiwe knew everything. I'm going to play you his interview. I wanted to read it before, but reading will not do it won't. Let me play it. All right, the next voice you will hear would be that of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. This is January 1966, January 16th. This was before Orizu's speech. Remember that.
to transfer power to him as the general officer commanding the armed forces. It means...
Did you hear that? But to transfer power to him, the general officer commanding of the armed forces. There's no such title in Nigeria military. But you know what? Listen to everything. We're coming back to that statement.
From the information at my disposal, the cabinet decided to transfer power to him as the general officer commanding the armed forces. It means an abdication of power. And it means then the suspension of the president, the prime minister, the 4 regional governors, and the 4 regional premiers. In other words, the civilian authorities have found it impossible to maintain law and order and have transferred same to the military authorities until law and order can be maintained.
Are you or your cabinet setting a time limit on this assumption of power?
I'm not in position to say because I wasn't there. But the acting president, in a telephone conversation to me, merely mentioned that cabinet met and unanimously and voluntarily agreed to abdicate power. I'm assuming in the light of previous practice elsewhere in the world that it will be temporary.
But this military government could last 6 months or a year or even 2 years.
That's been the case in other parts of the world, and I won't rule that out.
Mr. President, do you think...
Thank you. Did you hear that they had a conversation? Just in case you didn't hear it very well, I'm going to rewind. Mumbo.
And it means then the suspension of the president, the prime minister, the 4 regional governors, and the 4 regional premiers. In other words, the civilian authorities have found it impossible to maintain law and order and have transferred same to the military authorities until law and order can be maintained.
Are you or your cabinet setting a time limit on this assumption of power?
I'm not in position to say because I wasn't there. But the acting president, in a telephone conversation to me, merely mentioned that cabinet...
The acting president, in a telephone conversation with me, mentioned such and such. So when I tell you that he knew about it or that it was part of the meetings they were having, and you say, it's a lie, that's Zeke. He's saying it. He knew. But you see, there are 2 things to pick from this. There is a lot of things to pick, but I'll just mention 2 for now. Number 1, Zeke was carried along. He made this conversation. He had this interview in England. So he don't finish in tour, don't enter England at this time, but at this point he knew what happened. Now this is the crazy part. He's giving this before Nwafor speech at 11:50 p.m. That's 1. Number 2, he referred to Ironsi as a general officer commanding of the armed forces. There's nothing like that. What Ironsi was the general officer commanding of the Nigerian army, not of the armed forces. The army is under the GOC, that's army. Even today, I mean, the military is not just army. There's Air Force, there's Navy. And each of them, of course, when you combine the 3 together, that is the military, that is the armed forces, right? Ironsi was not the head of Nigeria's armed forces. Ironsi was the GOC of the Nigerian army. But Zeke just referred to him as the general officer commanding of the armed forces. What do you see there? What you see basically is that you're calling him the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. That's the point. There's no GOC of armed. So, who was the head? God, you don't get the point. Let me say it again. You have a GOC of the army. So today, like you have chief of army staff, chief of naval. I think the Navy also have something similar. And then the Air Force also has something similar. So the GOC will be like the chief of army staff. He's the head of the army. The president of Nigeria is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So that's everybody put together. So the army, the navy, it's not supreme headquarters. Please hold on. There's no supreme headquarters. Just relax. We're going to get there. Let's just relax. There's the army, there's the navy, there's the Air Force. The general officer commanding of the army existed. It used to be Welby. Then it became Ironsi. 16th of January in the daytime, Baba is giving an interview here, and he referred to the general officer commanding of the army as the general officer commanding of the armed forces. Number one, there's also like the general officer commanding of armed forces, but the implication of what you are saying is that this person is now the one who is in charge of the armed forces. The question is who is always in charge of, let me ask you this question to help us. Who should be in charge of the armed forces in the country? Let me just ask that question. Maybe people who didn't get it will get it now. Who is meant to be in charge of the armed forces? The president. Right. Thank you. So, President, you can't be chief of defense now. Abba. We're talking, Jesus. Most of you get it, so that's fine. So the president today is called the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Now, if not Papa, I always Papa. If Dr. Azikiwe is calling the GOC of the armed forces, is he not literally saying that he has become the head of state? Now, listen, why is this important? Because they have not even given the speech in Nigeria at this time. Because at this point, there is no Orizu making any statement. There is no acceptance by Ironsi. So, question, Oga, how did you know? Number two, who said you should tell the world first? Nigeria only have army that covered all of them. Please let me mute that clown. You've not heard about Way, Abi, who was in the Air Force. Why are you people like this? Don't know about Air Force. Read about Way, W-E-Y. Way was in the Navy. Was the meeting of the Senate already done by the time of this interview? Sincerely, I don't even know. I shall know that the meeting of the cabinet, it wasn't Senate, cabinet meeting was had at 6:30 p.m. So this man, Azikiwe, is probably is doing this interview either before the cabinet meeting or just after the cabinet meeting, but was definitely before 11:50 a.m. when Nwafor Rizu and Ironsi made their own statement in their own broadcast. What are we seeing from this? Thank you, Bode, on YouTube. Way was in the Navy, but my response was to the person who said there was no Navy or military. There was no Navy or military in 1966. Thank you, Oli Mempo. This is when you put stop. Some who are here are under 18. What do you want? What do you want me to explain? If you're under 18, it's fine. What do you want me to explain? No, don't mute him. Just become he's one of us. I think he's trying to ask a question. I don't really get this question. So please unmute him so I can answer. No, please unmute him so that he will be able to ask his question. Thank you. You know, during the war in 67, many of the POWs from Biafra that were captured by Benjamin Adekunle, Black Scorpion, and his 3MCDO, that's 3rd Marine Commando Division, many of them were taken to Azikadaka Borough School, essentially to be taught how to fight on water, basically like a naval school. And thank you, somebody wrote it here earlier, the Navy in Nigeria started in 1956. The point is that thank you for muting him. So, Thrive and Shine, you can ask your question and then I'll respond to you. But the point I'm trying to make is this. Azikiwe is making a statement about what has not happened, which tells you he knew what happened. One. Number two, 40 minutes conversation between Ironsi and Orizu. It tells you something else. These guys were in on it, and I'll say it without fear or favor and with all due respect. This thing was factory made, custom made to favor the Igbos. Obalufon, thank you. Navy was founded in 56. Air Force. This is the kind of comment I like, to be helping us, get things straight. But both of them, and of course the army, were already in existence by 66. The point of the matter is that Baba knew what he was doing. Igbotic pride. That's to your parents, so let me mute you while you go and talk to your parents. You guys are unruly. You're not properly raised. Just move around like. Back to the book by Frederick Forsyth, where, like I said, Nala is inside. At least that part. He says here, the wars did not come to pass that winter of 1964, but it did 14 months later in January 1966, with the president out of the country, the prime minister dead, but his body not discovered, and the defense minister unable to be found. This defense minister that he said was unable to be found is the same person that Shehu Shagari is telling us in his own book that they had a conversation with. And he told them that the guys, the soldiers, the army, they were working to quell the coup and to bring everything to normalcy. It's the same person these guys are saying is unable to be found. That's why I said Forsyth is one person that you should never trust, except he's writing fiction. And there are many of them like that. It's just that today, by the way, read this book, but just understand that read other books to be able to decipher whatever. So it says, the prime minister was dead, his body was not found, the president was out of the country, the first minister unable to be found. Listen, General Ironsi, in those confused days, followed the ruling of 1964 by consulting the most senior ranking minister, Alhaji Dipcharima. That did not happen. If he ever consulted Dipcharima, if he ever did, it would be on that day. How do I know that? Let's quickly go back to the book. Am I aware that some of the people that witnessed the coup were the Oputa? Yes, I'm aware. I've watched some of the interviews and a lot of them lied. You guys, listen. Just because you were alive when something happened doesn't mean you're going to tell the truth, though. Have you not lied to your family members? All of you are alive and you're still lying. Do you know how many people Adekunle unalive in the southeast? Why are you misleading the public? Adekunle is the greatest hero of the Nigerian Civil War. Hawk Transformer. Give me the answer to how many people Adekunle unalived. You fight our soldiers. I unalive your men. You are crying. Are you kidding? If you're looking for the person that actually unalive the people, I know his name, but I won't mention it because you are not worth that answer. You can just like crying all over the place, acting like the victim. Adekunle is the greatest hero of the war. You can hug a transformer. And yes, it's Black Scorpion for a reason. And by the way, there's someone like that also in Biafra, but again, I'm not mentioning his name. You are not worth that answer. You can't just go around, you are the victim, they killed us, they killed us. You are a soldier going to war. Are they supposed to meet you and say, God bless you, let us have dinner? It's a war. If I'm sorry about anything, it will be about the civilians who were casualty. But the question is, who were the civilian casualty of Adekunle, Benjamin Adekunle? And what, by the way, happened to the Midwesterners in the hands of please, guys, you have to power up. This thing is showing inactivity. Let's not allow this thing to happen on today, I beg. If you're on TikTok, we're on 60.1. Let's get this to 100K, please. Everywhere you go, you must be the victim, because it's that victimhood that makes you have identity. Come on, stop it. You're an adult. It's a war. And that's what we're telling you guys are shouting all over the place. Destroy Nigeria. I want to break Nigeria. Destroy Nigeria. If you start today, are you sure you'll be able to handle it? Just because I'm not leaving at 6 p.m. I'm not leaving yet. Are you going to be able to handle it if this thing starts now? It's a war. It's not a tea party. And by the way, if you're Yoruba, be proud of Adekunle. If you're Bachama, which is his mother's tribe, mother's ethnic group in Adamawa State, be proud of him. I think I've spoken about him here before. I'll do it again. Guys, just give me 1 minute just to say something about this great man. How did that man convince 380 people out of 400 to cross from Biafra into the Nigerian army? Let me show you one book. I'm going to show you a book. We're going to go back to Shehu Shagari in a second. I want to show you a book. If you can, get the book. Somebody told me to have a bookstore or something. They've been asking me about it. I'm going to do it eventually, but right now, just if you can get the book, get it. One second. See this book, eh? It's heavy, but it's worth its weight. This is a book. Right? The Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Alabi-Sama. Fantastic book. I'll quickly tell you one story, then we'll go back to what we're discussing.
Bombo.
400 POWs, Biafran POWs, were captured by Nigerian armed forces. They needed to do something about those people. So what did they do? They had options. These were their options. Number one, they could get them down to Lagos, but that would not make sense because they only had planes coming to the east on Thursdays, bringing in supplies. And we have 400 people. How many people train go take them back? Sorry, carry them back to Lagos. So they cancel that one. Number two, when they send them back to Biafra, because at least they don't free them. But if you send them back to Biafra, that means that you are giving your enemy more people to fight you. Okay, third option, kill all of them. Those are the three options. And what Alabi-Sama called it, he called it a dilemma. It was a conundrum. They didn't know what to do. So Adekunle came up with this brilliant idea. He said, listen, we can get these people to work for us. So he sat them down, 400 of them, spoke to them about the concept of one Nigeria, why they should believe in Nigeria, why they shouldn't follow Ojukwu. Out of the 400, only 20 stood up and said, we have aged parents at home. We would like to go back to them. He had 380 people. Those people, some of them went to train with Adakaboro at his own school. Some of them worked in reconnaissance. Some of them eventually helped with the terrains of the so-called Biafra. Benjamin Adekunle was a great man, and he should be celebrated every day and twice on Sunday, especially in the East. And if you go to war, you must know that the people you are fighting did not come there to do crusade. No, it's actually crusade. It's not revival. You know those revival meetings? When you go to war, they fight. People die. That's why we say no war. But because some of you have not learned anything from history, you are still looking for something. You will still end up the way your parents ended up because you are not learning anything from history. We don't want wars because we know what happens. It's not pretty. Ordinary riot, everybody's running away. You are talking about war. Now they've run alive people. You are crying here and say they kill people. They will not kill. It's kill or be killed. If you like, learn. If you like, don't learn. Be shouting you want war. Just keep your word to your part of the country. God bless you. Where were we? This one just came and talk waiting no concern me. I hope you guys are picking stuff we're discussing. In fact, we'll never even get to the topic of today, but all I read was 3 pages in this book, and I was like, this thing has to be discussed because people don't lie to us too much for this country. All right. Deep Charima was not consulted. Yeah, I remember. If he ever consulted Deep Charima, I'll tell you when he consulted Deep Charima. Let's go back to the book by Shehu Shagari. Listen to this. Oh, I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. The whole premises was surrounded by soldiers in battle order that some of us initially hesitated to enter. In the cabinet chamber were Major General Ironsi, Bukar Deep Charima, and Ibrahim Tako Galadima. If they ever had any consultation, it would be here. When? After the meeting that Ironsi already had with Orizu and Azikiwe. Two-factor authentication. Let me summarize everything and then we'll move on. What you see here is a plan that started in 1964. How do we know it? Interestingly, from this book. He gave himself away. He gave it away, but he didn't give it away totally. So where do we find the remaining part that he did not give away? We found it in the book by John de St. John. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. And then we also find it in the interview with David Ejo, how the idea of a coup started in 1964. And we also found it in the paper by Odia Ofemom called The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. You tie those 4 things together, and you're able to understand what happened in 1964 and how Ojukwu was going to have a coup. Please, let's power tap. Let's get this to 100K, please. And then you see that the whole idea was because there was a political crisis between Ojukwu and Azikiwe, and that's why Ojukwu asked that question. What would you do if you have conflicting orders from the president and the prime minister? Who would you follow? And he was asking Nigerian officers. And Welby, after speaking and consulting with the Attorney General of the Federation, said to him, listen, no, not Federation at the time, Attorney General, this was 66, it was a Federation. Talked to the Attorney General and said, if this ever happens, who you listen to would be the Prime Minister because he's the, let me read what it says. It says, in the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected political leader of the country, the Prime Minister, or his subordinate, the Defense Minister. And so what do you notice here? You notice that for the first time, Ojukwu realizes that no matter what they did, according to the law, the only person who you should obey without having to even think about it would have to be the Prime Minister. So what's the option? They're going to have a coup. Of course, if you read the book, Nigerian Civil War, it says eventually it fizzled away. And the reason it fizzled away was not because they didn't want to do it. It was because David Ejo and Yakubu Gowon reported to Foster. So in this book, they said he reported to Welby. And Welby told them how to have it. Apparently, in this book, what they reported was the question of what to do if there were conflicting orders. In Ejo's interview, what they reported was the coup. In other words, even after this question, there was still a coup being planned. Excuse me, there was still a coup being planned. And Ejo said what they did, they reported to Foster, They said, oh, don't do it again. Forster told them, you can't do this, it's not necessary. And that's why they didn't go ahead with it. 16 months later, there was a coup. I need to read something to you before we leave this matter and go to what happened in Ibadan during the coup. I'll read something to you here from the Special Branch Report. Special Branch Report was, of course, the report, document that was released after 3 months of interrogation. They interrogated 200 people, and every single coup plotter was interrogated or questioned. So you're talking about Ifajuna, Zogu, Don Okafo, Chukwuka, Anufuro, all of them, Wobosi, Benguli, everybody was questioned, and they put together this document. There's something I want to read from there. In fact, two things. I'll first read this one. It says here, in August 1965, Major Okafor, Major Ifajuna, and Captain Oji, who were already dissatisfied with political developments in the Federation and the impact of those developments, held series of discussions between them about the matter could eventually be trusted to join them in the enterprise of staging a military coup. Then it says here, okay, I found what I was looking for. I found it. It says, the civilian involvement and influence in the whole affair is not, as far as possible, included in this report. It has been established that sometime during August 1965, a small group of army officers dissatisfied with the political developments within the Federation began to plot in collaboration with some civilians. I'll say this. Nigeria's history needs to be laid bare. If we don't do this, there's no way we're going to heal, there's no way we're going to grow. Because a group of people constantly think they are being hated. Wow, thank you for the gift. Thank you. Thanks a lot. A group of people think they are being hated. By the way, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, that's a gift that was given on TikTok. So TikTok does gifts. But if you're on Facebook or YouTube, you will have an opportunity to give later. That will be to a bank account. We have a bank account to post, towards the end of the sessions. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you for the heart, Gorilla. Thank you for the Blue Rosie UIG. Thank you. I really appreciate your generosity. So back to what I was saying. What you see here is this. There were civilians involved, and then, of course, the military. This is what I think. I think a lot of things have been classified. Many have been declassified now, to be honest. But I'll say this. Nigeria's history needs to be laid bare. People need to understand what happened. Not so that they can point fingers and say, this is this person's fault, is that tribe's fault, is that ethnic group's fault. That's not the point. The real issue is this. Because there's ignorance, certain people are acting like the victims of everything. Meanwhile, they don't understand the fact that we are where we are because of the politics of the region. I'm talking specifically about the Southeast. With all due respect, the politics of the Southeast in the First Republic was nothing to desire. And am I saying nobody has been hurt? Southeastern people have not been hurt. Of course, they've been hurt. Just like they've hurt others as well. You've hurt others. But these things have to be laid bare. Everybody knows what they've done, what has happened, and then we can now find healing. But these things, by the way, what I'm doing here is just to bring certain things out to us. Some of these things have been written since '66. One of these days, we're going to have a session on the perspective of the Eastern minorities as far as the Civil War was concerned. That's when you discover the fact that anybody who comes here and say 1 billion people were killed somewhere, look at what Benjamin Adekunle did, I'll just shut you up. Because what happened to those people in the Eastern, in the South today, present day Cross River, Akwa Ibom, River State, and parts of Bayelsa, what happened to them at the hands of Biafran forces? By the way, specifically Igbo forces. We have to be telling ourselves the truth in this country. Again, it's the truth. It's history. And it's not being said because we want to say, oh, this person is bad, that person. That's not the point. In your bank account so as to support your endeavor. You're amazing. Okay, I'll put it up. Once I'm done with this part, I'll put up the bank account. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. What you're seeing here is there is a dearth of information, and people are capitalizing on it by saying, see what you did to our father, my brother. Do you know what you did? And I'll say this and I'll go back to the book. Let me tell you what's happening in Nigeria. There's a group of elders in Nigeria who know what happened. Some of them were what's the word I'm looking for? They were eyewitnesses. They were eyewitnesses. Can this execution be completed? Oh, it's possible. For long, I'm a writer. We can create it. Absolutely. They witnessed these events. They saw what happened. And yeah, somebody said we should make a movie. Maybe I'll make it a movie, but it's totally true story. This is not even making it. It's true story, but we can make the movie. Whenever you're ready, let me know. I am ready whenever you are. Nigeria's history needs to be told, and we use social media, we use movies. And of course, we're going to write books as well. By the way, I have books on Amazon and seller.co. But they are all religious books, except one on Yoruba, on a story about Yao Yao, or about fraud. I like to say Yao Yao because that's what we call it in Nigeria. But this is what I'm saying. Let me finish my thought. There is a group of elders in Nigeria who were eyewitnesses. They knew exactly what happened. They knew, or they know. And they don't say it because, number one, they just think it's not necessary. Just think it's not necessary, like it's done. However, they will make sure that certain people pay. Listen, I'm not even kidding. There are people in this country that will make sure you pay because of what happened to them. What to do to fix Nigeria is not to keep denying stuff, because the people who know. And those people are not just in the north, they're also in the east. There's a video I watched some time ago where certain people, and they're in the west, obviously. Some people were talking about Ojukwu. They were elders in the southeast. If you see the way they were talking about him, you feel sorry for the young men here who think that they have a hero. You know why? They were there. Somebody used them for photo ops. The very first content creator in Nigeria's history was Odumegwu Ojukwu. The guys were going hungry and they were taking pictures and putting in Life magazine. You see, we have a long way to go and we're going to have several conversations, but I'll tell you this. Some of the interviews, meetings, minutes of meeting, I was able to lay my hands on a number of them. Almost all minutes that means anything during the coup or during the war and the coup, I got it, or I got them. At this point, Oyinbo is just everywhere, but I'm sure you get the point. When you read this document, you begin to understand how we are where we are, and also that perhaps if we say some of these things, two things will happen. Number one, all of us can heal. Number two, if people refuse to heal, at least those who know the history or the truth of the matter will no longer be blackmailed by a particular section of Nigeria. That's my goal. If you're looking for my goal, those are the two goals. At least two. There are many more, but this one is fast. Everybody heals and moves forward and builds something out of Nigeria, restructuring Nigeria, understanding that we can learn lessons from the past and come up with a structure that works for our country, not based on. Somebody say, as long as it doesn't align with my Yoruba media propaganda. Number one, we heal and then we build a nation. For instance, we can change the structure of this nation based on understanding of history. We'll be fine. Looking at history, this is the best way to govern Nigeria and work with it. But if you don't have history, you have no reference. You're just moving like you're just coming up with new ideas every second. You're coming up with new ideas. Meanwhile, people made mistakes in the past. Our job is to learn from the errors and build something better, not to recreate the mistakes, not to always, reinvent the wheel. I want us to heal. But guess what? If some people don't heal, I want my people to be armed with the truth, not just as a shield, but also as a sword, as a spear. They should be able to say, Oga, if you no one listen and find healing, you cannot come here. I'll prefer the number one, but if you don't have the number one, number two will do just as fine as well. And if you are from my side of the country, please learn from this history. Not necessarily to be pointing fingers and say, oh, you're a bad person. I already know what happened. And why are we even talking about this? Because we're discussing this book. A Boy with Ring Light. Number one, your dad is not as smart as the least person in this room. Mikhail Egbere, what's your name? Mikhail Egbere. That's your name, Abi? Mikhail Egbere. You should go and tell this to your dad, though. That's the funny thing. You guys are not properly raised. So it's your dad's mistake. Tell your dad, Egbere. Sincerely, guys, that's how he spelled his name. It's Egbere. Because I refuse to call that B. It has to be B. I'm Yoruba after all. Egbere. Must you respond to them? Would you like to be here? You think it's easy to be reading everything and just be doing as if I'm blind? Guys, it's not easy to just be talking. I'm not a robot. Do you not know I'm a human being? If you insult me, you think every time I just be looking? Free them. Okay, easy. Don't worry. If you're watching football, you're always better than the players on the pitch. It's not that easy, my brother. Do you know how much I don't respond to? So when I respond, I beg, let me. Thank you very much for your understanding. There's a lot of people come here and insult me. I do as well. I don't. But sometimes I have to answer. When I do, please try and understand. Please. And thank you for the glasses and the gifts. God bless you. But sincerely, that guy's name is Egbere. That's what they wrote there. It's Egbere. What you content here? Adishe Sami alone, you content Baba. All right. That, by the way, that for me, that's just a way of having fun, because I don't want it to get too serious too sometimes, History can be very boring if it gets too serious. All right, let's get back to this book. This book is Why We Struck, and is the reason for all of this conversation. And I'll tell you why. If you're Yoruba and you don't get these things, I can tell you this. From reported history, this Nigeria's history, every single one person who is Yoruba, who has decided or chosen to fight for, especially the East, at the expense of his people or in the name of fairness, every single one of them has either met the Waterloo or have been insulted by the very same people who they thought they were trying to serve. You know these things. You know these things. You know what happened to Ademoyega, this one. He was imprisoned by Ojukwu. You know what happened to Victor Banjo? He was killed by Ojukwu. Wole Soyinka was imprisoned because of Biafra. Do you know what they're doing to him now? They're insulting him. Every single person who will say, oh, politically. I read the book and met the author. I saw back as 99. That's good though. Congratulations. I would like to talk to you maybe at some point to even know his thoughts. But to be honest, he was just a very naive young man. But the sad part, let me tell you the sad part in this book. The sad part is his naivety is excusable because he was young. How old was he? He was born in 1938. As of 1966, this man was 28 years old. How old was Nzogu? 28, 29. These were young men. If you're naive and idealistic, it's understandable. What I don't understand, for the life of me, is how you're going to publish this book in 1981 and you say you are one of the original planners. Meanwhile, the original planners had a meeting. Sorry, the original planners were interrogated by the federal government, and we discovered that the original planners, they called you later. And even as an old person writing that book, you still mentioned that you're part of... That's the one I don't understand. Moving on. Now let's get back to this book. This is 514. We'll see what we can do before we go to there. I hope we've gotten something from. By the way, one of these we're going to do a full session on this book by Frederick Forsyth. I don't think I can, to be honest. The best I can do is I'll take a couple of pages and then we'll study it and then we'll use other books to understand what he's saying, because for the most part, it is what it is. All right, so let's start with Ibadan. So yesterday we discussed Lagos, what happened in Lagos, how Balewa was assassinated, and of course, the Minister of Finance. Wait, so before I get into this, somebody asked for my account, my bank account. Somebody told me that I'm always shy about it, so let me not be shy. I'm going to put it up for some minutes, but I'm going to bring it down, and then I'll bring it up later, because I don't like it on, because it might affect the recording. I don't like having it on the screen. But I'll put it out here for a while, and then later on, when we are done, I'll put it up again. Please, let's power tap. Thank you very much for getting us to 98K. Let me do what they're asking. I'm going to put this up just for a while, not for too long. I'll bring it up later, but the gentleman who was asking, this is the... And I hope you're having a great time, though. 0161854103. The people that insult me, if they only know that I'm actually doing this for them, if you only knew that I'm actually doing this for you guys, Igbos, Southeast, and because they insult me everywhere, even sending threats. Why would you threaten me? You will die, oh. Please don't do it, eh? Don't do it. It's just Sarah and Yokwe. Sarah. So don't do it. Don't do it. Just try and understand. I'm trying to help you. You need the truth. You need the truth. This is me trying to help you. So I'm going to do the recap with this thing up. Once I'm done with the recap, I'm going to have to bring it down so we can get into the conversation. So it's just going to be up for like 1 or 2 minutes. So if you want to use this detail, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much for asking. And that's it. Thank you for your support, your generosity. Thank you on YouTube. I see people on YouTube. Thank you for engaging the live on YouTube. And also on Facebook. Thank you very much. I hope everybody's fine. All right, let's get to this. We've done that in the past. It's only the few reasonable ones that do understand the lapses. That's why I said that. I know that, see, if you ask for Igbos to change, it's a tall order. Me, I respect it, but I still want to hope. The Bible says that about Abraham, he hoped against hope. So I'm hoping against hope that somehow they will get it. But even if they don't get it, at least let my people get it. My people is Nigeria, yes, Nigerians, but primarily Yoruba first, because we are the neighbors that have always been blackmailed. Gaslighting in Tekpoju. People that should be apologizing to you are telling you to apologize. You two are shaking and saying, hey, sorry. Before you know it, they use you and dump you. Now be angry. Igbo people are bad. They are not bad. They are who they are. You can't judge a whole region because of a few people. Why do people have the same argument? Do you know how long I've been hearing this argument? Let me tell you something. All Igbos are not bad. But this conversation is not about the people. No, please leave him. Please unmute him for a while. Igbos are not bad people. I've said it several times. Igbos are not bad people. They are not. There are 3 issues happening here. Guys, please allow me to undo this. There are 3 issues happening. Number 1 is your history, especially political history. Number 2 is your political class. Number 3 is your culture. Those are the issues. I don't have any problem with any Igbo person. And I don't want to do what people say. I say I have black friends, I have Igbo friends. That's not the point. I have no problems with Igbo people. But there are three issues. Number one is political history. Number two is political leaders. Number three is the culture. If you guys sit down and look at those three things, you will understand what's happening in Nigeria. And what time is it? 5:20. Let me spend a couple of minutes to quickly say it as fast as possible so we can get to what we're really discussing today. Number one, you're not bad people. Vivid, at this point, I think you've typed enough. Listen, right? Listen. If not, they're going to mute you again. Just chill, relax your nerves. You're not bad people, but you see, your political evolution was fast-tracked. And that's one of the major problems in Nigeria today. It's not about who your mom is or if I hate your dad. I don't care. I don't hate anybody. It's not even about that. Your political evolution was fast-tracked. It's a disadvantage. Why? You see, you're supposed to move. There's step upon step, precept upon precept. You're supposed to move. Sorry, let me just mute this one. People I say something's wrong with you. That's the thing. If somebody's trying to help you, you still insult me. Are you okay? Ada. Who is this other person? Please let me mute this video guy. Or is it video milk? Because we've tried to talk to you. You don't want to listen. But I'll explain. The Oyinbo, Jesus. Guys, it may sound funny, but try and understand. There's a book I want to recommend. It's by Joe Igbokwe. It's called Igbos, 25 years after the war. It was published in 1995. I would like to show you, but it's not here right now. It's inside, but look out for it. Igbos, 25 years after the war. Listen, you guys, where you were when the British got to you, what the British did was supposed to help. It actually destroyed the fabric of your society. Peter Suka, I'm not talking to them. Guys, don't assume I don't know what I'm doing. There are Yoruba people here who don't know these things. There's a way you behave, there's a way you are going to relate with your neighbors if you know their history. It's not about them. Relax. I know what I'm doing. I can't be this bare gray hair and I'm just talking to the air. I know exactly what I'm doing. Just watch. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. I can decide to use pronouns that make you look as if I'm saying you, but I'm talking to another you. But there's a way to do this thing. It's communication. But we've been doing this for a while. You let it say. Just listen. Where you were, you had never built complex systems. Never. In the history of the Igbo existence, you know what? We're going to come back to this Yoruba Ibadan thing. Give me 1 second. Let me bring out a book. I need to read something so that these guys will hear it. 1 second, guys. Just to get in there. One moment. See, if you're joining me and you think I'm distracted, I am not distracted. It is all part of the plan. Look at this book. By the way, we're going to start a book club where you can purchase books. I've been told to do that since January, but we need to create a system first. Once we do, you'll be able to buy some of these things. Now, let me read something to you from this book. By the way, this book is written by Joe Igbokwe. I didn't write the book. This Nigeria, we don't know each other. That's the problem. Once we understand each other, we will be friends. Oh, where were we? Desmond Obilo? Nah, I'm not doing this. I'm not. He's a great guy, by the way. I think he's doing fantastic, but this is definitely not what I'm doing. Many times, the various Igbo pre-colonial polities did not make any contact whatsoever before colonization, and were even in certain cases oblivious of the existence of one another. In fact, the Igbo-speaking people were self-consciously divided into Olu and the Igbo peoples. Even today, the Olu are very reluctant, except sometimes in urban centers, to refer to themselves as Igbo. Therefore, among certain neighboring peoples, there was a definite distinction between Olu and Igbo, while in what is today known as Igbo land, there was no history of common pre-colonial consciousness and identity. These are the people they made the head of the Eastern region in 1939. That was a mistake. Not Olu. I know what I'm reading. Oga is a book now. It's OLU. Not Olu is a place. This is Olu. OLU. This is by Professor Okudiba Nnoli. It's from this book called Ethnic Politics in Nigeria. No shared identity, no shared consciousness, pre-colonial. No state. You know what? Or if I borrowed it, Mombo, let me read something to you. I'm going to read something for you from Maji Param. One second. I told you there are three main issues: your political history, your political leaders, and your culture. They are linked, but I'll just try and say the ones I can say because of time. I'm going to read something to you. Ah, man. Sources Yakpa. This one is the listener of 20 October 1960. The woman is called Maji Param. I'm going to read something from there. There's another one you will find in an oral speech in 1968. By the time you put it together, you know exactly where you're coming from, because all this nonsense that you're writing in the comment section, you don't even know where you are coming from. This is Maji Param's views, which she wrote in the listener of 20th October 1960. She wrote, "Beneath these difficult restraints, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, though perhaps their recent strike of mineral oil will change that. That's not true. They didn't strike mineral oil. The mineral oil was for Eastern region." Guys, I hope you are done with this number. I have to remove the account number. It's distracting me. So please, you can screenshot or something. I'm going to have to take it down, please. I hope it's okay, but I appreciate your generosity. I appreciate your support, but I want to say something that I may want to cut out later and put out there. And I don't want to have money in there. So please, thank you very much for your support. Thank you. Please screenshot. Just take a second to screenshot, and then I can just take it down. Let's do that in like a few seconds. Thank you very much. I have to write down what I just said right now. I said there were three issues, Abi. All right. Thank you very much for your support. I'm just going to drop. I'll put it up later, once we're done with this section. So we have political history, political leaders, and culture. Again, let me make something very clear. Igbos are not bad people. So, Igbos are not bad people. Eastern region, poorest region. Do you not know? Guys, 1 second. I'll come back to this book. Let me read something to this guy. You don't know the room you came to, or the live session you came to. The Eastern region was the poorest of all regions in Nigeria. Let me read something to you. You see, when you guys insult the North, I just laugh because people just look and say, now I don't let them anything by. I'm going to read something to you from Arthur Richards. I'm coming back to that one, to the one by Maji Param. Let me read something from Arthur Richards. By the way, Sir Arthur Richards was the governor and commander-in-chief of Nigeria. And he made a statement on 20th January 1947. If you're on YouTube, if YouTube is still working, please just say hi. I just want to be sure that we're working, because this number, I don't understand. I'm trying to understand YouTube a bit better. So please, if you're on YouTube and you are listening, you can hear me, please just say hi or something in the comment section, just to be sure. Well, this thing should be blinking, but it's not blinking. Okay, I think it's working. Oh. I think it's working. Let me answer that, you gentleman. I hope you are gentle, because some of you are not gentle. This is from Sir Arthur Richards, who was the governor and commander-in-chief of Nigeria. This statement was made on 20th January 1947. Oh, thank you very much on YouTube. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is Arthur Richards. This was in 1947, 20th January. He was the governor and commander-in-chief of Nigeria. I'm mentioning it several times so that you all know who is talking. I found that the North, which pays its taxes almost as obediently as people do in England, and which contributes more than any other section of Nigeria to the general revenue, is the part of Nigeria which had the least spent on it by the central government. The eastern provinces, the part of Nigeria which is most vocal, and which clamors and calls for more education and for more of everything, is the part which contributes less than the other two regions to the general revenue. And it is also the part upon which the government has been spending the most. Thank you, Ferrari. This was in 1947. It didn't get better. Now, let me read what I was reading earlier. I hope I've answered that question that person was asking me. God bless you, and you will do well in Jesus' name. Now, let's go back to that other book. In fact, I'll read a few books for you. I think it will help, because people like say, more. We know they respect ourselves for this country. We just think everybody's not the same thing. This thing, read. Should I read that one? Guys, you know what? Let me just quickly read it. Hold on. The governor at the time said they were clamoring for more. They were clamoring for more. They were the loudest, but they contributed the least. I'm going to read something to you now from Nnamdi Azikiwe's speech in 1949. That one was from 1947. Let me read something to you from 1949. If anybody comes to blackmail you with I'm a victim, it's not now. It's not the war. It's a culture, which is my third point. But will they mix them together? Let me read something to you from here. It says, by the way, it was in this speech that Azikiwe said, and I quote, it would appear, by the way, this was also published in 1949, in September 1949, West African Pilot. It says, it would appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo race to lead the children of Africa out of the bondage of the ages. This is the same person who claims to be a Pan-Africanist, whatever, saying that his own was superior. There is a page, I've read it here before, from Awo, the autobiography, where it talked about the goal of Azikiwe. He said by 1940, it became very clear that his goal was to build up the Igbos as a master race and essentially subjugate the Yoruba, especially in their minds, and then also reduce or diminish the effectiveness or the contributions of the other nationalists in the struggle, and then, make his own people and his person the focus of everybody. But while he was saying God has created them special and everything, he said this also in that same speech. Listen and be blessed. Since suffering is a label of our tribe, we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. That was something they edited much later. The original thing was that they were going to save the children of Africa. So listen to this. I have not come here today in order to catalog the disabilities which the Igbos suffer. In spite of our potential wealth, in spite of our teeming manpower, in spite of our vitality as an indigenous African people, suffice it to say that it would enable you to appreciate the manifest destiny of the Igbo if I enumerated some of the acts of discrimination against us as a people. Look out for words like discrimination, victim, hate. Those three words. Look out, just watch out for those three words. This is 1949 speech. it's not new. And it's not because it was happening. How do I know that? Because I read what Arthur Richards said in 1947. It's a tactic. Papa said something in his book. The book is called Awo, the Autobiography of Chief of Awolowo, Obafemi Awolowo. I think it's the book everybody should have. Even if you're not Yoruba, read that book to change your life. Papa said Azikiwe was the first consummate propagandist in Nigeria. And the more I read Azikiwe's speeches, the more I agree. Listen, it says, I have not come here today in order to catalog the disabilities which the Igbo suffer, in spite of our potential wealth, in spite of our teeming manpower, in spite of our vitality as an indigenous African people. Suffice it to say that it will enable you to appreciate the manifest destiny of the Igbo if I enumerated some of the acts of discrimination against us as a people. Socially, the British press has not been sparing in describing us as the most hated in Nigeria. 49. In the Nigerian press, in this unholy crusade, the Daily Mirror, the Times, the Economist, News Review, and the Daily Mail have been in the forefront. In the Nigerian press, you are living witnesses of what has happened in the last 18 months, when Lagos, Zaria, and Calabar sections of the Nigerian press were virtually encouraged to provoke us to tendentious propaganda. By the way, if you want to know what propaganda looks like, read West African pilots in the 1930s and 1940s. That's propaganda. It is needless for me to say that both in England and in West Africa, the expression Igbo has become a word of opprobrium. I'm looking for something. Okay, I found it. It says, politically, you have seen with your own eyes how 4 million people were disenfranchised by the British for decades because of our alleged backwardness. We have never been represented on the Executive Council, and not one Igbo town has had the franchise, despite the fact that our native political institutions are essentially democratic. In fact, more democratic than any other nation in Africa, in spite of our extreme individualism. There's a lie somewhere here. He's saying that they have no representatives on the Executive Council, but there's a man called Charles Onyema who was in the Executive Council, or Legislative Council. Meanwhile, come to think of it, most of the people who had seats there were in Lagos, because the seat was Lagos at the time. And again, I like to say it's not Lagos State, Lagos, the capital of what became the capital. So it says, economically, we have labored under onerous taxation measures without receiving sufficient social amenities to justify them. What did you hear from Arthur Richards? They don't pay taxes. What is he saying? We have paid too much taxes. It's a lie. Then he says, we have been taxed without representation, and our contributions in taxes have been used to develop other areas. Is it different from what you hear today? Somebody wrote to me today on one of the comment section. He says, it looked like you have profound hate for the Igbos. No, you have profound stupidity in your mind. Femi, I don't care whether your name is Yoruba. You are very stupid. God bless you as you enjoy your stupidity. You guys don't have sense. Somebody has to be kowtowing to you. That's why Nigeria is not growing. Everybody's just acting like Mumu. Somebody will say nonsense. You will not say anything. Somebody will come up with terrible ideas. You will not be able to respond because we want to grow Nigeria. How do you grow Nigeria when all of us are living, we are just acting like we are dumb? Meanwhile, some of us know the answer, but we don't want to talk about it, so you don't look like a bigot. I don't care what I look like. It's not about what I look like. It's about getting us to understand how to work with each other. I don't hate any one of you. And if you think I hate you, that's your business. You are biased, sir. I don't mind. Do you guys think this changes anything? I am biased. Okay, thank you very much. What's your name? It says, we have been taxed without representation and our contributions in taxes have been used to develop other areas. Today, somebody wrote something in one of the comments. It said that they produce oil. And it's the oil and gas that my people are using. That's why we don't want to break Nigeria. And I say, wait. When I look at the chart, what Abia State and Imo State produce as far as crude oil is concerned in Nigeria is 1.7%. Abia produces 1.1, the other one produces 0.6. See, Yoruba people, we have oil, We have oil, but let's assume that we're not the big ones, to be honest, as far as Kudal is concerned for now. We're not the big boys. We're okay. Ondo State produces 3.7%. In other words, leave Lagos, leave Ogun. Ondo State produces 3.7%. The combination of everything from Abia and is 1.7. How am I living on your oil? You're living on the good graces of Nigerians. People need to tell the truth. He's saying here that they use their money to develop other areas. Which money are they using to develop other areas? When the government is literally saying that you're paying the least in taxes. I said all of this to say that this idea of I'm a victim, it has nothing to do with the war. It has nothing to do with anything. It's what the political leaders use as a strategy in the 40s in order to get certain benefits for their people. That's what I'm trying to say. Victimhood is a strategy. It's not an experience for some people. It had nothing to do with the war. The war has just become the newer way of getting it across. Back to this book, Emma Bonko Koloni. This is the book we are reading now. God will bless us as we read. Listen and be blessed. 3 issues that you should work on. You should understand: political history, political leaders, and culture. It says here, in what is today known as Igbo land, there was no history of common pre-colonial consciousness and identity. Certainly, there were no wars fought together by the Igbo as a collectivity. Such wars usually marked the boundaries of mutual identification and group identity. In other words, there was no group identity, there was no mutual identification, there was no consciousness before the British got to Nigeria. That's your history. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just the history. So what does that tell you? It tells you that, why am I reading this? I'll tell you why. There are some things I don't want to read now because it could be like say they fight people. I'll still read some things because we have to understand this thing. Let me read something to you guys. I won't read this part. I'll read the other part. There's a man called Professor Nkena. Higher rate of migration of certain sections of Igbo to, number 1, land hunger, particularly around Onitsha, Oka, Okigwe, and Olu. A dearth of fertile land, as in Nnewi, rising cost of farming, as in Oguta. Also, the Igbo primitive communalist mode of production under patriarchal domination was accompanied by a low level of production, underdevelopment of productive forces, and the increasing pauperization of the younger sons. And since production was based on the cultivation, And since production was based on the cultivation of land, low production and pauperization were worst in the areas of poor soil. Here, the rate of migration was highest. I'm just going to jump to something. It says, unlike the more materially developed Hausa and Yoruba linguistic people, the Igbos were more compelled to move. There's something I want to read here. I'll read it after I explain what I'm about to say. This is the point. There is a document called the Willings Commission Report of 1958. It was the commission itself was put together in 1957. They put out a report in 1958. Let me read something to you from that book. We're just trying to know each other. No, it's good to know each other. I'll tie everything together. We'll come back to our Ibadan tomorrow because in Timon I just think that people need to know exact. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay, good. Thank God. Thank you, just becoming. I see you in the comment section. Thank you. I'm going to read something. This is from the 1958 Willings Commission report. There are damning things here. I'm just going to read the ones that I think will help us. It says here, the Igbo are about 5 million, and they are too many for the soil to support. They are vigorous and intelligent and have pushed outward in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the eastern region. In the western region, in the north and outside Nigeria, they are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life. Listen to what I'm about to read now. Though there has been no great kingdom or indigenous culture in the eastern region, the coastal chiefs grew on their trade with the European merchant ships, and they adopted customs, clothing, and housing. He's talking about the Ijos, who adopted customs and clothing and housing from the European merchant ships that were more advanced than those of the peoples of the interior, on whom they had first preyed on, or on whom they had first preyed for slaves. Put a finger there. Let's go to the other book. Let's go back to Majiparam. Majiparam's views, which he wrote in the Listener of 20th October 1960, also provide more background information on the state of affairs before independence. He wrote, Beneath this difficult restraint, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, though perhaps the recent strike of mineral oil will change that, the region is different from the people. The region is Eastern region. The people are Igbos. The Igbos did not have mineral resources at this time. The oil was discovered in Oloibiri. They have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. Again, having no great history, no impressive chiefs or cities, they need to find their pride, their fulfillment in Nigeria itself. One more source. I'm going to read something to you from Anthony Nauro. That's in another book. Okay, I know what to search for. There's a problem in this country. Elegbe need to make all this we are together. Is just somebody just come and be acting like not properly raised. We are. You know what? Let me just tell you something while I'm trying to get the book. Here's the point. The point is that politically, you had not created any kingdoms. There were no kings. There's even a saying. If I pronounce it incorrectly, I apologize. If you're Igbo, Igbo onweze. In other words, Igbos have no kings. It's something that is said that brings pride. Now, again, we're talking about your political history. Because of where you are coming from, it was wrong for the British to put you in charge of the Eastern region. Why? Because I intentionally did not say it immediately because it would have. I don't want to. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. If you look at the document, the Willings Commission report, what did it say? It says the people on the coast, the Ijos, the Calabar, all those people, they were preying on a certain people for slaves. This is where it got crazy. Now I'm going to go back to that book and read it just to finish that particular part. It says they had housing, customs, clothing more advanced than those of the people of the interior on whom they had first preyed for slaves. They came during the 19th century to regard the people of the interior as backward and ignorant, and it was therefore, it was therefore a blow to their pride, as well as to their pockets. when the Igbos began to push outwards into the surrounding fringe of the country, and particularly into the Calabar area, to take up land, to grow rich, to own houses and lorries, and occupy posts in public services and in the services of large trading firms, it was among the Igbos, formerly despised by the people of Calabar as source of slaves and as a backward people of the interior, now feared and disliked as energetic and educated, that the first political party formed. In other words, they grew, which is beautiful. They became successful, which is wonderful. There's also something to that success. We'll talk about that later. But all of this, of course, great results. However, regardless of what they now have been able to achieve in terms of finance, there was no political structure to bear the weight. But they were the ones who were in charge of the eastern region when the British left. So these other people that used to, quote unquote, and I'm not mentioning the group that used to pray for slaves, but you get the point. They now had to look up to the people that they used to look down at. Now, that seems like a good thing until you discover the fact that the people were not allowed to develop. In other words, there was nothing called statecraft in some parts of Nigeria until the British came. As a matter of fact, the first guys who led, called warrant chiefs, were created by the British. The political history tells you exactly what. Listen, everything we do today it's a reflection of where we're coming from. Why did Awo not want to work with Ahmadu Bello? Because it was a feudal. It was from a feudal society. He was a prince. We all sit here and talk about the feudal north. The feudal north. Do you not want to know what happened in the east? You think the north is your problem. I'm not saying the north doesn't have problems, but maybe we should just let us know all our neighbors. Know the north, know the east, know the outside. By the way, there's no north as north. There's also Fulani, but what they do in Hausa Fulani land is not what you will find in Birom land or among the Angas, among the Tiv. They have a different structure in the Kanuri area. They're all different. More will study all of ourselves. So the people, for instance, who had a system, I'll give an example. Jaja Vokobo. This is what I say about Jaja Vokobo. Jaja Vokobo was an Igbo boy that became an Ijo man. Was taken away as slave. But because the culture he got into, the Ijo community, the Ijo culture, they had upward mobility even for slaves, unlike where he was coming from. The Ijo community has upward mobility, just like the Yoruba people. They also have upward mobility. So you can come in as a slave, but you can become adopted into the family until Jaja Vokobo himself now became one of the leading merchants. And then eventually, of course, created Opobo and became the king. Now, here's the point. The point is that those people had that kind of system in their own space. They have a king, they have state structures. Now they have to be subservient to a people who never had that. That is where a lot of problems come from. It's not because the Igbos are bad people, it's because the political history is warped. When you hear things like "I bow to no one," what do you think it means? It doesn't mean you are great. It means that you are trying to remember what it means not to be what you used to be, which I'm not going to mention. Because to bow is a sign of weakness. And that's why if a Yoruba person talks about respect, you say, what's that nonsense? What's nonsense respect? What's rubbish respect? We don't care about it. I don't care if you don't care about it. In my house, I care about it. If you're living in my space, you must care about it. If you don't want to care about it, you can be where you don't care about it. But the reason is because it reminds you of where you used to be. That's not your fault. It's your history, which you don't know because people have lied to you. You know what? Let me read one more thing. Not one more. Man, no lie. There are plenty more things I want to read. Yeah, let me first read Enaro's stuff. This is Enaro, 12th August 1968. He was talking at Addis Ababa. The British tried to weld together these kingdoms. So, in fact, let me go back just a little. Although Nigeria was the creation of European ambitions and rivalries, its peoples had their own ancient history before the arrival of the colonizers. This newly created country contained not just a multiplicity of pagan tribes, but a number of great kingdoms which had evolved complex systems of government independent of contact with Europe. Within its frontiers were the great kingdom of Borno, with a known history of more than 1,000 years, the Fulani Empire, which had existed for 100 years before its conquest by Britain, the Benin Empire, stretching at its zenith from the east of the Niger and to well beyond Nigeria's western borders. Come on. The Yoruba Empire of Oyo, which had been one of the most powerful of the states of the Guinea coast. Listen, please. The kingdoms of Niger Delta and Calabar. Who are those people in Niger Delta and Calabar? The people that the Willings Commission reported that they used to prey on people of the interior. They have kingdoms, or they had kingdoms. The kingdoms of the Niger Delta and Calabar, the loosely organized Igbo peoples in the hinterland of the former eastern region, and the groups of Nigeria, the loosely organized Igbo peoples in the hinterland of the former eastern region, and the dukedoms and small tribes of the plateau. Of the three, please listen, of the three most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa, Fulanis, Igbos, and Yorubas, only the Igbos never had an organized state, an imperial past, or a golden age. They had not centralized political administration or loyalties, had never had an era of kings, dukes, or conquerors, nor did they have an early start in either Western or missionary, Islamic or Christian education. The greater part of the North was Muslim. Listen, our histories are very different. Our histories are very different. Respectfully. Every time you guys insult me in the comment section, see, there are things that can be I don't talk about your history because sincerely it be like insult, and this one is not even the insult. If you really want to know the insult, let me recommend two. No, let me just make it one. Go and read GT Bass then. I feel bad for that, for the people that he's talking about. Don't go around throwing your weights and saying nonsense in the comment section. I'll read one more thing. When I finish reading this thing, I'll now put everything together and answer that question once and for all, then I can move on. A large number of Igbos could not but migrate. I'm reading from Igbos 25 years after Biafra by Joe Igbokwe. This is a book. Okay? In case you want to buy. I'll start selling very soon, by the way. I don't know how soon that will be, Sha, but you don't even have to buy from me. Please, look for this book and buy. You need to hear why. It's in this book that I discovered how people thought they could become owners of the land in terms of politics. You actually thought you could become the political leaders in Yoruba land based on certain things. And when I read those things, I'm like, you must think the people are stupid. Let me read it. I won't read about that political thing. Let me just read this one, then I'll explain everything. Maybe I'll refer to it later, but let me read something to you. A large number of Igbos could not but migrate. Why? Because the soil is comparatively poor, because it is highly leached and acidic. For example, Okodiba Noli, that's a professor, he posites that in 1952, about 99,000 Igbo residents lived in the 11 main urban areas of the North, West, Midwest, and Lagos. They constituted 8% of the total urban population of these areas of 1.2 million and 51% of the non-indigenous population. In Lagos, Benin, Kano, and Kaduna, they constituted over 30% of the non-indigenous residents. Therefore, unlike the more materially developed Hausa and Yoruba linguistic people, the Igbos were more compelled to move. That's not the bad part. There's no bad part here, Seth. I'm just reading. The young ones who were the poorest, because of the disadvantages imposed on them by the tenure system, consisted the bulk of the migrants. I want to read something slowly, but I want to say this. I'm being respectful about this, but I've got to read it. Similarly, the secular and sacred slaves, Oru and Osu, respectively, also migrated in large numbers. Listen, they consisted the most exploited and downtrodden of Igbo societies, and were without social, economic, or political rights. In fact, colonial activity, although itself generally degrading and dehumanizing, offered them the opportunity to escape the inhuman conditions under which they lived. I'll say something, then we'll move on. Here's what I say. 3 things: political, history, political leaders, and culture. From everything, you can put it together. Number one,
as far as political leaders
goes, you don't have a lot. So what you do is you don't go around telling people anything about politics. You don't get it. What people do is they learn. For instance, you rebel with all our complex political whatever. We see how to understand how it works in Nigeria. You know why? We were never in Nigeria. The Yoruba political system is way more than 1,000 years old. We've been having kings in Yoruba land for more than 1,000 years. And then we've been having centralized polities since the 11th century AD, starting with Oduduwa himself in Ife, after he united 13 settlements in Ile-Ife and became the very first Oni. He was not the first king inside Ife, but was the very first king of Ife. He united the groups and became the first king. From that moment, we had a political structure that was exported from Ife to every nook and cranny of Yoruba land. We understand what complexity means. We know what statecraft is. We know how to work with even enemies. We know how to build systems. But even then, when we got into Nigeria, we discovered that it was a totally different kettle of fish. You didn't even bother to learn anything. Just told everybody we are the same, we are all Pan-African. You are joking. And I will say this again, one of the major disservices that the British did to the Igbos was to make them the head because of numbers. And so you have people who had kingdoms, who had dukedoms and chiefdoms and things like that, having to now become subservient in the eastern region. Do you know what really happened in the eastern region to the minorities, especially as far as even civil service was concerned? Your political leaders, the game that has been played since the 1930s is a winner takes all. And you see it. You guys have to be told. Even today, in the entire Nigeria, as big as a big reach, we have about 109 senators. The only person who thought indigenization bill is a good idea is from the southeast. There is a culture and pronouncement of victimhood. You are hated, and you are wondering where is the hatred coming from? Who hates you? There is a culture of using, for instance, the federal, whatever belongs to all of us, for your own benefit. Excuse me. 1 second, I have to change this audio source, please. I'm going to change it later. I think I still have a couple of minutes. You have something good, but in a space like Nigeria, you've not been here before, and even before you came in, you have no reference. Don't come into my see. Anytime anybody insults me like this, there are some books I will not open on a normal day. Even today, right now, guys, I'm angry. I'm actually angry. And even with my anger, there's still something I will not open. But listen, your history is documented, just like mine. And just because you don't know it, maybe that's why you just insult everybody. You don't know where you are coming from. Your political leaders have weaponized empathy. Starting with Azikiwe. What do you think they said in 1938? And you find it in his West African pilot. It's all over the place. You see it in his speech in 1949. Azikiwe is against Yoruba land from having Egbe Oduduwa in Yoruba land, but he has Igbo Union in Yoruba land. But he's against Yoruba people having called Egbe Oduduwa a fascist organization. The idea of becoming big, and you see it's not. Sometimes it's just one person, not just one person. Azikiwe did it. Ojukwu did the same thing. One day we'll have a session on what happened in the Midwest After Republic of Benin was declared, what happened? No, quickly. Number one, three names were brought up by Victor Banjo. It was Ogbemudia, Trimnel, and David Ejo. Ojukwu looked at those three names. He didn't see any sensible one amongst them. He had to go and pick an Igbo person who was a minority in that same place, just exactly as Azikiwe and NCNC had picked Dennis Osadebe. Let's stop playing. They put Albert Okonkwo, an Igbo man, in charge of that place. The same person wrote the book. There's a book I saw. I have it. Let me show you that book. Somebody mentioned that book this morning. Somebody found my video. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me recommend a book. This one was written by Professor Toun Ogunsheye. This is the first female professor in Nigeria, by the way. A break in the silence. The first female professor in Nigeria. She's a sister to Victor Banjo. In there, you'll find a letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. I wanted to take over Yoruba land, take over Lagos. Read the now Rose speech. You see how Ojukwu wanted to take over Nigeria. Guys, it's not a joke. Your political leaders have built some things. If you don't know it, I understand. Maybe you are not, you are ignorant of it. Okay, but don't tell me there's one person. Lastly, culture. I'm going very fast. I could open a session, open sessions on this thing, bringing you sources, but more not to that one. Just quickly, political history, political leaders. The last one is just culture. There's something you saw in this book by Joe Igbokwe. The first set of people that moved out, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them were Osus and Orus. They were sacred and secular slaves. And I've said it here before, the concept of tainted blood was something that is still known in Igbo land till today. It's still alive and well, sadly, and I hope they change it, but whatever they do, good luck. The point is, when those people moved out, before they moved out, they were treated as they were the least in society. And all the people that come on social media to tell you that there's nothing like that, ask them if they will allow their children to marry Osu, or if they themselves will marry. And if they say yes, tell them to look out for an Osu and marry. But that's not even my problem. This is the issue where I'm going. The people were disdained in society for whatever reason. I mean, several reasons caused the outcast things. Not because they are bad people. They just have their own culture. See, cultures can be like that. The only problem is this. Cultures are supposed to evolve. Cultures are dynamic. They're not static. Somebody wrote on one of the comments on my video, we will not change. This is who we are. I say, okay. But you will always remain where you are because you will not change. It's how life works. I didn't say that to him, Sha, because it would have been too harsh. But I don't know if it's too harsh right now because I'm saying it. Sometimes when I type, I can be very mean. But that's why I don't type certain things. Sometimes I just say it. Hopefully I can tell you respectfully. I can add those caveats. I can't add caveats when I'm typing. Just be like, say, I did lie. But I'm not lying when I say it. In fact, the truth is, if you don't evolve as a culture, you will be treated, you will always be where you are because, see, your culture and your progress, they're symbiotic. They are directly proportional to each other. The ability of your culture to evolve is directly proportional to your progress as a people. If you will not evolve, you will not progress. It's just simple. Those people were looked down upon in society. But when the British came, they found an opportunity to leave. They traveled, came back, had money, and then the only thing they had over the people they left behind was what was in their pockets. Hence, the idea of materialism. I'm just going to say this. Work on your culture. This idea of I bow to no man is not coming from a place of grace. It's coming from a place of pain. Resolve it. In Yoruba land, we have people who were slaves. Today, there's nobody born of a woman, whether you're a king or not, that will call those people slaves. Everybody has. Because our society, our culture allows for social mobility. There's social mobility. You can move. Ọmọ ẹrú lè dọba. Ọ̀nà ló jìn, ẹrú ní bàbá. There's a way you build the system. You've not even removed the caste system in 2025. Those are the issues. If you fix them, maybe we can have a better Nigeria. If you don't want to fix them, we'll still have a better Nigeria, but you may not have a better Nigeria. Because there's no way people are going to live with people who say, I bow to no one. You think it's work. Meanwhile, like I always say, the Igbos are brilliant people. Even the Willings Commission report acknowledges it. And even today, they are still brilliant. And they're very smart. When it comes to trading, they will bow. Not because you are bigger than them. The Igbo man who is wearing singlet and saying sir to you may actually have more money than your father. But he understands that in order to sell his product, his goods, he has to stoop to conquer. He gets that in trade. We do it in politics now. Or do it when we are talking as human beings. What do you mean? I bow to no man. Meanwhile, go and kneel down for Shetima. May God bless the listener of this. My point is that everybody should evolve. No culture is perfect. Not even my own Yoruba culture is perfect. But one of the things I like, if there's anything I like about Yoruba land or Yoruba culture, is its ability to evolve. For instance, when I was in secondary school, I took classes in Igbo language. I even got an A1 in Igbo language, by the way. I have the result. This was in the 90s. I had an A1 in GS3. It wasn't SS3, GS3. I had an A1. And one of the things my teacher told us then, she said, certain words are lost. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm not throwing shades. Certain words have been lost in the language at the time. She was now teaching us to try to bring us back to, I don't even know why she did it to us, to be honest, but I appreciate her. She was teaching us words that the regular Igbo person would not even speak, because she, of course, studied Igbo in school and she was just teaching us. And she just would say certain words here and there. I still remember them, by the way. Like I joke about it. I can count 1 to 100 or even to 1,000 in Igbo. Mathematics in Igbo is actually very simple. This is also how you understand complex societies. Let me give you an example. I'm coming back to what the teacher told us. Let me finish that thought, because I might forget. She said certain words are getting lost in Igbo language. But then in Yoruba language, certain words are being added. For instance, we didn't have television in Yoruba language, but we had to adapt. We had to change. So for instance, instead of saying television every time, some people still call it television in Oyo, for instance, but then they will call it Eramomaworan. The word is descriptive, but it shows that you are able to change. You have words in Yoruba language that we borrowed from different cultures, just like English borrowed from different cultures. It means that we mixed with people and we took what they have and we gave them what we have. We borrowed religion, we gave out religion. When people are shouting, why are you Christian? Christians, but there's Shango in Mali. We exported just as we imported. We interacted with cultures. We took languages. We took words from Arabic. We took words from Hausa. We also loaned our own words to them. We are dynamic. We change. We're not perfect, but we are always malleable. If you're not malleable, you're just shouting, this is who I am. Who cares? Back to what I was saying, my teacher told us. So she said some words are lost, but of course, apparently, we instead of losing words, what we were doing was to create new stuff. Gosh, I forgot what I wanted to say. It's something to do with the words in Igbo language. I was going so much, I should have written it down. This is why I always write things down, because I'm thinking a billion things at the same time. Anyway, counting numbers. God bless you, reality. God bless you. Let me tell you something about counting numbers. My sons and I have sons, I have boys. We watch Maswembo. Maswembo, by the way, this is a free advert. I do free advert for everybody. Maswembo is a fantastic show. It's on YouTube. You guys should watch it. I watch it with my children. We can easily tell you what 900 is without saying Ogorum Meson. But here's where I'm going. Yoruba counting is so complex. You wonder why. And I'm not saying one is better than the other, but let me give an example. Otu, abo, ato, ano, ise, isi, asa, asata, asato, itolu, iri. That's 1 to 10. Iri na otu. Listen to what I'm saying. No. So again, 1, otu, abo, ato, ano, ise, isi, asa, asato, itolu, iri. That's 1 to 10. 11 is iri na otu, iri na abo, iri na ato, iri na ano, iri na ise, iri na asa, iri na asato. So we just add 10. So to get 11, 10 plus 1, 10 plus 2, 10 plus 3, 10, like that. Once you get to 20, 20 becomes 10 times 2. Iri abo. 10 times 2 is 20. Iri abo. 21 is iri abo na ano. Iri abo na ato. Iri abo. Yes. Oh, sorry. Iri abo na otu. Iri abo na abo. Iri abo na ano. And so on and so forth. So it's 10 plus 1, 10 plus 2, 10 plus 3, 12, 13, like that. When you get to 20 is 10 times 2 plus 1, 10 times 21, 10 times 2 plus 2, 22, 10. That's how it is. In Yoruba, it's crazy. Yoruba is 1 to 10. Yoruba is 1 to 4, 1 to 10. 11 is 1 plus 10. 12 is 2 plus 10. 3 plus 10. 4 plus 10. 15 is 20 minus 5. 16, 20 minus 4. 17, 20 minus 3. 18, 20 minus 2. 19, 20 minus 1. 20 is 20, right? 40 is 20 times 2. 50 is 20 times 3 minus 10. It's crazy. I don't even know how those people did it. That's why those people. 50 is 20 times 3 minus 10. Our daughter. 70 is 20 times 4 minus 10. By the time you get to 100, so you have odd numbers, even numbers. 100. Then you have 110. 110 is 20 times 6 minus 10. Degbefa. Abi? Sorry. No. No. Ogofa. Adofa. Adofa will be 110. It gets crazy. By the time you get to 200, Igba, 300, Odurun, 400, Iriwo, 500, 500, now get to a Degbeta. 500 will be 600. 500 is 200 times 3 minus 100. In Igbo, just times by 2 and go on with your life. Like, forget, everything is easy. If you get to 500, for instance, 500 is a Degbeta. What's Egbeta? Igba meta. Igba meta is 200 times 3. A de, that's minus 100. So a Degbeta is 200 times 3 minus 100. Both mass even they self. So you have 600 minus 100, that's 500. A Degbefa, a Degbeji, a Degbejo, and so on and so forth. Then you now get to 1,000 Egberun. You now get to 2,000. Who knows 2,000? If anybody gets 2,000 here, what can I give you? Who knows 2,000? What 2,000 is in Yoruba? Thank you, just becoming. I'm almost done. What's 2,000 Yoruba? Anybody? 2,000 is Igbamewa, is Egbawa, or Egba. So Egberun Igbamarun 1,000. Egba is Igbamewa 200 times 10. The point I'm trying to make is that even in the math, you see the complexity and the way the mind works. Some people it's easier, and I'm not saying it's inferior. I'm just trying to tell you that somehow your politics affect your mathematics affect your economy. The kind of economy you're able to do at the subsistence level is not the same thing as people who have international trade. Yorubas have been having international trade since the 9th century AD, recorded history. That's 800 years, like 800, 801, 802 after the death of Christ. The Yorubas have been having philosophy classes for thousands of years. How in your imagination would you have philosophy classes if you have not eaten? It's not Egberumejo, it's Egba. I'm trying to tell you what the other part, you are still sticking to Egberumejo, continue. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say is that even when, God, somebody came in the other day and was comparing Yoruba and Igbo, and I felt insulted. I just couldn't insult the person, but I was insulted. I was like, how? And I don't think we even understand. Even Yoruba people, you don't understand. People are having philosophy classes. Who do you think Oromila was? There's a book I would recommend. It's by Professor Sophie Oluwole. Socrates and Orunmila, two philosophers of classical times, something like that, two classical philosophers. Socrates and Orunmila, if you can Google it, the book is no longer in print, but maybe you can find, the soft copy or something. Yes, she's gone now. And study how the philosophy of you can look at the spirituality and all of that, I respect it, but the philosophy of the person. When I was studying that book, by the way, different dates, there's a book by Abosede Emmanuel, or doing Ifa Festival, and it was in that book that he mentioned, just a very nice book. Don't worry, I'm not talking about Ifa. But he said something in that book about Orunmila having lived around 500 BC. But here's the point. Whether it was in 500 BC or 500 AD, like people say, here's the point. Definitely he had lived before Dudua. Please, we've got to power tab. This thing is showing again, oh, please. Oh, shoot. 1 second. This is what I'm trying to say. When you study books like Ifa by Reverend E.M. Lijaju, by the way, if you guys when you fight over religion as a Yoruba person, you should not join them. If you know how complex your understanding of religion is in Yoruba land, no Yoruba person would ever fight over religion. It's amazing the kind of things our fathers have done. One of the most influential books in Ifa was written by a reverend. And by the way, that's Reverend Lijadu. Was also another Reverend Cole, who was the first person to translate Quran into Yoruba language. Let me tell you the craziest part. When a Muslim translated Quran from Arabic into Yoruba language, people still said they preferred the one by Cole because it was closer to the original than the one that was translated by Alaji. Our religious kini in Yoruba land is too complex for all these bickerings I see on social media, but that's another matter altogether. Here's where I'm going. If you read the book by E.M. Lijadu, or you read Abosede Emmanuel's book on Ifa, that's what Ifa, or you read Professor Sophie Oluwole's book, Ifa and Orunmila, Orunmila and Socrates, two classical patrons, that's the word, two patrons of classical philosophy, that's the title of the book. The question I was asking myself as I was studying, when I was studying, what I asked myself is this: how on earth would you have time to be discussing philosophy if you have not taken care of economy, agriculture, feeding, and politics? How? This man, called Orunmila, for instance, or Kukuru Kegete, this man transversed Yoruba land, traveling everywhere, observing. You don't do that. You don't do that if there's scarcity. There are cultures in Nigeria that there was scarcity until let me not go into it. I don't want to mention this because sincerely, I'm not about to tell you until Kiniko. I'm about to tell you until recent. Like, read the book by Bishop Ajayi Crowther now. Read the book by Bishop Ajayi Crowther on the banks of the Niger River. I have it. We just don't read it outside unless we are asked to read it. When people begin to move mad, that's what we remind them. It was just in 1857. Bishop Ajayi Crowther got to Onitsha in 1857. We have the things that he has written. All of this to say this. I know we didn't go to Lagos, Ibadan, and Enugu and Kaduna today. We'll do that tomorrow. But there's the reason I spent time on this. There's a lot of disrespect in Nigeria. There's an assumption that we're all the same. There's an assumption that you can talk anyhow and throw jabs and throw jibes. You can't. You can't. Especially knowing where you're coming from. You don't. And because Nigerians don't talk about these things is why a group makes the same mistakes year in, year out. For instance, when you go around mocking your host, where do you find that? It's only one ethnic group that does it in Nigeria. Why? Nobody has ever sat them down to tell them that, oh God, nobody like this. Is it not better to sit people down and talk about it like I'm doing right now than to be killing people on the streets like it happened in 1967? 1966, May. I beg your pardon. Let's talk about it so you can fix your culture. I end with this. I watched an interview last week. I won't mention the person's name, but the person said something and it made me ask a question. In fact, let me tell you, because it wasn't an insult. It was Chief Toladeni was saying something about the killings in the north and all of those things in 1966. And he mentioned something about the fact that people were going back to the north. And it's a question. If they are bad people, they are backward people, they hate people, they don't like you. I don't know what's happened to my video, but please just stay with me. They are backward, they don't like you, they hate you, they are terrible people. How come you went back to meet them? How come you went back to the land? There's a reason for that. That's the assignment for tomorrow. There's a reason people keep going back. And it's not Stockholm syndrome. It's something deeper. Anyway, if you are here from wherever you are, God bless you. We love everybody, but we don't like being disrespected. And I also trust that everybody can become great, but it's important to acknowledge where you're coming from. Stop telling people that, stop trying to make it look as if, you are better than anybody, especially when you are not. All right? All right, I hope we all learned our lessons. We're going to continue this tomorrow, but before we go, we're going to bring some people up who contribute. Please, let me tell you something. If you're coming up, please let's stick to the conversation on the books that we read. Let me just remind you, read Emeka by Frederick Forsyth, and it took us, we also went into Beckon to Serve by Sheo Shagari, and some other books, Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. And essentially what we try to understand is how the whole game was planned to ensure that certain people of a particular ethnic group in Nigeria got into power. And yes, Charles Onyema said it in 1945. We saw it happen in 1962, 63, 64 in the Federal Civil Service. And then we saw it happen in politics in 1966. And what did Charles Onyema say in 1945? He said, and I quote, "The Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time." And so when you look at the coup and the way it was planned and the way it was executed and how Ironsi became the head of government, nothing else can change my mind that it was an Igbo coup and it was planned to favor the Igbos. I am breaking badly, I don't know why, but I'm just going to bring some people up, we'll listen to them, and then we'll go on from here. I know what's happened to my network, but, sorry. Maybe the weather or whatever. Anyway, let's bring some people up, and then we'll hear your thoughts. Please, we won't say too long, it's 6:28, and thank you just for coming for reminding me in the comment section. What the time is. God bless everybody. We love everybody, but we just don't like disrespect. I think your people have been quiet for too long. This happened to our fathers, by the way. They were quiet for 10 years. 11 actually, but I usually just say 10. From 1938 to 1948. It actually started in 1937, but I like to not look at 1937 because that was the year Zeke started his paper. So maybe he was just, getting on with it. But by 38, full-on attack. And for 10 years, the Bible did not respond until we had something called daily service. This is our daily service. It's time to respond, and it's time to set the record straight. Where's Baba Daughter? Daughter is fine. He's busy with work. He will be around very soon. Please, let's power tap. There's an activity, and the app is about to go off. Let's not allow that to happen. So please, power tap. And let's bring up speakers. We're going to do 3 minutes each. Please, we're moving on from Igbo this, Igbo that. as far as the history and culture is concerned, because like I said, if you start now, I will probably be thinking of reading something, and then of course people also feel bad about stuff, and that's not the purpose. So let's stick to the topic of today. May God bless you. Guy, this thing is about to go off. Oh, please let's power tap. Sincerely, I don't know. This thing is not doing what it's supposed to do. Please power tap. Just give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to bring people up in a bit, but I can't even bring you up right now because the app is hanging. So please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Okay, I think we're safe. So let me bring some people up. Oh, Miss, thank you. That's your first gift. Thank you. Oh, okay. Please, if you're coming up, please just mute when you come up, please, I beg. Thank you for your understanding. Oh boy. Please mute now. Abba. All right. If you can hear me, Chief, people of God, this thing is hanging. Please, part of this is the app. It's not my network. It's TikTok. Maybe they are reporting the account, because that happens too, you know. Anyway, we're almost done. We'll be here again tomorrow at 1 p.m. I hope you can hear me in the comment section, but please, I don't know what's happening. The app, they go in and out. Don't think they are aware they are up. Okay. If you're up, please, Jesus is Lord. Okay, if you can hear me, that's fine, but please bar tap, please keep tapping. Thank you for getting us to 191.1. Let's 194. Let's get it to 200 and even above that. I'm glad you can hear me, although my video is funny right now. They are reporting the account, Abby. Yeah. I wonder what they do when people curse them out, because I don't even curse people. This thing is being reported heavily. The live, guys, I have to go back into the account. I know my video is not. I know my video is not here. And F1, no. Oh, I can't go my Google no. How people your money? I can't go my Google no. Let's power tap. Let's share the live. Guys, be like saying what we did you now. Please power tap. Thank you. While we're doing that, let's have our speakers on stage. So we'll start with Thomas. Please, I'll be able to bring. If you want to come up, it has to be now. After this set, I apologize. I'll not be able to bring up more people because of time. It's 6:33. Who started the war? Which war? This one. I don't know who you are. If you are from the east, it's your fathers who started the war, because nobody asked you for war when you started the war. So, but if you are from the west, we're just doing the Lord's work. Where were we? Let's have Thomas, please. So we're going to do 2 minutes, but you can have extra 30 seconds or maybe a little more if you're not able to finish your comments. Thank you very much for the gift. I really appreciate the gift. Thanks a lot. So let's have Thomas, please. He's not available. Apologies, 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, Prof.
Good evening, sir.
So I really enjoyed today's session. Thank you, and the Lord will continue to replenish your energy.
Amen.
Your spirit, your soul. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
I just want to say something that But the whole thing, the way they planned it and executed it, and at the end of the day, they got what they wanted. And when there was a reprisal attack, later 6 months, you knew what happened. What I'm going to say this evening will come in form of an advice to us Yoruba. I want to face Yorubas. These days I will be talking to Yorubas now. I'll forget about the other people. I will talk to my people. Please do not allow anyone to gaslight you. Whatever they call you, whatever they talk about you, exactly they are. What they are just trying to do, like one of my sons will say, reverse psychology. That's what they are trying to do. They want you to keep quiet. They want you to feel bad. They want you to be apologizing every day. So exactly what they, because some of them don't actually know what they did. And we are trying to, they are trying to blackmail emotionally. We don't actually have the history as well. All we just know, Abrafa, especially our fathers in Yoruba land, they didn't actually have time to tell us about the war. All they were busy doing is just to teach us moral, ensure that we are cultured and well nurtured. While other people, all they were just teaching them is to be angry about other people, how to dominate, and how to grab it, whatever they want to grab anywhere they are. And we're not brought up that way. So, like, there's something I learned here that Ojogbon Bushi said one time ago, maybe he has even forgotten, that we are Omoluabis. But that we are Omoluabi doesn't mean that you should be slapped and not be able to. If you cannot dodge it, you should be able to do your own back as an Omoluabi. So Omoluabi doesn't mean you should be stupid, that people will be gaslighting you.
Thank you.
Keep quiet. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Apologies. I really appreciate your submission. Thanks a lot, sir. Let's have J-Links, please. There's history in the curriculum will thrive.
Thank you very much. So what I came up for is just for the people, all of us listening. I want us to know that there are several times that we have given people of this of the Southeast opportunity to come up and talk, and then tell us, because
why are you doing this? Why?
Let me not be doing it. Because of what? Your profile. You don't know how much I'm guiding you your profile, jealousy. You're not paying me for it. Because like when you talk, when I visualize the amount of energy, the amount of work you do, the amount of brilliance in this thing, it must not be tarnished. It must not be branded as a sectional person, bigoted person, or tribal, because it's beyond. So you don't pay me for it. I will just have to say it. So I just have to let people know that they have given people a lot of chance to come and tell us the true version. As Busui is not telling us in quote the true version. Until tomorrow, no one has been able to tell us anything concrete. So I want you to know that this thing you are saying, he is saying is a work of research. Despite the fact that it's a visual that all of us can see books from books against. It's a work of research that I've tested against, that stand the test of time and real work. So it's a fact upon fact. It come today, come tomorrow. Even this thing, the funny thing is this: the books he's reading is 1940s till the 60s, until today is still the exact thing that we are experiencing. So I wish people can, just like the purpose of this engagement, wake up, understand who they are, and we also understand who we are engaged and interacting with. Not the purpose of enemy, but the purpose of understanding the differences between us, and then know how to deal and negotiate Nigeria better. May God help us. Thank you very much for what you do. Thank you for the civility. Thank you for the diplomacy. God will continue to help you because it's important. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I try with the diplomacy system. I try. And by the way, let me just acknowledge again that we do have great people from different parts of Nigeria, especially, every part of Nigeria has great people, and of course, South also has great people. However, there's something that we have noticed: the great people, the good people in the southeast rather, they rarely speak. The loudest voices are those of ignorant bullies, name it. If you claim that they are good people, which I believe, by the way, and I say it because I've met a lot of good people from the southeast, the thing is that what do they do to make things better in terms of how people view them? And I've said it several times. This is not about the people. I'm not saying the people have a problem. I'm saying that there's a cultural issue that the good ones who say, oh, we are better, they are not addressing to even make it better, so that at least it affects everything that people are doing. Of course, there are good people everywhere. Of course. But you see, if your culture is inimical to my growth, I'm not going to just take it and say, oh, so that they will not call me a tribalist. That's not how it works. There are good people in the southeast. But those good people have to speak up, and they have to help in reshaping the culture. You cannot feel that you can throw your weight around and say anything you want to say in any part of Nigeria because you are Nigerian. Nigeria is our land. We cannot take that anymore. Your culture is inimical to the growth of a civilized society. You don't move around like you are doing. And you see it online. Any small thing, ekweni. Fact, nothing. Eurobia. Like, we can't be living by Eurobia. Jesus said, man shall not live by bread alone, but it's not said by Eurobia. It says by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. So we don't want beer parlor history. All right. The good people who are good in the East, they have to speak up. When your people are moving mad, you have to say something. Mr. Bola Bolton, either. Mr. Bola, are you there? Oh boy, I know that call. I had just 5 more seconds to speak and then bring you up.
Before it comes up, do you realize how silent the side of a section of Labour Party is right now on Twitter?
Yes, it's the Yoruba part itself, and the Yoruba be looking.
Because if it's a civilized, no, let me find a better word. If it's a right group, right now that it is very clear that the attack has been targeted, you're supposed to come up and say, no, there are Yoruba people in Labour Party. Please do not feel like a disclaimer, a something. But no. Now, a lot
they are
of
detribalized.
Exactly. A lot of people that supported this movement, and I'm sure they are feeling like, oh my God, what have we gotten ourselves into? But as a right party, as a national party as I claimed, supposed to come up and right now, and this was to allay the mind of those people that belong to the other ethnic group in your party. Like, oh, don't feel like that too, because obviously it is evident that they were being targeted for because you belong to a Southwest group. Comparisons were being made. Chief priest Tony Amaku. Everything is just too glaring.
Yeah.
What is the party doing? Very quiet. God will help us.
Amen. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to Omoba. Omoba. We have one more person to bring up, and then that'll be the final speaker for today. So the mod did not come up at all earlier. So, Omoba, are you there? Omoba, going once, going twice. Okay, let's have Mr. Demo.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Well done, Mr. Busui.
Thank you, sir.
I greet you, and I say well done to this good job you're doing.
Thanks a lot.
It's been a long time. My own little contribution is that number one, ever since I've been on this your platform, I've gained a lot. And this is one of the things that I've gained. Number one, I learned to know that You cannot. When we're talking about history, even I noticed that even someone's father can be wrong when it comes
Yes,
to history.
absolutely.
That is number one thing that I learned. But you will not, because your father is your father, and believe whatever your father says. If your father is not an historian, is not a researcher, you should not believe whatever your father told you. That is number one. Number two, Yoruba people used to say "Agba Okogbo." That is very true. Even at my own age, many things I don't know that I'm beginning to know now that I listen to you. That is why I really, appreciate this, your movement. In a sense, this listening to you, widen my knowledge and my thinking. And at the same time, not only me, it's, to the extent that some people now are beginning to, grow aggressively wide. Because when I listen to your analysis, sometimes I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. My liberalism is being wiped away. And I'm beginning to get more, conservative, as it should be. I'm very happy for that. Very happy for that. So, for me, even before now, I've been thinking of, even if I want to marry, I don't care who I'm going to marry. I could marry Igbo, I could marry any tribe. But now, I know deliberately, I know now that it is, in fact, it is a no-no for me to marry another tribe, especially the Igbo tribe. It is a no-no for me. In fact, it is an abomination for me to do that. I wouldn't have known this if, in fact, let's even thank God for social media. Let's thank God for social media. So this is my own, contribution. And I want every other person on this platform listening to this to also follow the suit and listen very well to the voice of the wise. Thank you, Mr. Busiri. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Demo. Thanks a lot. But let me just say something. What Mr. Demo is doing is very wise. If, for instance, you're Yoruba, marriage is a very, very important decision. It's not done based on just feelings. Feelings are important, of course, but you need more. And where it's coming from, and I agree 100%, is if you know you cannot handle certain people from certain ethnic groups, just stay within your own group. If you cannot handle people from a certain or from specific groups, you don't like how they raise children. For instance, there are groups in Nigeria who raise children to not like their father's culture, especially if the father is Yoruba. I've seen it. So I'm not saying that don't marry Igbo. You can marry Igbo, marry Hausa. If you know you are not man enough to control that home, leave it alone. You know why? Because we're not going to say it's the Igbo woman's fault. It is not the Igbo woman's fault. She is who she is. You saw her. If you know that, just kuku ma joko kwa lule Yoruba. Meanwhile, kila when you're going work Ghana.
Osumi.
The kind pretty girls, handsome guys, what are you looking for that you can't find at home?
I'm telling you.
Everybody will be all right. But thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Dark Poet.
Good evening once again.
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, I have always said this, and people think, oh, maybe I'm a bit harsh. I've said it, the kind of politics they practice over there is not liberalism, is not conservatism, is dogmatism, in which it has been ingrained from generation to generation in them to just perfect that hate to others. Especially during the last election, although I have known because I've always been a student of history. I read a lot. I'm hoping to become like you because I'm jealous of your library.
We're still learning.
So I read a lot. Most times when this conversation of the Biafra and the Nigerian Civil War comes on between me, because I'm speaking from an angle of knowledge, the last resort is they become insultive, they become aggressive, and they want to fight you. And I always tell them, I'm not speaking because I'm speaking because I read and I know, and I will tell you for a fact that these are my reference while we are discussing this particular topic. If you can't bring reference and you are trying to counter me, then you don't have a point. Telling me, oh, this is what my daddy told me this one. There was a discussion between me and a particular. He said, oh, my dad lived through those era, and my dad told me this. I said, your dad lived in a particular house. What is happening in the next street, you might not know, but it's telling you, oh, this is this, because that is the narrative in your particular area. Then I said, I am not telling you my dad told me this. My dad is a reader, but I am telling you, okay, go and check this particular book, go and check this line, go and check this book, in which you when they check and you see that what I'm saying is fact, and you are still coming to me as my dad, our father. That's why I tag it as dogmatism. It's not liberalism, it's not conservatism, it's just dogmatism. And like you said the other time, that they are not ready to evolve, which is the major problem why they are not growing. They are not ready to evolve. Accept that this is what happened this particular moment. Way forward, what can we do way forward? How can we make friendship, alliance in politics, in business, that can grow our own people? But like they usually tell you, and I don't want to mention the name of the tribe, and something don't bow to nobody. And as you don't bow to nobody, that's why some of them insulted their elders. I've seen it live and direct, in which a child, maybe a boy of maybe 21, 22, is telling an elder of 61, 62 that he's stupid. Something that if it happens in our own land, but the way they act, they act like they don't. And it's common among them. That's why most times I just tell people, if you try and tell them the truth, when they don't accept the truth, just move on. You focus on your own home, which is Yoruba land, which have an extension to maybe Benin Republic and other parts of the world in which Yorubas are. You focus on yourself. When you try and export good deeds and good things to them, and they're not accepting, just focus on them. And like our own home is now, all of them want to come to the Southwest, and they will still want to insult the same Southwest they want to come to. They will say they will come and fight you in your own home. That the audacity for me. So that's my contribution. I like I said, we are regular here. Most times I don't come up, but anytime I'm at work, I just put my headphone and I listen all through. Keep up the good work, my brother. It's like you're on mute.
Muted.
Motirojolo, thank you so much for your contribution, Darkport, and thank you everyone in the comment section for letting me know that I was muted. Thank you. It's been a fantastic session, really, and I want to thank every speaker who came up, and even those in the comment section. Thank you for typing and tapping and sharing. And when they were trying to bring us down, you rose and you power tapped, and we're on 242.1K on TikTok. Thank you so much. We're going to continue this tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time West African time. So that will be tomorrow. Tomorrow I want us to actually get into what we're supposed to do today, which is what happened in Ibadan and in Enugu. But if you notice what we've been doing, although we have a major book, we don't just stay with one. We're always trying to, use other books to understand it, because that one book is just supposed to be like the core, but not the only, stuff that we study. And I hope that we're getting the information. If there's anything I really want from this for Yoruba people, there's a statement that Papa made in his autobiography about, this were the words he used: certain people or a particular person was committed to corroding the self-respect of Yoruba people. Those were his words. And also elevating and or making his own people like the master race. I think a lot of Yoruba people's self-respect is corroded. And I'll tell you one of the reasons. Somebody came here one of those days, I was having a conversation, I think it was last week, and they said, do you even have any Igbo friends? I know all of your Igbo friends will probably have issues with you. I mean, the person was just being funny in the comment section, but I'll tell you what the person was really doing. Number one, it's as though we don't know the difference between being firm and being hateful. If you want to see hate, I've seen it. I hate it. I hate hate. I detest that energy because that energy is too strong. So if there's anything, I can't even hate hate. I dislike hate. I don't even have the capacity to exert that. It's strong, but it's negative. So I don't like it. And the reason I'm saying that is because when the person said that, I was like, this person thinks they're talking to me. But this particular person is actually, and I'm sorry, thank God I'm not mentioning the name of the person. The person is Yoruba. This person is actually playing the part that was written for him in the propaganda that has been spread since the 1960s in Yoruba land. What's the message? He's playing the part of a coward. What you see basically is that what Papa was complaining about in 1960 that he discovered in 1940 with Zeke's activities in Lagos, that he was committed to corroding the self-respect of Yoruba people. You find it in his own autobiography, Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He was committed to corroding the self-respect of Yoruba people. You must have your self-respect corroded to become a coward to the point where you can't even speak the truth respectfully. I mean, forget being hateful or being insulting. Just to respectfully marshal your thoughts. You can't do that because you are Yoruba. Yoruba does not spell coward. There's somebody I wanted to bring. Sorry, Mr. Bola, Mr. Bolton, sir. Mo ti send request in vessel lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Mo send request in send ẹjọ́ padà wá so that Malik bongo the vessel. I believe you're teaching on 8 if you tell me how to control the nuisance. By speaking, by empowering our people. And yes, see, Tori omo no la ran si no ngba mi. Aye ma wa. Omo buruku de ni aye tie, onigba tie. There are times when you go, but see, let me tell you something. I'll give you this. Let me tell you something. We are done with the session. I'm just rounding up. We'll play the anthem and then we'll go. But let me say this to my brother Ibo Chinoto. If a soldier takes a gun on his own and shoots at a person, just because he's wearing a camouflage does not change the fact that he has committed murder. If that same soldier protects his land, you will not say he's committing, he's going to get medals for killing people. The difference is the motivation. What I say in most cases, to answer what you're saying, is if I'm motivated to love my people, Yoruba people, I will do certain things. I will come against certain things, right? But if I'm motivated by my hatred for you, that's where it ends. In other words, I am not doing this because I love. So it's like a person is doing something, but it's not because he loves his people, it's because he hates other people. In other words, you are not even thinking about the well-being of your people. You are just thinking about the fact that you hate other people. My point is this: where should your energy be invested? It should be invested in helping your people, in enlightening your people, in teaching your people, in growing your people. It's about us. It's the love for self, not the hate for others. But in loving myself, I will exclude some people. It's the nature of man. For instance, we love our children. We don't open our doors. You know, on a weekly basis, we open our doors in my family to kids and young people, and we gather them and we have great time, fellowshipping. But when they're done, they are going back home now. They're not my children, but they're my children. Like, I take them as my children, but their parents will ask for them after that service, after the meeting. The point is that you will, when it's time to lock your door at night, you're going to exclude those other people because you are taking care of your children. Your love for your children is what makes you put barricades in your house. It's not necessarily your hate for thieves, because hate them or not, the real thing is you protecting your household. So I don't know if that answered your question, but the point is that love is a very powerful energy. Hate is a very powerful energy, and I dare say that hate can consume to the point where you can lose yourself in it and become the exact thing that you hate. Which is why I had to change what I said just now when I said I dislike hatred. Not even, I can't even hate. So love your people, protect your space, preserve your space. People call you a bigot, they'll call you tribalist. It doesn't matter. I've said something several times. People call me bigots and a tribalist and everything. They call me bigoted, whatever. There's a scripture in Yoruba. I'm sorry, there's a song in Yoruba. When every time I saw the owl, the things they said to Baba, the kind of accusations I was leveled at Papa, I don't expect not to have that kind of accusation if I'm really connected to him. I expect people to insult me because, listen, we pray to be greater than Papa Olowo, but he is who he is. He's larger than life. We look up to him. They cursed him out. You think they will not curse you out? If they're not cursing you out, Jesus said something. He said, if the word is friendly. So if they call you that, that's their business. But in your heart, you know that what you're doing is you're protecting your people and you're also helping those other people to help develop. Because, for instance, if people get serious about their own homeland, maybe they will do something great in their land, apart from just building a house in funny places. Instead of just shouting Lagos, how about just your own space as well? I don't hate you. I just like my place enough to say that you don't have the right to be talking anyhow in my space. But it's not because I hate you. It's because I'm protecting my space. I have a culture to protect. I have traditions to protect. I have a way of life to maintain. I have something to bequeath to my children. I have a... Nobody in this world is better than you. Not even Yoruba people. Word that can make you inferior if you really know who you are. I tell my children this every time I can. I say, nobody in this world is better than you. Not even, see, if a white person is talking about history, there are white cultures in this world that don't have what your people have. Come on, Yarawan. Somebody, as I was saying it, could you believe that somebody actually wrote on YouTube at this exact moment that white people are better? Can you believe that? When I said nobody's better than you, you wrote white people are better. That's what has happened to a mind of a person. And the only reason you can say that is because if you're not Yoruba, I forgive you because I don't know where you're from. But if you're Yoruba and you understand what your ancestors have done, what your people are doing, and what you can do, there is no way on earth you will think any human, white, green, yellow, black, whatever, is in any way better than you. Not in a billion years. I'll ask you a question. 1910, Leo Frobinus went to Ife. And when he got to Ile-Ife, he said, this is the lost city of Atlantis. I want to ask you a question. What would make an Oyibo man... It is not the lost city of Atlantis, I know. My question is this. What would make an Oyibo man look at a place and say, this is the lost city of Atlantis? What will make him say that? And I'll tell you why this is important. I don't think our best days are in the past. I think our best days are ahead of us. But we can only get there if we understand where we are coming from. Some of the things that will take us there are in the past. Yoruba people, and I'll say this and we'll close because I'll play the anthem very soon. Yoruba people built civilization, built empires, not one, not two. They were on the third one the British got to Nigeria. By the third one, they had developed a different a different political structure that was based on the Ife model, but that factored in something other than hereditary transfer of power, or transfer of power in a hereditary setting. There's so many things going on in my head, but get the point. They had come up with a republican system that you still maintained the structure of kingship. However, the way you got there was different from what was coming from the original space in Ife, where the model itself came from. They had evolved to that point. And this was in the 19th century. They had evolved all the way from the 11th to the 19th century. We can tell you from town to town in Yoruba land, even before the 11th century, how we evolved politically, economically, culturally, even in our religion. We can explain it. And some of the answers we're looking for today are literally in our past. Not because that's the best time, but because if we take something from the past, we'll build on it, we'll do something better than what they've done in the past. But if we don't acknowledge anything they've done in the past, it means we'll always have to reinvent the wheel. Why do you think I'm always reading Awolowo's books? I don't want to have to start everything all over again. I want to meditate on what Awo has written, think about it, study it, digest it, create something better. But I cannot do it without his raw material. And by the way, what he produced, he also had raw material from certain people. People like Gandhi. Awo would meditate on what they have done. Starting in the 1920s, he started doing that. And he came up with his own ideas. His ideas are for us right now, raw materials to build something new. We have to constantly build so that we can have a better society. The past is there for our benefit. We learn lessons from the past, but we also build based on the solutions that have been provided. For instance, there's so many sicknesses that people are crying about right now. Some of the answers are with some Baba in one village that he got from his own Baba, the leaves and how to get the leaves and what to do with those leaves. You can't throw that away because you are educated. That's why I say, let's not forget where we're coming from. No, thank you, Mr. Bolasa Eshon. Nobody is better than you. You think people are better than you because you don't know. And I'll say this to end. Yoruba's greatness was not a religious thing. It was based on innovation, on invention, on commerce, and yes, religion as well. But religion is not the primary thing that made Yoruba people great. The kind of inventions and innovations that came out of Ile-Ife in the 10th and 11th centuries, crazy stuff. So crazy that by 1910, 900 years after the fact, 800 years after the fact, people got there and said, this must be the lost city of Atlantis. What did they see there? I know what they saw. We'll have another conversation later on that. Let's go back to those things, not so that we can live in the past, but so we can bring those things to today. For instance, you shout, what you see with Marvel, what do you think is happening? That's Norse mythology and Greek mythology rewritten for the 21st century. That's all you're seeing happening. That's something from... Loki is literally from the past. Hercules is from the past. Thor is they're all from the past. But you take it and then you add something to it, then you have stuff. I went to the bookshop today. I keep saying the last thing. Oh God. I went to the bookshop today. I found a book on June 12. Of course, I had to buy it. I was going to buy one book. I ended up buying, I won't tell you how many. I think my weakness is books. I saw this book on June 12, but whoever did, I've not even read it. I just put it inside and came in here. Whoever did that stuff, may God bless him. He made the June 12 story into like comic, right? I will show you, but I don't want to stand up again because if I go now, I'll come back. I want to be talking and opening the book. And I was like, okay, my kids would like this, especially but I don't like comics. This is history. Even I would enjoy it, but that's somebody going through June 12 and creating comics. I was talking about Nigeria history and somebody here was saying, make a movie. And I'm a writer, I'm a director. I never thought of that, but somebody said it here and I was like, okay, that makes sense. Of course, we'll have to plan it, but it's possible. What I'm saying is that there are things in the past, whether it's the arts, whether it's innovation, and in Yoruba land there's arts. You see it in terracotta heads. Some of the terracotta heads, let me tell you something. Some of those terracotta heads you see from Ile-Ife are as old as 9th century AD. The first one I saw dated was 10th century AD, and I was still in uni. I went to meet my cousin. He was the director of an institute, and I went there and I saw some of the things on the table. I think that was the first thing that got me fascinated with the old Yoruba. I mean, not the first thing, but one of the things that got me fascinated with the old Yoruba history thing. I just saw a 10th century AD. I was like, how? How? What's not the book? I don't remember, because I just bought it. I've never even opened it. Something. You know what? Let me just do what you want me to do. Give me 1 second. Let me get the book. I'll just show you. I think it's a good book. At this point, I'll start collecting money from people for these free announcements. But 1 second. I should say this though, it's a bit pricey. This is the book. I've not read it, but that's what it looks like. And I like the smell. It's called June 12, 1993 annulment, Abraham Oshoko. Abraham Oshoko is a writer, illustrator, and graphic designer. You know, so sorry by far, it's a bit pricey, but it's worth it. I'm just saying that there's a lot in the past. This is history. We're talking history, and if you, when you're coming in here, you see what we do here is history, culture, politics, and innovation. There's a reason we have those for HCP and I. History, culture, politics, and innovation. All those three things, they're in the past. There was science and metallurgy. There was metallurgy and materials, for instance, in Ife, way back. Read this book. Let me recommend one book. One more book. I hope it's just this one, Sha. Yoruba, The New History by Akinwumi Ogundiro. You see science. You see science. You'll be shocked. There's another book on herbs. I have it inside. I can't remember the title now. Our fathers are not dumb, Sha. That's what I'm trying to say. The only issue is that we've not built on it. We're just trying to start all over again. There's no sense in that. That's what Chinese. All this China went to China. China went to China. China took something from China, added something to make it modern, and then they keep building on their civilization. It's a civilization of over 5,000 years. They keep building on it. They keep reinventing. That's what we have to do. And I hope we do it in science, we do it in art, we do it in religion, we do it in commerce, we do it in sports, we do it in history, in media, in everything, right? And then, you know, there's always something to learn from the elders. That's what I'm trying to say in essence. But yeah, if you want to get the book, no. I don't want to start telling people that I can help them get, because trust me, I can't be having live session and somebody now call me. The book has not yet delivered. So once we set up properly, we'll have a section for that. I can't be talking, hey, 1964. I just say, boom, where is the book? And I have to be able to please whoever buys the book. So I don't know if it's on Amazon, but I mean, anyway, fantastic session we've had today. We'll be again tomorrow at 1 p.m. We're going to continue with the book by Adewale Ademoyiga. It's called Why We Struck. And this will be our main book for the conversation. I want to thank every single person, Mr. Jadings, Mr. Dark Poet, every single person. Thank you so much for your support. Okay, Mr. Bola today. So let's have Mr. Bola Bolton. Ekalesa.
Akushe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. God Almighty will continue to bless you.
Amen.
Your wisdom will increase. Thank you.
Amen. Sir.
Actually, the little thing I want to contribute is just my usual I want to draw people's attention to the fact that I've known you to be one of those very shy Yoruba men who will never ask, or who will be so reluctant to ask for help. I think putting all these things together amazes me. It's far beyond what my own capacity can handle. And I can see that not many people can actually do what you're doing, especially when there is no money attached to it, no funding anywhere. So I want to beg you, at least we are about 146 now. Please, everybody, I want us to please raise 2 million for this man today. And let's say 10 of us can put, 20 of us can put 100. I will put my own 100 right now again. Please, I want you guys to help this man so that he can continue. I'm sure he's not going to ask, but let's ask for him. I'm going to put my own right here now in this account. And please, anybody else that does it, I want you to please inform me that you have done it. Let's raise them 2 million to buy data to do 1 or 2 things outside whatever, because he's not earning anything from all this job. Please, people, I want to beg you. Please, let's do that now. And I can post mine if it is possible. I'm going to do my own now too, and if it is possible. Anybody who does his own can just say, I've done it. I will check with them when the money is complete. Thank you so much, Busuyi. God will increase your wisdom.
Sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you so much, sir. That's right. I know I would never be able to. Let me not say never, but I just thank God. See, God is good. He knows what each person is good at. So he gave me Mr. Bolton to say the things I probably would not want to say, even if I could. By the way, thank you, sir. This is even going to help because I want to make sure that, so somebody came here, to look at some things earlier today. We're going to make sure we're able to, getting funds like that will help us to also work on our source of electricity because it has to be upgraded and things like that. I make it even a lot better than what we have now. So, Mr. Bola Bolton, I appreciate you, sir. And if you want to, be part of what he just talked about, please look at the account details. Sorry, the account number is up here. So please, please use it. Thank you very much, sir. I really do appreciate, sir. Good to go. Sir. All right. And yes, I like when people come here at work, I take this as like, of course, this is serious to me. And thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, sir. All right. So our last speaker would be do TikTok on. So I think the reason is because TikTok is good. I appreciate everything as well, whichever one, but it's just that, TikTok, could that be recast? But thank you. I really appreciate everybody's support and generosity. Mr. Bolton, thank you, sir. And if you want to use the account, please, up here, GTB. By the way, I'm in Nigeria. People ask that question every time. I'm in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria right now at the moment. Let me add that caveat at the moment. But yeah, it's. Thank you, UIG. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We have a lot of work to do, and we'll get it done by God's grace. There's a lot to do, by the way. There's a lot to do. I just want us to gain some footing on social media, on Facebook and YouTube. We're going to push even, to the stratosphere. All right, let's have Shaya West. Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton. Mr. West, please go on. You'll be the last speaker for today, and then we'll be playing the anthems. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Shegon, thank you very much. So my own suggestion is this. For Friday, I think you should give the speakers, the people that want to speak, probably an hour. Not the 2 to 5 minutes. Probably 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Let's make
there's a
like
reason.
Half day for this.
Okay. So the issue is this. We've tried this thing before. I think it's how we now go into the conversations that really matter. So if, for instance, if you notice, certain people come to speak and they speak longer. True. They speak for 3 minutes. If you notice also,
yes,
the last person I timed was maybe the second person. Since then, I've not timed anybody. So sometimes you find certain people come up, I don't time, and there's some people you have to say, okay, and then so people, even some of my brothers, for instance, I just said there were 3-4 minutes. I know I'm just joking with myself. I know they will use more than that. I know. True. But I think it's about, so before I used to just leave everything open, but I discovered that sometimes people can go overboard. But the 2 minutes sometimes is actually quite flexible as well. But it's a good idea. It won't let me rest, But let's see what happens on Friday. I think it depends on the topic as well, because you also want to make sure that we are speaking to the topic, so it doesn't.
Recap. Like Friday will be for a recap. This is what we did on Monday. This is what we did on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then Friday, then we just recap everything. So Toba Madibi 3 5 must stop. Nobody is going above 5 or nobody is going above 6 p.m. with you. So from that 3 downward, it should just be like interactive section. We just be discussing. People will have questions.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one of the things I'm very concerned about. If I have not said it before, let me say it now. I think sometimes people have things on their hearts or on their minds. I don't know which English is correct. They have something they want to say, and even when it has nothing to do with the topic, people just take advantage and just people talk. Just talking about things, and you're like, oh God, leave these people alone. And then it becomes, so it stops being, to be honest, I know that sometimes also, if you notice, let me give you an example. If a person comes from a particular place, exactly. And I think that's what a lot of people want to do. So I'm also trying to be very careful. I don't want to hurt them, but if I time us, at least whatever I want to say, it's easier. But don't worry, I'll take it on board and see how we can also factor that into the shows going forward. But I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this fantastic family. It's become a family now. Let's try one more time. Yes, no problem at all. No problem. Just that I've done recap almost every day, but no problem. I don't mind it. I'm just very careful of, because I've done it before. When I leave it open, I've done it before. Actually, I've done it before, and I'm trying not to experience. Some things have happened I don't like to talk about. I would never talk about certain things. Some things have happened on this platform where I've just left it open. Sometimes people talk for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I'll just be here, just watching everybody talking. I can't let that happen again, sincerely. But I can't tell you why. I can't tell you what happened, because it will make me go into certain details. Certain people took certain things for granted, and it was the sessions almost got destroyed. And like I said, people come online for different reasons. For me, this is serious. For some people, they just want to talk. And now that we're putting things on YouTube and Facebook or streaming at the same time, I'm very careful. Sincerely, I'll let people speak, but there's a limit to how much we can allow, because this has happened before. And again, I'm not going to tell you, it was painful, Sha. It was painful. You allow people to, have free reign and just, But don't worry. So now 100 point of gift equivalent of $100. Just send your $100 about Sunday Johnson. Just send the money directly, because
and again, sir, Prof.
Yes, sir.
And again, those that cannot do 100, you are free to do any amount you can, please.
Oh, okay, I get the point now. Okay, 100 to if you do coins, we'll still share it into, I think it's shared into 3. Abi, say 3 on the, or be 2. Okay, it's 2. So the platform will take TikTok Matty on sit here. But this one, it just comes straight. So let me tell you something. Mr. Bola Botin he has a spirit of God. He has the spirit of God because he knows exactly that there's actually a project that would help what we're doing now. The technician was here earlier, and yeah, it will help. So don't bother about TikTok. Just set it there. The account details are up here. But thank you very much. Thank you for your advice. Again, there's a reason I don't explain some things is because I don't like all this we can't grow that way. But I'm also guarding what we're doing here. And please try and understand it's something to be guarded because of the possibilities, right? So thank you very much for a wonderful session. Thank you for the advice. We'll factor some things in, but we'll still guard the platform. We have to. It's getting bigger than myself. Some people are reaching out. And I want to be very, very careful. You know, and that's why if you notice, sometimes I'll tell people, so if you notice, if I want to fight you, let's say you make me angry and I want to fight you, there's a way I even do it. Even you know that number 1, then number 2, I'm not necessarily saying you did this, you're a bad person. I'll just tell you what your father said about you. Like, and that way we are all fine. But people don't usually do that. People just want to fight. But we'll see. All right. Awesome session today. Thank you. Speakers, thanks. Everyone in the comment section, thank you. Thank you for your support. Gifters, thank you for your gifts. Folks on YouTube, on Facebook, thank you for joining us. We're expanding. We got about 33 people on YouTube today. Excuse me. Got about 33 people on YouTube today. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you got something here. And I hope you also share the live tomorrow. So we'll be again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. But before we go, we do something here at the end of every session. We play the anthems. We play the Nigerian anthem, and then we'll play the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll close the session. So please humor us as we play our... Wow, thank you, Darkport. Thank you. Whatever you give, every coin, every rose, every naira, every dollar, I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me, and thank you for supporting what I'm doing. And guys, but we're on track, and I'm glad that I have people like you to work with. Thank you so much. All right, so let's have the anthem, and then we will be closing the session. Here's the Nigerian national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Iṣẹ́ wa fún ẹwà.
Thank you very much. Awani Mole Oguadulawo Imolewo Sinedokun Logo Along. Thank you very much for being here. And guys, got some shining to Jawani Mole Oguadulawo. So let's do everything in our power to Bile Yubalaruge and to do well in Nigeria. I pray that God bless everybody. God bless Nigeria. God bless Yoruba land. And I'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Thanks a lot. Have a beautiful evening. Good night. By the way, tonight we eat 287,000 likes. That's a feat. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow, let's do it again. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night. On YouTube, we played Anthem today. We won't play Anthem tomorrow on YouTube, so that we won't have copyright issues on YouTube later. But thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night. Tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night.